3080 in there, and it's a 12900K processor in there. And right now, Ben is about to start putting in the first, ladies and gentlemen, he's about to put the first pipe in there. And I'm gonna do my contribution to the build of holding again this Lazy Susan. All right, he is measuring again.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy that measures twice and cuts once. I am the other kind of guy. So now he has tightened it, is making sure that it's going to make the right fitting in there.
I don't know the footage.
Some guys in the chat said that was not a pipe wrench. That was more of a fine wine, a cork remover. That's the technical term. All right, let me see what you guys here in the chat, how you guys are doing. Yes, actually, that is a requirement. Let's see. I'm not going to have larger cases mod like this or anything as well. Yes, so here's a good question. When you're doing a mod, the consideration for the case, is it, oh, I want to get like a full tower case, or do I want to do like a mid-size, a small form factor? Is there one that you gravitate towards to? Or, yeah, like what makes you decide? Like someone, let's say, Intel comes to you and is like, hey, team, PAX East is tomorrow. We need a custom build right now. Save us. I mean, come and work with us. It's, what do you do? It's like, besides going to your little black book.
Yeah. I think it really all depends. Of course, for me, it's usually mid-tower or full tower is what I look for, only because it gives you a bigger flexibility on being able to customize. You know, SFX, which is really popular, it just limits you in what you can actually do. So, you know, at least in my opinion. So I think, you know, mid-tower to full tower is usually the best option.
That's pretty cool. Okay, that's good to know. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for, the Dremel tool is actually being used right now. As you can see, there's enough space between Ben and I. Hey Ben, can you twist a little bit to the left so you can show to the people and keep it further away from me to that camera over there? Yes, they don't trust me near the Dremel tool, so they want you facing that way, not this way.
So when I cut these with the tube cutter, it actually creates very sharp edges. So you don't want to snag the O-rings from the fitting. So I use a sander on a Dremel.
Oh,
to sand down.
Sand it down so you get the fitting. So there's a question of the Addis, and go ahead. The wrist straps for the static. It is a very good practicing, especially for those guys who are on the carpet here at the East. Yeah. I don't know if you noticed, once the time you go, like yesterday when we were doing the setup for all this, I was going to computer, it was like, and we were not even building. But yes, wrist strap is a good idea. Right now, as long as you touch the chassis, just do the discharge. But yes, and also a lot of the circuitry involved. I mean, you can still damage it, but a lot of the circuitry, especially in the processor, there's circuitry involved to protect up to a certain point for electrostatic discharge. And we call that ESD protection. Yeah, anytime. All right. This reminds me of my visits to the dentist, so I'm a little twitchy over here with that sound. I was looking forward to it, but now that I actually hear it, when is it going to stop? All right. So we have another code for you guys who've been keeping track. I know I can speak English. We have code number 5, and it is PC modding. PC modding. I'm talking too much and I'm paying enough attention to the voices in my head. Yes, it is PC modding. So that is the 5th code that we have right now for the Intel giveaway. So you guys make sure you got, there's already 5 of them going on because that's why it's called the 5th, or number 5. Those are being, I'm calling them out, and they're also being posted in our chat on our Twitch live stream. All right. So it seems like Ben was able to finesse the fitting in there, and I think we got our first.
Well, not yet.
No?
I still gotta connect it.
Oh.
So
All right. We'll turn it around in a second for you guys to actually see.
the reason I'm doing this first because it's the smallest tube, so it's the hardest to get into. So
Smallest tube.
yeah.
So yes, okay, that makes sense. Because once you have the long ones, you don't want to try to get over the long ones and try to get there and try to get the little smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is actually a method to which tube comes in first and then comes in right. So you have a mental map
Pretty much.
in your head of what is. So you didn't write it down.
No, I don't mind.
What if it's like a tough morning? You didn't have breakfast, coffee, and it's like, oh, I forgot.
It has happened before, but it's
And that's
like
what-
there's not a deadline, so it's pretty much take your time. It's not.
It's okay. We got time. We got all
Ben,
kinds of time.
Take your time.
No pressure. No pressure. Take your time. Oh.
All right, it's good.
Woohoo! All right, let me turn that over here to this camera. Ladies and gentlemen, it is right here. Our first tube placed. That only took 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 60 seconds. I'm kidding. But it is looking good. I love that. So that was the hardest one. So are the other ones supposed to be easier?
Supposedly it's supposed to be easier.
Okay.
Who knows?
Last famous words from Ben.
We'll see.
Put
So
them
do
in
you
the
want to
spot.
connect these first?
Yeah, I can. Let me.
I'll get out of the way. Oh my God! Here comes the zip ties. Yes.
Zip ties are coming.
Actually, I'm actually surprised that you guys didn't bring any more zip ties. I mean, I'm not trying to bash on that, but I was like, but then again, it's like we don't need zip ties. We already got sleeve cables. We got this. This is not our first rodeo, Alex. We are not a novice like you when it comes to building systems. All right, let me text the chat, see how you guys are doing in the chat over here. Sorry, Mr. Roby, we don't have a body count of the zip ties. I wanted to do that, but actually I could try to. I think I could go and count how many zip ties we have. We have one Mississippi.
Roby loves his zip ties, though.
Oh man, you should like. I was with him like 2 weeks ago, and he had. Oh, there is a body count. Let me grab that. There we go. That's 2 for those who are counting. Oh no, yeah, it is 2, but this one still works. So all right, anyways. So yeah, so we're good.
So right now I'm just hooking up the front fans, or the only fans, sorry, that are on the radiators.
So I'm gonna be that annoying guy, the manager, and be like, isn't this screw a little loose here? Actually, no, it's pretty tight. I'll be quiet. I'll be back to my corner. Nobody pay attention to me. That looks good.
There's actually a spacer that goes in there.
There's a space for a reason, Alex. Don't jump the gun. There we go. Now the best part of it, the wire. Oh, there's more. But wait, there's more.
The best part of it is more zip ties.
Make sure I put the body count on the side so you don't grab one that is already being used. Hey Ben, did you get the email that we were supposed to shave your head?
I didn't get the email.
Come on.
My wife will be
Team
mad if I
did.
shave my
I did.
head.
I got the no option.
You were supposed to play along. Come on, man.
It's so funny.
It's okay.
All right, so I think pretty much cables are done, radiators done. So now we're actually gonna do
All right.
some of the tubes.
So so what Tim was working on, it was this little guy over here. So we got it all spread out. We got this tube done here. That tube goes to somewhere over the rainbow. Oh, it goes behind. So this guy comes over here. Yes, Lacey Susan. And he comes behind this one right here.
Yeah.
That is so cool. It's like a via in a motherboard. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I'm sorry, guys, you're stuck with me today. But, you know, I was the one available. I'm kidding. Anyway, so what's next, Ben?
So now I'm gonna actually do the tube run from the bottom of the pass-throughs into the actual parts, the GPU and the CPU block. So we're gonna go ahead and do that.
Is that like a thumb of rule, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. I think because on this side would be easier than the back side of it.
And by rule of thumb, and by thumb of rule, I meant rule of thumb. Sorry.
Yeah, let's go with the flow. Yeah, this is a PC build where you can do whatever you want.
All right, let's do this. So, there's a comment there on the chat saying that, did you, Tim, did you get ripped by doing PC builds with that Lacy Susan, or wait, by not using a Lacy Susan, right? Because moving this whole thing around, or tell us what your secret is.
No, I used to be like super huge into working out. I kind of lost it a while ago after I had a baby. So
yeah, that's kind of a time
had
sink.
A baby and
Yeah,
I kind of went by the wayside, but yeah,
it's all
I
good.
think eventually I'll get back into it.
That's awesome. All right. Let's see what you guys are keep going on the chat, going back and forward. Someone wants to buy this for $1. I hope you're not referring to the system, because it's probably a little bit more than $1. That's for sure. That is for sure. So Ben is like, another title is a tube master. No, it's not tube master and commander. You see, I should have labeled those.
Exactly.
Maybe
I'll stop being a smart aleck and continue over here.
I don't know if you can.
Hey Ben, you got some fans from San Antonio, Texas. I hope that's what that means.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to this system? This system is going to my house. I'm kidding. Actually, that's a good question. We'll probably answer that later. But for now, what is going to happen to this system is going to get built, and we're going to get it up and going. And right now, Ben is making sure that all his tubing and the fittings work properly. And he made a mistake because he left the drummer tool right next to me. So I am not responsible for how this is going to go. Yes, me. Yes, this is Lex. This is me. For you guys and in the chat. He has the chippies in the back. Yeah, back there. Let me grab. Let me do a PSA. So for you guys who are here at PAX East, there is actually a machine in the back in our booth that it has the claw. You can actually go there, put in a quarter, and there's a full of chippies, and it just goes. So that's pretty cool. This one's mine. I'm kidding. This is part of the props of the set. Eventually, I'll go back there and try to get one. So if you guys are here, all you guys, if you want a chippy in the back, go get it. There's a plethora of chippies in the back. I'll put it back here, right next to Mr. Core i9. Don't fall over, chippy. It's okay. I know. You don't have stage fright. You got your bow tie and all, so you're all set. All right. So looks like we got our first tube to the GPU set up.
Yeah.
Ta-da! So let's turn it over. So this is how it's starting to look. And I love that, because what you were referring earlier, Ben, is that's not the bend or the structure of the form that we're used to for the tubing. This is completely different and organic. So I can't wait to see it complete. So I'll start interrupting you every 2 seconds and making fun of you. I mean, I'm being a friend to you, and I'll let you continue on that. All right, let's see how you guys doing. No, we're gonna play Minesweeper on this system, the big map. You know, make sure you support it. Yes, this is an amazing PC. I love that. I mean, I'm so happy it's coming with me to my house. It's unfortunate the TSA is not going to let me check it.
There's like some gunk on it.
All right, so these guys are, it seems like, so these guys are such pros that there has a little bit of leftover from the tape.
I asked for gaff tape. They didn't have any gaff tape, so they had.
Yeah, so we left some residue.
Dang it. I asked for gaff tape, they didn't get it. But now all the glue
Residue.
from thank you. I'll let you do the talking. I've been talking enough.
Yeah, so right now we're wiping the actual brass tubes because of the residue of the actual tape. And the reason I taped it so I know where the tubes go where. So
You see, the quality is in the details. You know, these guys are so pro that they're like, oh my God, there's a little speck of residue of the tape that we brought the tubes off. This is not acceptable. Who did this? Off with their head. I'm kidding. We don't condone violence. It's just a joke. All right. Yes. So I see the chat is going on so good. So I'm glad you guys are here. We're having a lot of fun. It is already a great event. I'm very fortunate to work with these two guys, and I can tell how much dedication and love they have for this build from the way the team's cleaning that residue on that tube. Should I get you some
water.
Some water? All right. So,
Oh, wet wipe.
so, oh my God. Ben is really close. He's going to make it. No pressure from the narrator. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got tube number 2 in there. Yes, actually, it's number 3 for those who are really keeping count. All right, so now we got the GPU completely, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you got it completely hooked up in there, so that's doing good. All right.
do you know which one? Was it on the inside or on the outside?
Huh?
This one.
So
I think this
now
one
they're
outside.
debating
So-
which tube goes where. And because of the
one's
residue,
very long.
they're trying to figure it out. You see, the residue is in the outside, but we don't want it to people to sue it, so we want to switch it over here. And the other question that we're going on, that I'll show you later, in a more serious note, is
I have this one here.
they're figuring out which the tube is it going to go on the outside of the other tubes, or is it going to go on the inside. So they're looking at that right now and going into there. So they're
So I know that.
all right. So I was talking a minute ago about Chippy. So we're gonna go actually to a live
Maybe
shot
this
of the
one
Chippy
goes
machine
here?
that I was talking about earlier, which is pretty awesome. So I think we're gonna go in a couple of seconds.
Bring up the-
One Mississippi, two. I'm kidding, but yeah. So you can actually see and expectate the Chippy machine that we have in the back, which it was the greatest thing ever. Oh, there it is. I can see it right meow. There's the Chippy machine. Oh, with all the Chippies. You know, he is a very proper guy because you can see he has his bow and tie and glasses, so that means he's a proper Chippy, not any run-of-the-mill
So
Chippy.
the long one.
So if you guys are here in PAX East, coming over. Oh, look, it's a coffee mug. Yes. Now I know where it is. I wonder where I left that this morning.
I think.
All right. Okay. Don't worry, we'll have more on the Chippy
Look, that-
machine. I know you guys are very excited. That is our headliner. I am kidding. The
What's this?
headliner is right here going on right now. We have two guys looking very seriously.
All right.
You know,
Let's see.
it's okay.
It's trying to remember the two.
I know. I don't blame you guys. It's like you guys are, this is the Apollo 11 mission. We got to make a filter to reduce the CO2 levels out of what we have right here. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet build. So here's a question: are you guys is the idea of this build to have? I think you have glass panels on there, say, or is it just to leave it without the?
No, so in this design, everything is completely open. In the traditional design of the case, yes, these standoffs do
They
hold
put it in there.
the glass.
Yeah, I agree. I think it will take away from it on there. So for you guys who are in PAX or planning to come to PAX East right here, we have a lot of things going on. So we have a bunch of other systems on the side and display. They are also custom made. Well, they're not what they're custom made, but you can actually buy them. So they're there. We have we have a competition gaming area, and we have a bunch of other stuff. I'm saying like in the back, because our booth is like a long rectangle. So in one corner is us doing the show right here for all of you. And then all the way in the back, so it keeps going that way, we have all the rest of the booth showing everything in there. So, yes, you guys can see it. There it is. That is awesome. Look at that. So many people, and it's just only day one. This is great. So it's been forever since I've been one of these events. It's just great to interact with people again, face to face. I mean, I interacted with her, besides my imaginary friends, but that's another story. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. That, yes, it is a very, actually, no, I'm not gonna, it's a big booth. I don't know if it's the biggest, I don't like to brag, but it's a pretty big booth. It takes quite a few from one corner to the other. But it's a good booth. Some of the games that we have playing is Dying Light, Elden Ring, and there's another one that I'm gonna even try to say the name of it because I completely screw it up. It's something with like Arcade Gaiden, something like that. I apologize. I know I'll get corrected in the chat. Yes, so, woo, there it is, Chippy and the Claw. Oh my God, somebody got one. Nice. Yes.
That's right.
There you go, and we have a winner. Oh, here's another one. Let's check this guy's skills. Let's see if he gets enough skills for the claw machine. And here he goes. Where's he going? Can he do it? Is he going to be able to do it? He's thinking about it. He pressed the button, and it goes for it. Yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, we have another winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Woo! All right.
What do you call it?
I know we can turn.
You know, that is a 12th gen Chippy. I am kidding. His name is Chippy. But he isn't there. All right, let's see what's... Oh, that's me looking at the monitor. See what we're doing. All right, these guys are going on here with their fourth, for those keeping track, with their fourth fitting. I think they got that one completely in there. That is awesome. It is getting there. I mean, I can say it's awesome because I'm looking at it from here, but I'm not going to keep interrupting them. I'm going to let them try to finish this side before we turn it around, and you can actually have a very, very good view of what the whole thing is. All right, let me go and see what are you guys talking about here on the chat. Yes, a claw game that lets you win. Yes. I mean, the idea for us is for everybody to have a Chippy. So we really like it. All right. Let me keep saying what you guys... What is with the case? Well, the case is an in-win case. It's an it's a...
925.
H95?
925.
No, okay.
It's 925.
Yeah. And it's an in-one. It is a very nice case. The back panel or the back end was removed, and it was completely custom made by Ben, which is pretty awesome. Then Tim has been working on all the different things. These guys not only created the tubing and built the tubing, but they also build their own reservoir and distribution center. As you can see here, it's completely custom made. Tim did a great job. I don't know if you can see it anymore, but he built this from stainless steel plate to hold the whole build from there. So he removed this back plate over here and just built from stainless steel, and he polished it so much that it is a mirror. It is beautiful.
Mirror finish, yeah.
Is that a regular buffer?
It's machine. Yeah.
I just wanted to know because maybe I could use that in my head. You know, that shine was great. All right.
Can get this residue up.
So these guys are still, trying to get rid of the residue from the tape, but it's okay. I will help them a little bit over here. Meanwhile, back in the ranch, we'll take a look of the progress so far. As you can see up here, we got 3 tubes, and there's, can I count? 1, 2, 3. Yes, and there's the 4th one in the back, which is the smallest one. So right now, these guys are professionals, and they're make sure they get rid of the residue because they want to be, it's a great looking system in here. All right, so let me see. Looking at the chat right now, that's what I'm making funny noises. No, it is not an espresso machine. It's an inspiration. It's a great, it's a beautiful system. But I can see where you're coming from, but it's okay. It's my espresso machine. Someday. All right, so these guys are here getting the other, probably one complicated more tube that is going to go, if I'm correct, which is rarely, is going to go over 2 other tubes, which is probably one of the complex tubing over it. And it looks like it's coming in rather easy this time around. Just, you see, yeah, it is in there. Boom. How do you like them apples? So tell me about the grip strength that you need for these fittings. It's a joke. I'm kidding. Because it seems like you're good.
The death grip.
Well, the way the tubes are holding from the fittings, there's 2 O-rings in the actual fitting. And so the O-rings help protect from leaking.
Yeah,
so that's why we have to sand down the edges so we don't snag the O-rings.
That makes
that's the front.
that actually makes sense. There you go, guys.
Front
you
is
have
done.
It. Woohoo! That is the front of the system completely being built. That is awesome. All right, now we're gonna go move to the back side.
Complicated side.
All right, so let me look. You guys are doing great. If you need a cheerleader, you got one right here.
I know.
Do it. You can. Just remind me. There we go. So as you can see, it's a beautiful system. It's a beautiful. Just look how you can start getting an idea of how it's going to look just from looking from the front. Like some of you guys have pointed out on the chat, it's a great mixture of colors. That gold with that blue definitely makes it pop. So it is very impressive. All right, right now we're playing with the fittings back there with a couple of tubes to make sure we got that.
Picture on that.
So let me go in and check out how you guys doing in the chat. No. This case is no one's out of their league. If you're starting to build a PC, you start, one baby step at a time, and eventually you graduate to this. So never think that any mod or any build is going to be out of your league. It's just time. It's just time and practice. So you can actually get there. So that's the only thing that you need to do. Put some time into it. All right, guys. So here comes, for you guys who've been asking in the chat over and over, code 6 for our giveaway is PAX EST. Yes, I got that right and didn't screw it up. So code number 6 for our giveaway is PAX EST. So for those keeping track, there you go. Keep on going. All right, now we are hitting all the fitting. So you guys, all right, tell me about the fluid. Oh, that was. Okay. So, all right, so before we ask that question, we're going to go and look at the Art Series mouse pads that we have actually, well, not me, but our whole team have designed. They are pretty awesome. So we're going to take a look at those, and those you can actually purchase in our booth in the back. We have different types of, actually, there's the shot. Oh, look at that. I think there's 20 something. Yeah, something is a number. There's a lot of them back there. And if I was allowed, I will probably get all of them. There's so many cool designs. For you guys who are here and the audience in the front, those pictures, thank you. There are 20 different designs. So for those pictures that are actually you're looking at right now, those are the mouse pads designs that you can actually go to the back and buy them. There is a lot of them that are really, really cool. If it was up to me, it's not up to me. I'm going to get at least 2. There's some that talk to me. There's one that is very old-fashioned that has like this old laptop PC playing Doom just because it brings my good child memory. So that's fun. And there's a lot of great art in there. So that is pretty cool with the mats that we have there. So just make sure you go check them out in the back. They're great. There's 20 different designs. Feel free. They're pretty sweet. There's some great artists all over the world that have come up with these different concepts. So check it out, you guys. It's pretty sweet. All right, back to the game. I mean, the PC build.
Yikes.
So right now we're putting another fitting in the back. Just make sure this guy moves up a little bit. There we go. That is my second contribution to the build. I am part of the team, even though 1/3 of the team didn't get the memo about the looks for the day, but that's okay. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Yes. Yeah, those mouse pads are fire or sick. Insert adjective. They are pretty cool. I like them a lot. Nope. Yep, one more tubing. There's more tubing. Hey guys, we got 2 more over here. All right, so the body count so far on the zip ties is, I think it's 3, right?
Yes, it's 3.
All right.
3
That's how
total.
you know These guys are doing great. So Ben, right now, let's make sure to get the fit in right in there. Make sure that he has the rubber, right? It goes rubber,
the O-ring
fitting. And the reason for the rubber, I'm playing dumb. And the reason for the rubber
is to help with stop with leaks, and then it helps to compress the fitting better.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, nobody likes a leak, especially in something with expensive electronics in it. There you go. He's finally got one side in, and now he's going for the other one. Contribution number 5. We should have a graphic for that. For Alex contributes to the build. Ding, ding. There we go. Almost there. All right. I'm checking over this monitor here is you guys in the stream and checking over the conversation when it's going on. It's a little bit difficult to keep track because I'm trying to do 4 things at a time and I can only do 1, unfortunately.
Robbie said that's way too low.
Yeah, the zip tie count, yes. The zip tie count is a little too low, but that's how you know these guys have planned for this and they're experts and they also have the cable. Well, see, this is how they are cheating, which they're not actually cheating. They have the reservoir pretty much helping them do a bunch of cable management, which I'll turn around in a second. So that helps keep all the cables together. Also, the beautiful cable sleeving that has been done also helps a lot. So that's one of the reasons that...
Yeah, just to have the distro, and that's kind of, like you said, the cable management part. And then having the accurate links without having extensions, it just helps with not having to do.
Oh, they grab.
Nice. That's good. So the only cable management part that you guys foresee, it will be...
It's done.
Boom!
Yeah.
Sorry, Roby. I was hoping for these 3 guys to be used, but I guess all the cable management part that needed to be done was from the...
Well, actually, no, because I think when we do the pump, there'll be... Actually, no, it's already done, see?
Well, yeah,
See?
look at that. maybe the pros only need 3.
Yeah.
All right, so we are making progress here, ladies and gentlemen. We are extending some fittings.
Yeah, fittings.
All right.
I need to grab another one.
So we got one more.
Wait,
I'm going to
yeah,
hide one of these tubes on their arm and
3
see if they can actually figure out what's going on.
3 tubes left.
We're having so much fun, and I don't want these guys to leave with my system. Why are you laughing? Making it sound
I
like it's
appreciate for the live audience for sticking around.
I know. You guys are the real heroes. Yeah. I know we have chairs. It's good too. That helps. Very comfy chairs. They actually are. Those are really nice comfy chairs. And for an event, sorry.
Is your t-shirt like a volunteer exclusive?
That is a good question. Let me figure it out after we're done this, and we can help you out. They're asking about my t-shirt. He wants it to be signed. I know. Bruce Willis stunt double. It happens. Yeah, we have some swag back
Power
here.
cable.
You can go get it, but I'll go look for I'll see if we can get you. Okay, all right. You're welcome.
We had it up here.
I'm just here to help and provide commentary and just the comedic relief. All right. Wow. That is
Pretty complex.
cool. That is pretty impressive.
Guys, the first time I saw him do this live, I was like, there's no way I can do this. There's no way. I'll stick to PETG.
I'll stick to the AIO. You see, there's different levels. All right, I'm going to turn this guy around for the big reveal. Whoa! Oh, no, I know I blew your mind. The audience fell flat on their backs, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we got these guys over here. We had a couple more to go. I see 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and then we have all the ones on the AI, oh my God, I forgot that my brain is not working today. I'm just so excited. All right, so what do you guys go? More pipe?
Now we need
let me
to
turn it
connect
around.
the radiator for the distro to the radiator. That's which
right.
is the ones down here.
The radiator. All right, we're gonna do the radiator here now. All right, let me go check the chat, see how you guys doing. You guys are hanging out there. Yes, they are some comfy chairs that we have here, especially if you've been walking a lot. And this is a pretty big show. I mean, everybody showed up. I showed up. But then again, I'm not everybody. But there's a lot of people here to see. There's so many things. There's pretty amazing. All right. And definitely a chair of walking all day comes in handy. All right. Let's see. We're looking. For liability. So the question was if there's going to be a t-shirt cannon. I thought I had that idea, and my idea was to have a t-shirt cannon and also chippy trebuchet. So that way, when people who are coming down the escalators, who are coming from that side, we could just like line up here and just start like whoever hits everybody in the head. I'm kidding, but that would have been pretty cool. But no, it's like we don't. Yeah. It would have been a little bit of a liability, but it's okay. But that is a good idea, t-shirt cannon.
I think it goes with.
But the problem is if you misfire and you hit like someone else's system, like this system, yeah. So maybe the we'll see. I will keep that in mind. Thanks for the suggestion. All right. So right now they're making sure that the tubing here. Here's another one that looks like this one. Yes, contribution. Yeah, nope, denied.
All right. So, you had a question for me? What did you say?
I said that was my contribution. It's like, did I give you the right one? Like,
You're good.
Oh, the suspense. It's killing me, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the gold wire or the gold wire? Is it the gold tube or the gold tube? We won't know until we fit it in there.
But then this one will go.
There we go. Almost getting it there. Almost get it there.
Because I think this, I think it'll be.
All right, just a little
easier.
reminder for you guys out there
Maybe
for
try
the
to
giveaway.
cut
The code number 6 is PAX East. PAX East. So we've gone through 6 codes. Wow, that's what the number 6 means. I am so smart. SMRT. So keep track for you guys. We'll be refreshing those codes in our chat, in our live chat on Twitch, in our Twitch channel. So that is twitch.tv/Intel. Well, I'm talking to the audience because you guys are already there, so don't mind me. That'll make sense. I don't know how people put up with me, but that's okay. All right. Here. There we go. This looks like a triple surgery bypass, triple heart surgery bypass right now. They are focused. They are very focused.
So when we put this together, we did it without the fans. So now we install the fan so it extends the radiator further in.
Oh.
So now I had to recut some of these tubes.
Yes.
So that's what we're gonna do.
Dun dun dun. So a twist to the plot, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
Here he comes. So here's when we pull out the chainsaw to make sure we cut this tube. So right now he's measuring the tube to make sure that he has the right length, because what happened, as Ben just mentioned a minute ago, I don't want to distract him, so I'll do the commentary, is they did the build, but they didn't have the radiator in there when they did the build. And now that the radiator is in there, it turns out it has shifted the build to your left by a couple of inches or centimeters, depending from where you're watching us. And so now it has to go and reposition or cut again that tube. So it's okay. We got the experience. We got the tools. We're going to be able to do this. So we're laughing because there's this guy on the chat making a lot of comments about working out. So there's a movement on weightlifting called a deadlift, and he's saying that if this will be a good enough system to do a deadlift. You know what? You should come over and try it. Hey, you do like a set of 10, and we'll videotape you. It'll go viral. I bet you it will go viral. All right. Look at that. See, look, he got it. But I didn't see you use the Dremel tool. I feel.
Well, this one
I
I'll
feel
make
cheated.
it work. On the other one, I'm gonna do it.
So that one. Okay. So that one.
This one didn't need to be cut. So
Oh.
we didn't do the Dremel, or he didn't do it.
Oh.
If he cuts it,
Yeah. So he was
Yes.
cutting it. He wasn't it.
Yeah.
Oh, but if he cuts it, he doesn't need to sand it.
no, if he cuts it, then he does need to, because
Oh.
once he cuts it, then the edge is sharp, and he has to.
Okay.
Or-
So he did cut it, right? He cut it over there.
I don't think he cut this one, no. The next one he does have to cut, though.
I can't wait. Here. There we go. You see, that's what I'm here for. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
But it's like Tim said, we got this done in 2 weeks.
Yes. Boom.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks to do all
2
this.
weeks, 3 hours, potato. What's the difference? I don't know why you're complaining, man.
Yeah.
There's no pressure. It's not like you're in live
I know,
stream and
right?
there's an audience in here and everybody's watching and you have like 2,
Well-
4, 5 cameras staring at you, plus the mobile camera, plus everybody's cell phones.
What's pretty crazy about it is after I did the design of the plate, I actually just sit him the size of this, and it's because I'm in San Diego and he's over in
Wait, so-
Texas.
Hold up. So you guys were not together building this?
No, we were together building this. We were not together building this.
All right. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
So you
It's two totally different states, and we collaborated on everything. And then once we got everything done on both sides, then we met and put it together. But
That is even more impressive. He's like, challenge, do a
Yes.
build across the US, but you cannot see each other until all the parts have been completed.
yeah,
That is a lot of coordination, so a lot of coordination, a lot of talking, a lot of discussions, communication.
a lot of sharing pictures back and forth, and
So were your significant others jealous of how much you guys were talking to each other? Or
Pretty
they
much.
started to suspect that it was...
It does get that way. Yeah. My wife was like, "Wait, you're talking to Ben again?"
Is there something I should know about him? Yeah. No, that does. Sorry, we're distracting Ben.
No.
And he's-
So I'm gonna do 245s to extend it further.
So 245. So I think he's talking about the angle. I hope. If not, I just.
So the reason I need 245s because since it got extended further in, the fitting the way originally it was, and now it's further out. So I'm gonna stack 245 to give me some more, so it extends further out, so I can slide the tube in.
Nice.
I don't know.
So that is, you see, that's why you always come prepared, or you come with extra equipment. You can make it ready. You gotta do this on the fly. So now Tim is looking for the extra 245s that we're gonna need, which is a 90-degree angle if you have the 245s. I can do math. Never mind, he's probably not good to put them together. But yes, all right, let's go see what's going on the chat. Everybody's a little quiet. It's okay. Oh no, there we go. There's something going on.
They're right here,
All
Tim.
What?
They're right here.
Oh, they're playing Marco Polo with the fittings. Fish out of water. There we go.
So see if you can find. the
This is what's
extender
going on
with the
in the
silver
back.
one.
Well, or the front,
Then-
or I don't know. You guys choose which one is back at the front. So we have. So this is the. So he was talking about for those guys in the audience, because stream got to see it. This is the one that's going to be changing to 245s to extend it out here,
That's small.
so that I'm not in the way yet.
Where's
So
the
I
back?
forgot which one goes in there. So let's see. Yeah, this camera. I don't know how well it's going to look. So the cool thing is you'll see that there's a tube that comes through here. It goes actually through the plate to this side over here into the reservoir. So that is a pretty sick build, especially with the information that we just got last minute that they didn't see each other until all the parts were completed, which is another level. Yes. So this is pretty sweet. All right. So we have seen where the GPU, the power supply, and the reservoir are. Where does the CPU go? That might be some important part that we need to put in there. You guys.
Where's the CPU?
It's a tough question because the three of us are looking. It's like, oh snap! Did we forget to put the CPU? Where does it go?
It's the CPU is connected.
Yep. So we're gonna put the CPU. I'm trying to figure out which camera. So this one. Oh, sorry. I'll move it over here. There we go. So the
CPU sits here.
Woohoo! We have found the CPU, ladies and gentlemen. It only took 3 of us and 5 minutes. So now here's a follow-up, tougher question. What CPU is it?
It's an Intel 12900K.
Nice. So 12900K. So that guy, the K stands for those who are new. The K stands for that is actually analog lock CPU that you can actually overclock. You can actually play with the frequencies. Depending, you got to play with voltage, frequencies, and also your thermals. And by thermals means the way you keep the CPU cool, refrigerated in there. Your mileage might vary depending on the CPU, case, and everything that I just pretty much talked about a minute ago. So yes, the 12900K is our top CPU on Intel. Well, it's not top, but it's up there because the top one is the KS, the 12900KS. S is for special, special edition, sorry. And the difference between one and the other is between the 12900KS and the 12900K is that the KS is able to reach higher frequencies from out of the box from the factory, and the 12900K is just a little bit lower frequencies on that side. So both are great CPUs that you can do builds. I mean, not only stick to those. There's a whole stack. I mean, there's a whole variation of CPUs that you can go from your Core i3s all the way to the top to the 12900KS, depending on what you're looking for. Oh, yeah. So that is where the CPU goes, and that's where we like it. And I'm glad it only took 3 of us and about 20 seconds to point that out. But the pressure's building, man, and sometimes you're just so focused on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
All right. So actually, I didn't get to see the RAM. How much RAM is in there? So which is
there's 32 gigs of RAM.
Some here. There we go. 32.
Yeah,
32 gigs.
It's ORS 32 gig DDR5 kit.
DDR5. Okay. So So right now we are in a period of transitioning, right, from different type of memories. So right now we're transitioning from by we, I mean the whole industry, all of us, all the customers, from DDR4 to DDR5, which is the newest, latest, and greatest. That provides higher speeds and also, well, eventually, higher speeds and bandwidth. All right. So looking at this, so right now, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Tell me.
Cutting a tube.
He's cutting a tube. Woohoo.
So I'm cutting a tube because the tube's longer than what.
So there's a lot. Oh yeah, because now you have added the 2 extra 45 fittings, so you don't need it to be that long.
Yeah. So now I need to use the Dremel. So you guys' ears.
The Dremel.
Dremel time.
Is it with a D, Alex, not with a T? Dremel. So I'll eventually get it.
I'll do it louder so it's quicker.
So we need if you can face the camera. Well, mostly facing away from me because they don't want me near that. So there we go, on your left. There we go.
Here's good.
Yeah, that one. Yes, your other.
All right, here we go.
Other left. There we go. That looks amazing. You see, that's an expert. Ben also is a dentist by night, so if you guys ever need some work done, Ben will be more than happy to come and help you. I'm kidding. But that sound, those bring memories. There. You what?
Yeah, I just love it because it makes me feel like I'm working with my hands.
There we go. So now we just clean it and we're gonna put it back in there. Let's see what you guys are doing in the chat.
So basically, this is the last tube we have left, and then start filling it up.
Then the scary part of filling the system.
It's not the scary part. It's the suspense part. It's the suspense build part. So this is the last tube that is gonna go in. Drum roll, everybody. There he goes. Oh my God. It's going in. It went in, ladies and gentlemen. He's putting pressure in the tube. It's getting closer. Yes. Oh, he's tightened the knob and yes, sir. It is there. Wow. We got all the tubes in. Yes, sir. With the last twist of the curveball in the last minute. But hey, that's where we have the experts and we're prepared.
So now I give Tim the honor. So the way the distro is designed, there's a fill port on top. So that's where we're actually going to fill it at. So.
All right. So next we do the scary part, the suspense part.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you doing with my water bottle?
I gotta put some Kool-Aid in it.
All right.
There you go, guys.
Oh, this looks really nice.
It looks like if people see this in person, it looks much different than on video or on photo. Like if you see it in person, you see so much dimension on the actual build.
I think it still will look really good on camera and it'll still look like amazing. All right, so now we have
our fill bottle.
Okay, so Tim, we're gonna ask you so can everybody look at this amazing moment that is gonna happen right now. We're gonna ask Tim to do a little bit of an acrobatic and fill it from the front of the desk so everybody can watch it.
Okay.
Yep. So he's gonna be doing it in front, is while trying to keep in equilibrium because there's a big step down on the stage. And we're gonna get there. Okay, it's okay. It will make for a good video. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now he's pouring the blue magic liquid. So what type of what is? Do you guys know what type of ingredient is in there? What is it? Or
Tim might know.
Yeah. So this is EK's transparent fluid. So this is the navy blue color.
Nice. All right. So tell us tips and tricks for those who will be wanting that are open loop curious over here. Like, okay, this is what you're gonna do next. This is how you do. Make sure you don't spray it all over the computer. Kind of type of tip.
Usually, what I do is I fill it just the reservoir first. Make sure that there's no leaks there. And then I give it a quick run through, and assuming that I wait a couple of minutes as the pressure is building up, make sure nothing's leaking, do it again until, because basically, if you're going in a custom loop, guys, you're gonna fill here until it fills the pump. Once this is gone, you have to turn it back on. You're just gonna kind of rinse and repeat until this reservoir stays full, this is the return back into the reservoir here after it goes into the radiator. So as you're going to see, is I'm going to turn it on. It should hopefully go out, come back, and then I'll fill it up again. It'll go back out and kind of rinse and repeat. So
nice. So for the bubble, you're going to see some bubbles, right? Because there's some air in the tubing.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Well, is it? Did you tilt it to get it out, or it doesn't matter? The bubbles are going to come out eventually.
Yeah. So eventually the bubbles should come out by themselves. But depending on how the reservoir is designed, depending on where the reservoir is, and that's where we figure out if it'll take longer or shorter.
Nice. All right. So now the moment that we all been waiting for, woohoo! Filling up the reservoir with the Intel Special Blue Magic liquid. Right now we're trying to make sure that after we fill it up, we have power, and it will turn it on. So the pump goes on and it pumps the liquid all over the different places. So the video card, the CPU, and also the radiator everywhere. So right now, we're making sure everything's right, everything's correct. Because the last thing you want to do is, I'll try to get out of the way. The last thing you want to do is turn this baby on and become a sprinkler. So, but these guys are professionals, and Ben and Tim did a great job with the whole build. So I'm not worried about it. If it was me, that's another story. You see, they're double, triple checking those fittings. All right.
We should be good.
Yeah, we should be good.
There we go.
Tim's nervous.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the tense moment. This is like the last spot in the open.
I don't know if I can do it from this angle.
All right. What? What?
Matt's getting the front.
How do you want to go front? You
You turn.
Huh?
Yeah, like maybe. Hey, look at that! I'm going around. Woo! Oh, I don't think the power cord is gonna. Is it gonna reach? It is gonna reach. Maybe get it through here. Look at me. I am helping. Oh my god! I am definitely part of this build. Oh, I saw some lights come on. Make sure that power supply is off. It's on. Oh, here's a question. Did you guys? Yeah, you guys already connected the headers, right, for the power button?
Yeah.
Okay. Rookie question.
So we're using the power button front straight from the motherboard.
Yeah. So there's no front panel connection.
Yeah, there's no front panel connection, and this motherboard
Has a power on.
has a power on button right here that we will show later, because right now we're connected, so we cannot turn the table. But once a little bit later, we'll show where the power button is. All right.
You want me here?
Yeah, you can come up front here. You can meet me halfway. I'm kidding. Coming over.
Okay.
And yeah, oh, there. I see where that goes.
Yeah.
So so the camera's over there. I know. Oh, just go this way. I'll get out of the way.
Try to go this way.
There we go. So now this is I'm gonna look over here. Nice. Oh my God! It is the Intel Blue Magic Liquid to cool down processors in there.
Let's go, chat. Don't be quiet, chat.
The,
Give some thumbs up, guys.
so we'll keep an eye on it. You can feel the tension building on Tim. 'Cause he's so focused. I need to get this right. I'm not sure why he's using my water bottle to do that, but yeah, whatever helps. There we go. So right now he's making sure he's going to fill it up in, and he's not only going to fill it up the whole reservoir. Then he needs to actually go and turn it on, so it starts moving through the whole system. So right now it's only going to be in the reservoir.
Huh?
So once he turns that baby on,
comes
you're
up.
going to see that liquid go completely whoop, empty it out, and start moving around all over the processor.
Huh?
So right now they're talking about the plan of attack right there.
Because they can't breathe.
You can, maybe it's all the way to the bottom. So
All right, Ben. I think you're just a little bit to this right. There we go. Nice. There we go. So right now, trying to get as much liquid in there as we can before we turn on the system. We turn on the pump, because that pump's going to get it all over the place. You can see the tension right there with the shakiness of Tim. No, I know it's a very tense moment. You can do, and especially when someone that looks like Dr. Evil narrating the build,
the comments.
it makes it even difficult. All right, so now we're ready for our code of our PC giveaway, code number 7. And the code is PC giveaway. I did it backwards. So yes, code number 7 for the PC giveaway is PC giveaway. I know, yeah. This was very difficult to figure it out, the PC codes, but we got it. So PC giveaway, code number 7 for our giveaway. So there you go. I get confused. All right, so now what's going on over here? So yes, we're still filling it up. Now they're having a conversation back and forward, making sure that everything's going well correctly. They're looking, so Ben is looking at the different fittings and playing with the plastic on the power on button because he's so nervous, but it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Yeah. Don't worry.
Ready? I'm ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's about to turn it on, and that is gonna turn on the reservoir. And I'm looking at the camera, the wall over here because I can't go in front and watch. But that liquid is gonna go down once that pump goes in. You can see the fan turning.
The pump connected?
It is turning.
Pump?
Yeah, it went down.
It's on.
Yeah, it went down.
Okay. Yes. All right, so, hey guys, remember, this is not against the clock. It's okay. No, there's not a clock. It's fine. The marathon was on Monday. The marathon had a cutoff time too. We're good here. So there's no pressure. It's just like, I know
No
it's
pressure,
a little
right?
shaky. Yeah, the marathon was on Monday. This is not the marathon. We're building a very complex,
Go ahead.
beautiful system here, so
Ready?
it's okay. We're gonna be okay. Now we turn it on. There we go. We're trying to see how the pump starting to. Yeah, the pump is on. It's starting to move around.
Thank you here. We're in the
They're,
past.
yeah. So now they're looking at what other fittings they need to tighten because they're seeing like, oh, there's a little leak over here, a little leak over there. That's why they're like turning it on and off. You know, finesse. That's how you know. So that's a good tip, right? You don't just want to fill the whole thing up and turn it on. Now you're just trying to make sure that all the fittings and everything's working correctly. All right. All right, so they're cleaning the fittings, tightening the fittings, making sure there's everything right.
Is it leaking from the?
And this scary part is they left me here all alone with the power button.
See if you can screw that. Turn it.
There you go. So sorry, yes. So that's what's going on here in the shot. Making sure that everything's tight. All right, I'm gonna go over the chat, see what's going on. You guys are trying to figure it out which character
Where is it leaking?
on the movies I am. It's okay. It's like it's a mix between a bunch of them. So it's pretty neat. All right.
So,
Hold on.
All right. So we're doing some let it tighten here, over there. So just remember, you guys, the code for the giveaway is the code number 7 for the giveaway is PC giveaway. So that is our code right now. That's code number 7.
We need to
So
take this
those are
off.
going to be
This is-
actually put it up again
In-
on the chat, and I'll quickly go over them for everybody here on the audience. The first one was PC Works. The second one was Mods by Ben. The third one was 12th Gen. Fourth is ours. Fifth is PC Modding. Sixth is
get a new
PAX
a whole new
East.
one, just in case.
And
new
7,
fitting?
the last one we have done so far, is the PC giveaway. So those are the ones that we have so far going on. So Tim, tell me, what's going on, man?
We're looking at putting different fitting on there, just in case. It's actually a little tiny leak from here, so we're
you're
just
just
gonna replace it with a brand new fitting.
So just the fitting, not the whole.
Just the fitting. yes.
Okay. That's
The
good.
compression
All right.
fitting.
So you guys are doing pretty well over here. Making sure that do that replace fitting and that hopefully take care of that little leak that has there. There's not that big of a
Want me to take it out?
issue so far.
It's gonna leak.
Hold on. But fold it over so there's.
All right. Trying to see what's going on over here. Yep. Oh, there we go. I pulled that up. Then we're ready for it. That's why they brought a towel. And then you're ready there.
The fun part. This is the fun part. Can be scared of water.
So, can you guys let us know what you're trying to do here for the audience to know what's
Yeah.
going on?
So there was a little leak, and we tried to tighten it a little bit tighter, but it didn't work. So what we're doing is replacing the whole compression fitting, because maybe it could have had, a faulty O-ring, or maybe we compressed the O-ring too much or something like that. So
Okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna try to make even this more challenging for you guys and turn a little bit the lazy Susan to try to show the guys on all audiences what's going on. So Ben, your camera on your right.
Doesn't work.
Oh.
It's already worn out.
Okay. Okay. So I think Ben just mentioned that one of the fittings was worn out, and that was the reason.
Oh, he was talking about the key.
Oh, this one's worn out. What is?
This is actually for in the compression fittings in the UK. So once you tighten it by hand, you can kind of just give it like a small turn, and this actually fits inside, sort of like this, and then you just turn it
Oh,
I think
that's...
it makes it tighter for you.
Oh, nice. Oh, look at that. I learned something new today. I hope all you guys are learning something new today. Besides that, Ben and Tim like long lungs at the beach. And they talk a lot on the phone. But that's because they were coordinating to make this amazing build across states. So, yeah, it's pretty nice. So now Tim in the back is making sure that all the fittings are tight. Man. And you can tell how sturdy this build is because Ben is putting some muscle into that and is definitely shaking it. So maybe we'll go by what the chat was saying earlier and we do like a deadlift challenge of this. Because it's only like a $10,000 PC. So it's okay if we break it. No, it's not okay.
All right.
Oh,
Round 2.
here we go. Oh my God, all right. Round 2, fight. I'm kidding, turn it on. All right, let's make sure.
Check.
We got all these coordinated, shooting over. So now Tim is back at refilling the reservoir in there. And Ben is sneaking in, trying to get in there, make sure he got the towel. Hey, look, this is me cooperating. Yay. All right, guys. All right, so he's double checking. All right.
You close this one here?
All right. There we go. Coming over, Ben. The view is prettier from here, and you don't want me to turn on the power, so.
Oh, you can turn the power.
Oh. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm here all day. I'm just following on trying to keep up with the dad jokes. Oh, Alex, don't touch the build. All right. We're just waiting for the go-ahead from Tim. He double checks. He looks. He's ready. He looks at the man on the first base.
All right, let's go.
Are you ready?
All right, now they're going to go turn the power button, trying to see that.
All right, it's
There
on.
we go. It is, oh, there. There it is. So now you can see the reservoir is completely, it's going lower, and that's because it's pumping all the liquid through the different tubes, and now Tim has to go quickly and make sure that that reservoir is completely full, so there's no gaps, and try to reduce the amount of air that is on the tubing. So that's why he's going to keep on feeling it. It's more than a feeling. I said I had dad jokes. All right, there it is. Using Alex's water bottle. Oh, feedback. Using Alex's water bottle for.
All right. Try again.
You ready?
Yep.
All right. So we have a good question in here. What about the SSD? Was it already installed or?
Yeah,
yes,
it was
the
already
SSD is already installed.
So yeah, so earlier we did talk about the SSD and how I'll point it later when this guy's done. But yeah, the SSD is here in the back actually, and we already talked about it with having this amazing heatsink in the back. And these guys had already pre-installed it. Let me adjust my mask. Reinstall it in there. Sorry for the microphone. They pre-installed the SSD, which it's here in the back. It's like behind the tubing and the piping. It's around back here, and it's an MW2. Oh, Ben. This guy over here. So, you see, there we go. There, I found a little leak. It just probably needs some stiff tightening, and then we got it there. There. Nice. You just needed some muscle in there.
Yeah.
There we go.
Do they have extra towel?
You know what?
Do they have extra towel?
Sure.
Backstage, you got an extra towel?
Yeah, no, that's fine because we got the camera over here in the back.
No, do they have extra? A paper towel or something?
Oh, paper towels? Yes, we'll get you paper towels in a second. To make sure.
Good.
Yeah, so it's
All right.
it's moving.
Good.
All right,
So we're getting there.
I'll ask Ben to move here for a second.
Okay.
All right.
I think we're ready to go one more time.
Okay. So back here, oh no, we're already back here in the camera. Okay. So we're gonna turn it on again.
Ready?
And we're gonna go power on to get the pump going. All right. Oh, thank you. You see? Handy dandy. I love these guys. These guys are so amazing.
Appreciate it.
Ask and you shall receive.
I know.
As long
I
as
was
it's
looking in
within
front.
our.
Huh?
How's it looking?
All right, so back here is, you see, this is where the video card, the reservoir, and over here, well, behind all the tubing, I don't think you guys can see, is where the SSD is actually located that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago before we found the leak. So now it looks like it just needed a little bit tightening on the fitting. Now we're good. And now Tim is, cranking it up. I think we're already, no, we're not powered on yet, but Tim is putting more of the liquid in there to make sure that we have enough to go around. Yes, so the motherboard, just to remind, so one of the questions in the chat is, could you remind us, Tim or Ben, what type of motherboard is it? I know it's an Aorus, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's an Aorus Z690 Extreme.
Extreme. It is a really, really nice motherboard. All right, so I see that Tim is, did you close it? Ready?
Oh, sorry, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
All right, here we go. One more time. There we go. Oh, it's so pretty.
Okay.
All right, so tell me what you guys.
So far, no leaks, and the GPU is actually starting to get filled, so it's looking good.
So here in the back, this guy's not completely filled, right? But we just have to wait for the rest of the coolant liquid to go through to get there. All right.
It probably won't go all the way to the top because the way it's sitting, we got to shift the case if we want it all the way to the top.
Oh.
But if it sits a year, it's fine.
Okay, that makes sense. So there is a need, because I've seen other builders and they're like start shifting.
Yeah, trying to get their
and that's to try to get that last bubble out. Bubbles. All right. So it's getting there. Yeah, guys, so now it's a little bit more difficult to start turning around the lazy Susan for you guys in the chat and also the audience, so we apologize. And the reason being is right now it is plugged. It's powered on, it's plugged to the wall. So if we turn it around and move it, it's going to get yanked. So just hang on with us while we get this guy going on there. So we're doing pretty well.
Well, we can capture this camera.
Yeah, we have a great camera production team. So
Hold on real quick.
thank you. These are mine. These are my precious.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so we're gonna go power on this baby one more time. Hit me, baby. Oh, there we go.
So right now, Tim's trying to fill up the distro. So once the distro is pretty filled up, and the last tube hits the distro, I think we're pretty much good to go now.
So it's like turn it on, let it go, fill it, power it on, turn it on. Yeah, okay.
Until the last run hits the distro, so the cycles.
Okay,
Yeah.
it cycles all through it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you leave it on, that pump can actually take that whole thing and just like, did you see that level going, and you're like, oh no, get it all in there very quick.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
with pumps like that, you don't want to let it run with no liquid because it can shorten your life of your pump. So that's why we turn it off once the liquid's kind of low and fill it up again and turn it back on because we don't want to ruin the pump because the pump needs liquid in order to kind of
the
longevity as far as the pump itself.
Those are not cheap. So you want to take care as much as you can on your PC, especially all those different pumps. Because if you screw the pump, then you have to take all the liquid out.
Yeah, exactly.
So love your pump.
All right, let's go again.
All right, here we go. All right, now we're just making sure all the fluid gets through it. It's getting there. There we go, slow but surely. On the back here, I'm seeing bubbles coming in and out. All right. So there is a question on the chat that I'll get to this guys in a second.
The water level's way here. So we can only really fill the reservoir halfway.
Now they're strategizing, because that's a proper word, on what's going on over here.
You want me to turn it?
So I'm going to look this way. Hey, that was me.
You turn it this way.
See what they're doing. But you can see here in the back, this is what we're talking about earlier. I was talking with Ben. He's saying that he expects the level of the liquid to go all the way up to here, and that will be okay. But in order to do so, we have to keep pouring more liquid in there, and also we're going to have to do some tilting to get those this pocket of air out in there. So some careful tilting in there to get that. So right now, they're making sure everything's nice and tight up front. They get it in the square there. And then soon enough, we're going to get the go-ahead again to turn on the power on this not motherboard, but on this whole system to make sure that we keep moving that fluid around. There we go. As you can see, it's getting there. There's, you can see more bubbles coming around, and then the idea is to eventually get most of the bubbles out. But
so right now, the reason it's taking much longer because the way the distro is designed, it's more horizontal instead of vertical. So if we tilt the case a little bit more, it'll go much quicker. But at this point, it's taking the safe route. So.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. In most orientations, you would have like a long reservoir, and then your pump would be at the bottom, so you would be able to fill it up more, and it would be a lot faster. But.
Oh, that explains all the reservoirs going.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
why they're up.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So we have a question on the chat. Now that I have you here, Ben, with me. It is any tips or tricks or what? How can you guide someone that is about to start modding? Like, what would you tell them to do? How do you start it? I mean, you started with right off the bat, home run. But what will be your tips that you have learned throughout the last 2-3 years?
I guess from even looking back, I think a lot of it was also don't be scared to share your work, even if you're just starting off. The easiest thing to mod is the case. You can just paint your case. You can just buy paint anywhere, spray paint. So it's start there, then from there you get more interested on customizing your mod, which comes to CNC work or laser work. But I don't know, I always tell people, it's don't be scared to share your work in communities, because the more you share your work in your community, it's people get to know you, and they kind of share each other's tips. Hey, we saw you did this, maybe you can do it this way, we'll help you out even more. So it's more like growing as you continue to share.
Nice. So when you started, where was your place that you first? Sorry. We'll be back after these short power on message. So after you started, when you started, what was the forum or the place that you went and asked?
Yeah.
For?
There's a forum called PPCS, which is by Performance PCs. They have a Facebook group, and I used to post a lot there because that's the only group I ever found in the community. Now there's other groups in different regions, but that's one of the main groups where I found first, which they are US based in Florida, but they're a community store where they sell nothing but water cooling parts. But then it's a good group. It's like those guys, I met them in Dallas at QuakeCon, so we got to know each other even more, and that's how
nice.
A lot of the stuff happened. So
no, that's pretty cool. So yes, guys. So like what Ben said, don't be afraid to share, because it just brings more feedback and improve your craft.
Yeah, exactly. Because now back then it used to be more forum based. There's a lot of forums out there, but people are not into forums anymore. It's more about Facebook groups or Instagram or sometimes Reddit, but Reddit can get lost. But so now it's more just sharing on Facebook groups and of course your Instagram page.
Nice.
Yeah.
So for those guys who are starting, would you recommend to them to start let's start with a once again.
He's let's go.
So you just recommend hey, maybe start just by modding, your first step, maybe mod the case, and then the next step will be okay, maybe not only mod the case but replace something, or what will be a step by step that you think will be a good?
I think the next step is if they're having water cooled a PC before, water cooling a PC helps tremendous when it comes to modding. And of course you may not have a shop or certain tools, but if you get into water cooling, you don't need all those tools. They're pretty much a lot of it's already done. Because even like EK, they sell pre-made distro blocks, so you can actually incorporate that into your build now. So it's like stuff like that. It's if you want to get into the modding community, but you can, like us here, like we have CNCs and lasers.
Yeah.
Not everyone has that, but EK has parts where you can actually put it in your PC and it looks like it's modded. But
So you're saying you don't have to go right off the bat and buy a CNC machine?
exactly.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Those are a little pricey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there are companies right there like EK Water Blocks that actually have all these different options for you to.
Exactly.
If you're interested in open loops to do that.
Yeah.
So that'll be a good stepping stone. Like go there, and then once you have sort of mastered that, maybe now the next step is do your own tubing. And I think Tim is waiting
exactly.
for us to. He's
Sorry.
such a proper, well-educated man.
I didn't want to interrupt you again.
That will be the first person in my life that does not want to interrupt me. All right, let me see what more questions we have.
We are good.
It's looking good.
We're getting return.
Oh, so he says we're getting return on our investment. I'm kidding. We're getting return on the actual full
Yes.
loop. We're actually coming back in. So not the first, but the water is actually making now the completely full loop through the video card,
we need to shift
through
it
the
a little bit more because on
processor,
the
through
GPU
the radiator,
Oh.
through the metal sheet, because these guys are amazing, and back to the pump. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so Ben is just pointing
can
out
shift it
Tim
now.
that we need to
It's
do a
closed.
little tilting, shifting, so we can get
Um,
some of the air pockets out from the back from the video cards. So I
Like
think,
let it run and we just.
so they want to
Hold
shift
on.
it while. Here's the challenge.
Wanna do it?
Shift it while it's still powered on,
Hold on.
because it will that pump going to
not
help
gonna
them get out
too tight.
that air pocket out of
I'm
there.
not gonna be able to shift it.
All right, let me see.
We don't have a longer cord to shift.
So
Too tight.
yeah, maybe let me try to see. Oops. And that's how you start a fire. There we go. That's not that. All right, I am. This is me collaborating for the 5th time. Like I said, now I'm an
think it's
official
number
member
6.
of this build, and I'm just gonna hold this power so they have
Grab
enough
this one?
give.
You should probably get it off there. What do you call it?
Turn this one.
Yeah,
So
but let's get it off
here's
the
when
lazy.
working out pays off. What do you want me to
Get
do?
it off the lazy season probably. is
You want me to
better.
help lift?
Right?
You want to lift it?
Yeah. look.
There we
Hold on.
go.
Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on.
All right, good. Put it down.
Hold on.
So kids, don't
Okay.
try this at home. I'm kidding.
All right.
Oh. All right, so we got a lot of the pocket air, a big chunk of the pocket air pocket out of it. I'm gonna shift it here a little bit so maybe the camera here in the back can show. So before we had like this whole thing with an air pocket. Now we're getting up to here. Ben, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea is to get it all the way up.
Well, right here it's fine as long as you have it return.
Oh, the
Because the
return.
chip sits here, so it's going out like this. So
Okay.
basically, this area here what we need.
Because
But
that-
it looks nicer if it's all filled up.
Okay. So the important part is up to here. Well, the important part is actually getting here because
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
where actually there's making contact with the chip for doing the heat dissipation.
It's a cold plate, yeah, actually the cold plate hitting the chip. But we can always shift it so it's full.
Just for aesthetics. Well, not for
Well,
aesthetics, but for the whole
It helps
functionality.
also to get rid of all your air bubbles as much as possible.
Right.
So nothing gets stuck in the pump
Yes.
long term, you know.
All right, let me go check again Let me check what's going on here on the chat.
Cool.
All right, so
All good.
we're getting there. So coming up next, what's next, guys? So what do we do now?
You want to turn it on?
Oh, sorry. I didn't flick it.
So we're turning it back on again. So now the pumps. Oh, look at that. It's getting there. More bubbles in the back. It reminds me of one of those lava lamps back in the 70s.
So the only way to get it done now is now we got to shift.
Yeah, but it's fine for now.
Or do you want to leave it like that?
Want to shake it again? You move it again.
So guys trying to figure out if you want to leave it like that or you want to. It's up to you guys.
I think we should move it again.
We'll do it one more time.
Yeah, we'll do it one more time.
Tilt it.
Yeah, because
All right, this
a
is
little bit more
me
filled.
holding the power cables. How do you want to tilt it?
Actually, like, let's just show. So basically what we're trying to get out is just the air inside of the GPU. So the air is going to rise to the highest point. And so now there's like air sticking out of here. So as you rotate it, this will fill up with fluid and then force the air pocket out. So that's what we're trying to do right now.
There we go.
So,
All right. So
you guys ready to tilt?
what do you want me to do? Do you want me to do anything?
You tilt it? Okay.
We're tilting it again to try to get more
Keep going.
of that air
More?
out of it.
Put it down.
Okay.
There we go.
Got it.
So,
Still up?
well, it's still this.
Okay.
That was an improvement.
Yeah.
That's good. All right, so now we're gonna get a little bit more juice in there, secret juice. All right. Not the first code word is not banana. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing. Play nice. Plays nice in the chat. Banana is what I have for breakfast.
Intel Kool-Aid. Someone said it's Intel Kool-Aid. So I saw one of the questions there. It asked, how come the pump's not pushing all the liquid in?
Yes.
Like I mentioned before, the way it's designed is designed horizontal, so it's much harder to push everything into. And also the way the pump is sitting, I have the pump, the way the pump is sitting here, you see that actually comes out the pump and goes up. Originally I was going to have it where it's coming down sideways, so it'd be easier, but we decided to go up just to kind of challenge ourselves even more. But we're good.
Cool.
Yes.
You can,
That's it?
yeah.
Turn on.
Oh, they're gonna turn it on. Yes.
How are we looking on that side?
All right. So you said, I think. So, can you remind us again? What was the RAM? You said, I think you mentioned it earlier.
The RAM is OR's DDR5.
DDR5. What's the capacity you have in there right now?
I'm sorry?
How many gigabytes? You know, because it's all about the
32
gigabytes.
32 gigabytes. Yeah.
Gigabytes of flux capacitor. It does look like kind of, well, not quite, but there. So there we go. So now we have a flow going on in there. So these, it's a beautiful masterpiece. I like the look because from this side, we'll eventually get the camera. From this side, sorry, Tim, I think you're in the shot.
Yeah.
On the shot.
shot,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
You're in a shot.
Sorry.
I'm in the shot. I'm in frame.
A shot, yeah. What I like about this, it looks like it's levitating. Like,
Exactly.
yeah, it is. From this side, it's like levitating, like, oh.
It's basically it's a fully custom mod. You know, there's nothing stock to it. We
Yes.
literally change everything.
Everything. So fully custom, just yeah, from this plate here, which makes it amazing, from the back to the
distal
tubing.
block.
Yeah, it's all just. I mean, the whole color scheme, the gold, the gray, the blue, it just makes it pop so amazing. I really like what you guys done. This is amazing, guys.
I appreciate it. It's
Yes.
like we did it, man. We did it in 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, man.
All right. So now we're used to seeing the I/O, so the input/output ports. But where are there in this motherboard? What's the orientation? Because it can throw you off a little bit. So if I wanted to connect it, my keyboard, so where does it go?
Well, we call this more of an inverted layout.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Tim wanted it where he didn't want the motherboard to sit traditional way, so he
Right.
rotated it because he just likes the way the GPU sits down.
Oh, nice.
So that's why he did it that way. But all the ports will go on top and then route to wherever, either back side of it or that way.
Nice. So okay, so the I/O is right up here, and yes, and you guys are completely right. I didn't think of that before, but yeah, the aesthetics of having the video card like that it just completely adds to the build. So it's really nice. So guys, this has been amazing.
Yes.
So I think you guys tell me,
Appreciate
but we were done, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Man, this is great. This has been an amazing build. Is it more amazing that you guys did it across the U.S., talking to each other to the point that your significant others were a little concerned, but then you figured out everything together, and this is a beautiful, beautiful build. I would like to thank Ben and Tim, and thank you very much. Thank you guys. You guys are rock stars.
Thanks.
So, all right, so we're going to go a little bit of going over what we have here. So I think we were able to figure it out. So I'll go this way here first. So first we have here is the power supply that we have here that is an RS, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, is an RS 1200.
Yes, correct.
With an awesome LCD display up here.
Yes.
We have a custom-made reservoir with a pump. The pump is from EK Water Blocks, which is sweet. We have beautiful gold tubing. Yeah. And then on the back here, we have an RTX 3080 from NVIDIA. And we have the processor, Intel Core i9-12900K, which is a sweet, amazing processor. And then we have the Aorus RAM, which is I keep forgetting.
DDR5.
Yeah, thank you. DDR5 for Aorus RAM. And the motherboard is an Aorus Z690 Extreme. Yeah, I asked team like 5 times about that motherboard, and I can't remember.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you guys in the stream for being with us. Stay tuned. There's a lot of more programming coming on. We love you guys in the audience. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Appreciate it, and everybody have a great, great day here at PAX East and at home. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
Enjoy.
Appreciate it, chat.
right, 2-2. We will go into a game 5 here in these grand finals at the International 10. I'm joined by BSJ.
I've spent the last 10 years always being told by doctors, hey, after this next procedure, everything's gonna go back to normal. You're gonna be normal, you're gonna have a normal life. For this, I get tickets, I fly here. I'm gonna finally be able to do one of my greatest passions, which is go to the International, go see Dota 2. It's ecstatic. My name is Dor Shabtai. I go by Kidde online, and I love Dota. I've been playing it for nearly half my life. I was born in Israel. 12 years later, my parents divorced. My mom took me and my sister to America, so we moved there. I lived in Arizona for about 14 years, and last year, on the 1st of January 2020, I did an aliyah back to Israel. I'm living there now, by myself. When I was growing up, caring about your education was super important, so that was essentially my life, and I put a lot of effort into it. Got very good scholarships for school. I was studying to be a mechanical engineer. It was very stressful. I started to notice blood when I would go to the bathroom, and it progressed. And that was essentially the beginning of 10 years of being fairly miserable and in pain. I've been playing Dota since Warcraft 3. At the moment, I'm a 6K MMR on the dot, over 18,000 hours in Dota. 18,000 hours is an obscene amount, and that is not necessarily by choice. I've spent a lot of time in the hospital bed, and when my family wasn't there, when my girlfriend at the time wasn't there, I had Dota, and that kept my mind off of the pain and focused on the game. My girlfriend at the time, Sarah, she got tickets to TI5. I mean, she's like, we're going to Seattle, and you're going to the International. And I was like, what? The experience itself was just amazing. I got to actually hang out with Universe's dad. I met him by complete chance. It was the finals where Universe got the $6 million Echo Slam on Earthshaker at the Roche Pit fight.
Here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dunk! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're going to get one for the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. Can't jump out!
The energy in the arena at the time was just mind-boggling. And the experience as a whole was one of my most memorable. It was the first time in nearly half a decade that I got to feel like a normal person. Your life's not over, the world's not ending. You'll make it through this, and you'll be able to experience more of this in the future. This year's probably the only TI that I'll be able to attend for a very long time. And it's not just happening in Bucharest, it's happening in Arena Națională. We're currently sitting 200 meters away from in my grandparents' home. I don't have the financial stability or capacity to travel and rent out a room in a hotel for a couple of days or weeks and pay for food and all that kind of stuff. This was easily the most fortunate of circumstances.
And I posted a picture saying, the banners are up, it's happening. Literally 18 hours later, I wake up to find out that the event is canceled for the general public. And it just crushed me. I'm just scrolling through Reddit trying to see if there's any other similar reactions, but there was one that caught my eye. It was this event.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the International 10. Team Spirit up against PSG LGD Insania. It's a pleasure to have you by my side once again.
My name is Ivan Perner, but my handle is Chednar. I knew I was going to TI. I didn't hope for it, I knew I was going to it. And then suddenly the news hit me that it was cancelled. Yes, I was like, okay, I'm not gonna give up yet. I decided to make the most out of the situation, make something positive out of it.
I'm Jay, I'm the CEO of OG Esports. And I saw a kid saying, hey, we're putting this together, I'm thinking of doing this. And I messaged him and I said, dude, that's amazing. Yeah, we would love to help you and participate. And obviously we would like to come as well, you know?
OG is my favorite team in Dota 2. When your favorite team contacts you and tells you, I love your idea, I love the initiative, I love the passion behind it, it's amazing.
The song ends, Toronto Tokyo, BKB up, jump over with the remnant, grabs back the Ursa, Arme disappears in a matter of seconds, GQ to fall as well, GG is called, and my goodness, what a buttery smooth start to the grand finals here for Team Spirit.
Now, I love this for exactly what you're doing. You can hear them chant, you can hear small orgs and small teams with no orgs. Having people like this is amazing. For us, I think Dota was a grassroots community, and it started because of it, because fans were very passionate. So shout out to everybody that continued to participate and that loves this game as much as we love it.
We ended up coming here about a week before the main stage game started, and we got it working. Everyone's vaccinated. We're making sure that people show proof of vaccination. At this point, we're just enjoying the finals. The grand finals are currently ongoing. I'm looking forward to getting back in there.
Collapse going to TP out, but it's not going to happen. Collapse will go down, and that fight doesn't work. Toronto Tokyo pulled back in, refraction gone. The chase down happens yet again. Mira hoping to salvage this, but it's not going to happen one by one. All of Spirit go by the wayside. They all fall again as GG is called 23-3. A statement from LGD.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the deciding Game 5 here at the TI-10 Grand Finals. Team Spirit against PSG LGD.
He's going to have to spend gold on games next region.
They're going for him early on here with the three of them. Sleight of Fist comes out as they're looking to turn on the nothing to say. They get him. Jump forward with the remnant. He's looking for more. Toronto Tokyo in with the chains. Onto both Y and Arme. Arme goes down. They can taste the championship. They can taste the money, but the backdoor protection kicks in. The backdoor protection is in. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. But Spirit, they're going to chase on. Slight chase. Arme is gone. Can they stop a PSG LGD? I don't think they can. GQ's got it. It's over. GG. It's over. GG. They've done it. They are done it. Team Spirit. They go into the grand finals. 2 games straight up. They take away from PSG LGD. Game 3, Game 4. PSG LGD, they hit back. But the Game 5, even though they get...
It's not the same from being in a crowd of thousands or tens of thousands. Here, you actually get to make connections with people. So I've met dozens of people that I'm sure that I will play with online very frequently, and I will talk with for years to come. All these other people that are here that essentially I know by name now that I never would have run to these people had I been in the arena. And most people say, I went to TI. It's another story when you say TI was canceled, we still made TI happen. Now that at least in Israel things are slowly opening back up and physically I'm getting a bit better, I thought to myself, well, I'm going to be going around, I'll going to school, and afterwards maybe I'll go over to friends' houses and play with them. I needed something portable because up until now I've literally been lugging around my PC. I looked around and I found the Triton 500 SC. I can run Dota anywhere. Maximum settings, no problems whatsoever. But it's also allowed me a chance to revisit some games that I used to play on my home PC. I reinstalled and I'm thoroughly enjoying all over again Metro Exodus and Doom Eternal and all these kind of games that now I can actually utilize RTX on. Lighting effects and the textures and the reflections on water surfaces, it is just absolutely breathtaking.
Well, you haven't been here since I think that we left to the United States, which was in 2005.
It's a long time ago.
I know. We have pictures somewhere up in the mountain. It was really snowy, and I have pictures of you. You are like all bundled up and barely moving.
What's the movie with the kid?
Christmas Story.
Yeah, Christmas Story, where the little kid is just...
This is one of our traditions. Every year we watch the Christmas Story before Christmas.
Without my family, there's no way that I would be here right now. And also, other than the physical aid, obviously, the mental and emotional support of them just being around me and holding my hand. my mom, my dad, and my step-parents as well, my 2 brothers, my little sister, and obviously my grandparents, of course. There's no one like family that you could do that with. And obviously all my Dota friends as well. You know, even outside of immediate family, these people have spent so much time with me over the last decade, these people that I've met thanks to this game. It was a culmination of all these things that essentially brought me to where I am today. I wouldn't be here without all of these things combined. For the first time in a long time, I feel like a normal, happy, fairly healthy person.
You know, when you're doing the same thing over and over and over, you can't sit around and wait for a spark. But you got to find things that are going to make you constantly inspired and have that passion. You also got to be responsible for your own creative vision, and you have to create that spark yourself. It's such a fun challenge to try to get that vision, what's in your head, onto the final projects. My name is Ron Lee Christensen, Blue Horse Studios. I'm a custom graphics shop here in Vancouver, Washington. Been working with the PC industry and gaming industry for the past 15 years. Excited to be a part of everything that happens within the industry. I got started in PC modding about 15 years ago. I was looking to upgrade my own personal PC because I needed something powerful enough to run like Photoshop and some of my graphics programs. At the time, I didn't really know anything about PCs, how they were built, and I didn't really know anything about what I was doing. And I think I fried my first PC while I was building it, so it kind of forced me to go out and learn. A little spark went off. I'm like, well, I can customize this PC. I can actually paint this. So we're gonna start working on these little inlays, but we wanna really give this a really cool metallic finish. So we're gonna use a little bit of this graphite powder here. And what that's gonna do is kind of give us like a metal surface look. And then once we're done with that, we're gonna take a little bit of gold paint and kind of just go over the top of that, just to give that embossed kind of relief look. So we got about 40 of these that we need to make, and once we're done, it's gonna look exactly like this one. Being a painter and sculptor, I was looking for another way to express myself. I just got tired of working on a 2D surface and incorporating the love for PCs and now artwork and kind of putting those two together. I thought would be like a really cool idea and a fun venture for me to express myself. And then I'm like, what if I document this and just put it like on YouTube? Show all my mistakes and all my successes and just capture everything. And I started my first PC mod, which was a scratch build. And then slowly I started to get sponsorships. The first was MMPC Tech, and then Thermaltake, and Cooler Master, and then NVIDIA and Intel, of course. All right, here at the shop, we do work on a lot of projects that are on strict NDA, and we can't really reveal the full build to you guys until those NDAs are released. But I got a couple projects behind me that I've completed, and they're still in our shop that I would love to share with you guys. First is our Alien build, all Aliens theme. I'm a huge Aliens fan, if you guys don't know. This was on CPU Magazine cover, I believe, in 2016. And then the other one behind me here is the Half-Life Black Mesa. This one I won my first mod contest on at PDX LAN. All this sculpture and stuff is all handcrafted. These are two of my first builds that are still in the shop and that I'll probably never part with. When I started my first project, I never thought it would come all the way around to where it is now. And it's been such an exciting journey. So these files here, we just 3D printed them on our SLA printer. We got several of them here that we need to get painted up. Great thing about SLA printers is that they do print quite a bit quicker than the FDM printers, and the detail is a lot better as well. You don't really get those layer lines. All right, we're gonna start working on a little bit more on the base here. I got a lot of rocks and kind of cobblestone that I still need to create on this base. But I really like styrofoam because it has all this great little detail, and you just roll it right on top of the clay. It gives you all those porous kind of indents that stone naturally has. And voila, we got a little stone path going. I love working with studios that allow you the creative freedom and trust you to just do what you do. They're hiring you for a reason and trust that your creative process. I love to be able to have that creative freedom. The Intel projects that we've been doing on a regular basis, the Fall Guys was a really fun project for Intel. And we teamed up with Tristan Eaton to create these awesome Marvel projects and a couple other ones that are going to be coming up as well. Like those relationships for me and projects like that is definitely why we do it. This is my wife, Debbie. She helps me a lot here at the studio. She's my Pepper Potts. So anything that I need that's on a tight deadline, like a mock-up created, she helps me with. She does all the heavy lifting for the shop.
We met in Computex at Taipei, actually. I'm there for work, and he did an airbrush demo. Yep. And got picked up from the audience, try to do some airbrush. We switched contacts and start talking. Traveled back and forth to Indonesia to see her for 4 years and finally realized this is the one for me and proposed to her in Thailand and got married in Indonesia. And then now I'm here. Yeah, 6 years later. Just right before COVID. Things that my wife and I love to do is just to get to the outdoors, take the dog to the park and take it on a hiking trail. You're working in a busy schedule. It's really important to keep a healthy frame of mind, and my wife and I both love to travel. We love, exploring the world and seeing things. And as being an artist, one of my great inspirations that I get is from being in nature and traveling and experiencing different cultures and different ways of how people live and trying new foods and experiences. Constantly getting inspiration and passion from other things. These last 2 years with the restrictions of COVID, it's been really hard to actually travel or really do anything. So we haven't been able to go to any shows because the shows have been pretty much all canceled. But now that they're starting to come back, really getting excited to be able to take projects back to shows. The best part about the PC mods is not the projects themselves, it's the actual community. Working with the other guys and girls in the community, working with the vendors, hearing their creative ideas for projects that they're thinking about. When I'm working with other creative people like that, just really get my juices going. And to be able to take those projects that you've worked on for a few months or a few weeks or whatever, and sharing them with the community or sharing them at an event, when you don't have those connections, or that's half the fun of doing these projects. We put our heart and soul into the builds. There's no words to describe that feeling when you see somebody so happy about something that you created for them. I don't know, I get a little teary right now thinking about it because that's why we do this. That's why I do it, is because I just love to see the happiness and joy in the people's eyes that we create these projects for. I'm just really, truly honored to be part of this whole process.
Imagine an entire basketball arena, seeing a sold-out stadium, fans from communities coming under one roof. That was my full circle moment right there. For me, just to see the acceleration of how fast that got to where we are today, it was an emotional experience.
Every car ride we would take, he would just be going on and on and on about this hero or that hero or this game and what happened here. And, being older, it was difficult for me to pick up this game. I realized that this was actually something he's going to stick with. I sat down and finally learned how to play Dota.
Hello, I'm Alex Lingle. I'm a technical program manager for Intel's Demo Depot.
My name's Emo. I was a TME technician with the Intel Demo Depot, preparing systems for the international and the top Dota 2 players in the world.
At the heart of Demo Depot is the gaming events that we support, everything from ESL to Dota to Intel Extreme Masters. I mean, that's kind of the biggest part of this is when I was getting interviewed for this, as soon as they mentioned the word gaming, like E3, CES, and things like that, the moment I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is a dream job. And a lot of our folks that work in Demo Depot are also gamers. We also have the same passion to make it happen as well.
Dota has been a part of our life since he was 11. When I started work with the Intel Demo Depot, I started getting exposed to creating systems for esporting events. Getting involved with the International was pretty cool because it brought it home to what we were doing actively at the time.
I started playing in 2014. My dad started playing in 2017.
How long were you harassing me to get started?
From 2014 to 2017.
This is the end.
I'm gonna win the game. I'm gonna win the game.
Nice.
I'm not gonna win the game. Come on, I did great.
You did okay. I'll give you that.
That's my biggest critic.
I'm actually a man of many hats. I help with managing various technical programs, helping with procuring and adopting new technology to create new demos that we showcase. The gaming PCs you see behind me are what goes to a lot of the event. We are in the Technical Marketing Engineer Lab. This is what we call the TME Lab of the Demo Depot. I've got Emo here on my left, and we're gonna go take a look at some Dota. So we're testing the various components of the system, and as you can see here, we're loading into the utility that will access our image database and prepare the image for the Dota International Tournament.
We'll use the watch function within Dota in order to to see what's going on and how the systems are performing. There's any number of live games that can be streamed at any given time, and so since it's kind of hands off, we'll allow that to just run in the background and make sure that the systems are running smoothly and everything's good.
All right, so what you see behind me is a rack full of systems that have just been imaged, and they're all set up, wired to be controlled by one KVM switch. When we're doing mass production, we have a little bit more thorough of a test where we just make sure one last quality check that there's no system issue or hardware issues. The technicians can see what the systems are going to be shipped to, and in this case, they're knowing that they're going to Dota. I'll be excited when I find out that my gaming machines are going to a gaming event in the gamers' hands themselves. And so I take a lot extra care to make sure that they get the best system possible that they can game on.
What I really found interesting when he started showing me Dota was the amount of math he had to do in real time in order to figure out how the different player combinations, item combinations worked and that kind of stuff. And I was like, okay.
I've got all of the Arcanas from every battle pass. So I've got the IO, like companion cube, Earthshaker, the Wraith King one. All of these you can't buy them anymore. Like they're exclusive to the battle passes.
So we have an amazing team of technical marketing engineers that help, vet all the new stuff as it's coming out of the labs. It comes down to, export, compliance, making sure everything is all followed to the T, all the serial numbers. It's a big logistics operation and makes everything go smoothly. You might have stuff that goes from one event to the next event because there's not enough time for it to go all the way back to the United States and then come back. People made fun of me for saying that esports is going to be a thing. That's never going to happen. And that was in 2005. To come on site to an event and see this huge just audience and the diehard fans and everyone in passion, that makes it come full circle. My dream of telling my high school friends that, watch, just wait, someday people will come to these events and they'll come and see just how fun and how cool it is to go on stage and actually go and compete for a game that you're passionate about.
As I was studying how to play Dota, you can always watch live. And so I'd be studying the hero that I was trying to play and trying to learn, and learned how to watch it. Now it's so much more fun to sit back and watch, and I'm really excited actually to watch some Dota this year.
It's no different than going to any other physical sport. The Olympics, for example, that's a big deal. You have the best of the best coming from all over the world, and just to see that go full circle just makes it everything for me to keep, doing what I love to do.
build. I see a lot of, I thought what it was chrome, but I was corrected, but I'll let you guys tell me a little bit about the overall chassis and what you have here, how we're gonna work on this.
Yeah, so I'll kind of talk about, I guess, my part of the build and the things that I designed myself. So this is actually a stainless steel plate. So if you guys look back here, it's a stainless steel plate. The original design of this case has a full cover in the back, and so I designed this stainless steel plate so we could have the motherboard sit at this 90-degree angle. I then designed kind of how the case is fully empty. The case was then custom painted. The stainless steel was then polished, so we gave it this mirror finish. And then I'll let Ben talk about kind of his designs on some of the mods.
Let's talk about the parts. So what parts are you guys actually using to build this system? What do you guys have right now? What do you guys are planning to put it together in there?
So for the motherboard, this is a Z690 Aorus Extreme. Will be how, or the Intel 12900K is housed as the CPU. The RAM is Aorus DDR5. The GPU is a RTX 3080 Ti from Aorus. The PSU, if you guys haven't seen it, it actually sits back here, but it's the brand new Aorus 1200 watt that has the screen on it and shows you your temps and things of that sort. All the water cooling is by EK water blocks, and then the case is actually an InWin 925.
That's awesome. You know, there's a couple of things that I want to point out that, let's turn it around. Oh, here's another pro trip. This is called a lazy Susan. it comes very handy.
Absolutely. So this video kind of shows the process on how I create these custom distribution blocks. And when you create stuff like this, it kind of just gives your build to be more unique. These are channels where the liquid actually goes in and flows into the actual parts. So pretty much it's unlimited as far as design. You know, you can do whatever you want. So, but I just love the way this looks.
It's so clean. It's beautiful. I really like it. It's beautiful. You've been giving lessons on Tim on how to take photography, like what type of camera and all this stuff. Is this just like computer hardware photography?
Pretty much.
Or is Tim starting his own business of, hey, wedding photography?
No, we just like to photograph what we create. You know,
It was one of those things for me where it's one of those things where like you think that you did a good job on something.
Yeah, you're proud of it.
And then you saw what he did, and it was like, wow, like I'm terrible at this.
That's how I feel on my build and when I look at your guys' build. It's like, I'm so proud. Look at it. It looks pretty. The colors. And then I come and see you guys like, and that's how I'm proud of it. So are you guys going to be now the dynamic duo from now on?
Pretty much.
Should I start asking the weird question of who's Batman and who's Nightwing?
I'm definitely Robin and the whole team, so, you know, that's fine.
All right. You heard it here first. Now we know what t-shirts to get you guys for next time. All right, I'm going to do my great contribution to this build, and I'm going to hold down the Lazy Susan. Yes.
So we're going to install.
Now I am part of this amazing build.
Yeah, I don't know if I can.
So the fittings, were they already played it like that, looking like that, or you guys actually did some treatment to them?
Yes, so EK actually came out with their gold line of fittings on their quantum line. So now we have gold 45s, gold 90s, gold torque fittings, and then a few other options.
If you want some bling, they have it. This is the part where it sucks for me because I have big hands and I'm trying to connect these little itty bitty connectors in there, and it's just so difficult to just put it in there and make sure it's connected. And what is this thing?
So this is actually the EKWB PE radiator, which is 40 millimeter thick. And then we have 3 120 EK fans on the front. So this will actually just go in the front of the case.
So this is sorry, go ahead. So nowadays, like, how many builds do you get to do? Like let's say a month, or I don't know. Yeah, because I mean I know it changes. It depends depending on what's going on. Because there are seasons.
Yeah, it kind of depends. I would say about 2 a month. When you're looking at something like this, it's usually a little bit few and far between, just because it's hard to get something like this done. Amazingly so, I think we busted this out in maybe 2 weeks.
These guys are so pro that they're like, oh my God, there's a little speck of residue of the tape that we brought the tubes off. This is not acceptable. Who did this? Out for their head. I'm kidding. We don't condone violence. I'm gonna go peek what else you guys have back here and ask some questions.
Yeah, that's his.
Yeah, what dude is? I can guess, but let me know what this do.
This is actually his pipe bender. I'm not familiar with this exact one, but
so I put you in the spot. I thought it was like a finger trap or something.
Yeah, so basically in a pipe cutter, you would just insert it like so, and once it's in, then you're just kind of doing this, and then you're tightening it, and then it'll actually cut.
There we go. We've been waiting for the Dremel tool is actually being used right now. As you can see, there's enough space between Ben and I. Hey Ben, can you twist a little bit to the left so you can show to the people and keep it further away from me to that camera over there? Yes, they don't trust me near the Dremel tool, so they want you facing that way, not this way.
So when I cut the...
So there's a comment there on the chat saying that, did you, Tim, did you get ripped by doing PC builds with that Lacy Susan? Or wait, by not using a Lacy Susan? Right? Because this whole thing around, or tell us what your secret is.
No, I used to be like super huge into working out. I kind of lost it a while ago after I had a baby. So
yeah, that's kind of a time
had
thing.
A baby and
yeah,
I kind of went by the wayside, but yeah,
it's all good.
I think eventually I'll get back into it.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we got tube number 2 in there. Yes, actually it's number 3 for those who are really keeping count. So we have, so he was talking about, for those guys in the audience, because the stream got to see it, this is the one that's going to be changing to 245s to extend it out here.
That's small.
So that I'm not in the way yet. So I forgot which one goes in there. So let's see, yeah, this camera. I don't know how well it's going to look. So the cool thing is you'll see that there's a tube that comes through here. It goes actually through the plate to this side over here into the reservoir. So that is a pretty sick build, especially with the information that we just got last minute that they didn't see each other until all the parts were completed, which is another level.
So basically what we're trying to get out is just the air inside of the GPU. So the air is going to rise to the highest point, and so now there's like air sticking out of here. So as you rotate it, this will fill up with fluid and then force the air pocket out. So that's what we're trying to do right now.
There we go.
So,
all right. So,
you guys ready to tilt?
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to do anything?
You tilt it? Okay.
We're tilting it again to try to get more.
Keep going.
More of that air out of it.
Put it down.
Okay.
There we go.
Got it. Still on?
Well, it's still this.
Okay.
That was an improvement.
Yeah.
That's good. All right, so now we're gonna get a little bit more juice in there. Secret juice. All right. Not the first code word is not banana. I see what you're doing there. I see what you're doing. Play nice. Plays nice in the chat. Banana is what I have for breakfast.
Intel Kool-Aid. Someone said it's Intel Kool-Aid. So I saw one of the questions there. It asked, how come the pump's not pushing all the liquid in?
Yes,
Like I mentioned before, the way it's designed is designed horizontal. So it's much harder to push everything into, and also the way the pump is sitting. I have the pump. The way the pump is sitting here, you see that actually comes out the pump and goes up. Originally, I was gonna have it where it's coming down sideways, so it'd be easier. But we decided to go up just to kind of challenge ourselves even more. But we're good.
Cool.
Yes.
Right.
That's it?
Yeah.
Carry on.
Walking on the moon. One moment to escape. You're walking on the moon. I've never been. Dance again. All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some level. into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad. off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Lift my feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul.
Well, what do we have here? This is First Touch live from PAX East in Boston. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Of course, it's your host, Dazarin, Roll This, and T-Base. Gentlemen, we're here.
We in Boston. Boston at PAX East? Base, how you doing today, my mans?
Man, it feels like I actually got a real job now. They keep flying me everywhere. They're flying me to LA, they're flying me here. I like it's just, you know, a little bit more complicated than just showing up, waking up, writing a couple notes down, and then being online, you know what I'm saying? So it's different.
No, it's definitely different. Trust and believe it's definitely different. Obviously, we have a crowd here at Boston. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. If you aren't familiar, First Touch is a Rocket League podcast show with a little twist, but we'll get to that once we get into the conversation. Gentlemen, this is our first show back since the Winter Major. Base, I got to go to you because, boy, oh boy, was it a good event.
Listen, man, the Winter Major was a major not only for NA, not only for the debut of FT, it was a major just for Rocket League in general. It was a real nice commemoration, and everybody came together as one in LA. It was a great time, over 5,000 people there, rooting people on, everybody connecting, people you haven't seen in 2+ years, something ever. And now you see them in person, first time ever in your life. It was an amazing event. But I mean, hey, hashtag face number wrong, baby. You already know.
Oh my God.
You already know about that.
Here we
Come
go.
on now.
We were already about to hear that now, but it was a
right.
crazy event. Just after 2 years of not having an actual in-person event, we finally get that spectacular event that was the major.
Right.
Bro, and then you go inside the stadium. It's electrifying as ever, bro. I have never been in something of that sort of atmosphere. That was incredible, but like for the fans, bro, like I keep saying it to this day, man.
Game last night.
What?
It's not the Celtics game last night.
What?
The Celtics game last night.
Oh, yesterday. Oh, yeah, that was crazy. That was actually, I couldn't hear you.
No, but listen, it was hype. I mean, Base was getting hype. I think Base talked about the crowd like 30 different times. He was like, YouTube theater, are you with me? Say YouTube,
Make some noise! That's exactly what's going on.
It was so clean. It was so clean. Let's see, though, where we are in the world's conversation. Things are definitely heating up in terms of, like, the world standings. And I definitely want to be able to, like, kind of talk about that for a bit in terms of, like, where all of our teams and all of the leagues are heating up. Because with the G2 win, I think that puts them at #1 in North America.
Sure does. Hey, who thought that? Me.
Of course, man.
Got a graphic coming up somewhere?
But hey, I mean, NRG right there with them, right? I'm pretty sure it's like
They're
tied.
1
They're
point.
like neck and
I think
neck,
it's
right?
1 point off.
They're both tied.
Yeah, it's like a 1 point difference. I think we have this overall standings graphic for that. But in terms of like where things are, yeah, here we go. This conversation, Bates.
Whoa.
Oh gosh, it's getting crazy.
Goodness, you got FaZe creeping up. They creeping.
So these are standings in North America. G2 1 point above NRG. Now FaZe right there. V1, SSG, Complexity still close, even having a bad winter split for their standards. And Envy made a roster change that we'll get into a little bit later. And Oxygen, I'm sitting on the back end. I don't know necessarily. They would have to have a perfect, actual perfect spring split in order to actually make it all the way for NA. But it's got a lot of good competition at that top side.
I mean, looking at this one too, like you talk about how close Complexity are. I mean, I think one of the things is like gonna be interesting, especially when the spring split starts, is like, will that team necessarily be able to like make a run and try to get like back into this kind of conversation? Because they were super quiet during the winter, and of course, you know, we're gonna talk about like Rostermania here a little bit, but for NA, it's definitely no one's locked in just yet. These positions can move around as much as possible, and Raul, I mean, knowing that no one's safe, knowing the team's made improvements in NA over the winter split, I mean, how do you feel about where we're at right now?
I think there's a lot of teams that can compete, especially at a top 5 level. I think NA, as much as EU personnel likes to say EU is way deeper, I agree, like individual talent, EU might be a little bit deeper, but team-wise, we got 10 solid, maybe even 11 Ghost Gaming right there. But we'll talk about them a little later. Solid 11, 12 roster. Sonics could be a dark horse. Torrent with. There's so many teams here that can. What?
You don't have that.
What are you talking about? Come on, man.
Now all these teams are relevant.
See, right, you'll see the split, bro. You see the split.
All relevant. You got the EU standing? There we go, right there. To EU, you have way more depth.
Oh,
going down.
Wait, who's switching now?
I did switch. No, the way they define W is like they think about all these teams at like the 11 range. Congratulations, Luminosity can compete. Can compete if they're on their best day. But I mean, like, that's irrelevant to me. It's all about the top 6, top 7, the teams that actually can contend for world championship. That's why I define it definitely. That's why I find both regions to be basically similar.
I think, like, for me, you know, when you look at the numbers here, NA's definitely more closer in terms of the points race because, I mean, between Endpoint and EG, like, we're talking about over 500 points there. Like, Evil Genius is going to have to go on a run, and we're going to have to see teams, like, kind of fall off. But also, I think if you notice, there's only those 4 spots for Europe as opposed to the 5 for NA. That's because, as a result of that last Winter Major, EU ended up losing one of those spots, or currently don't have one of those Worlds qualifying spots. Now, they could get those if they do well in the spring and as well as in the spring major. But right now, I mean, you talk about like kind of the race and how close it is, but if they're not doing well in the majors, then we might not see that many teams in the World Championship.
That means they just need to 100% send the best teams to the land, because if they don't, they needed this roster mania that they got in this recent weeks. They needed that, because without that, these rosters, I don't think they're competing at the land. You saw they slumped at this last major land.
You got the next standings? Who's next up? There we go. Sam. Got Sam right here, Furia, Team Secret, Era, your 3 big dogs at the top. Everybody else is just mixing and matching. The screenshot cuts up a little early here because they got a couple Sam teams, more Sam teams here with 0 points. But we'll get to Furia in a second. But Sam really popped off at the major. And that's pretty much all I need to say about that.
I mean, for me, like, I think in terms of like Sam and Furia went on an incredible run in terms of the last major.
Yeah.
We even have clips of those as well for Furia. I mean, those guys popped off. I mean, you saw the head throw. You saw exactly like how those guys were showing up in the group stage. They took down NRG, and they made sure that wasn't a fluke. And they kept things going. So I'm pretty impressed with what we see from Sam, and I definitely want to like see more bigs.
Oh, yeah, we'll get into them a little bit later. Who's next? Okay, got OC, CJ, survived because Ground Zero dropped him. And Ground Zero dropped him. And then KCP, Banana Head, Super Lashy, and Scrub. Them boys play well at the LA Major as well. So they got a couple good teams here. And OC really picked it up. I mean, CJ, he's got to prove it one more time to me. He's got to prove it one more time. I'm always going to hold it for him. Otherwise, he's going to be at the desk with us all the time. So.
It's good to see that there's a little bit of uniqueness now from OCE. They got another team, KCP. Yeah, I feel like OCE has always been like a one-team region for like so long.
Look, we got a KCP fan in the crowd.
Yo, what's good? he's like, yeah,
they pull up everywhere, okay? It was here. They were ready. Now, for me, I definitely want to see if KCP can continue to make that run forward. But I do want to talk about Mena, because that's where we have our next standing graphic is at Mena. I want to pull that up right now. For me, I mean, now we see Falcons. We know that they're qualified. We know that they have a spot, but they didn't show up to the Winter Major. So now that 2 spots that could have gone, or I mean, there's 2 extra spots that could have gone based on their fall performance are now gone, and now they got to do some more work here in the future.
But I feel like a team like Team Falcons, as long as they show up, they're gonna be one of the top teams. They proved it in the fall major. They were top 8. When people had high hopes for them, but not the expectations of making a top 8. And I think that they can do it again. That they are hungry. They're always hungry in that region. They proved it time and time again that region they're showing out for their country.
I mean, they got to show up to show out, though.
But that's kind of facts. I gotta go home.
they got to pull up there. You know what I mean? We didn't see them at all coming in the Winter Major because due to different issues, and that's a whole thing in itself. But for them, now, you know, they don't have any more like room to kind of play with anymore. They got to show up to London. We got to see that team, and we need to see a performance from Middle East so they can get at least back into that world conversation, rep their region better, and then send more teams to the World Championship.
I agree 100%. They got to send more teams to the World Championship. There's no no point. You can't send one team. But even though Team Falcons, they could do it themselves. But like, you gotta send one, more than one.
They got one. Falcons. They'll be there. It's no pressure on Falcons for anything in my opinion. And then lastly, you got Verdi, you got Detonator. What is this, APAC? Yeah. Pretty solid team here. I think Verdi made a roster change. Or Detonator made a roster change. I think Opus is another team member for Opus. But I did get a chance to talk to some of them at the LA Major. They're pretty cool. Had to talk to the translator, of course, but it was really nice. But that's the APAC standings right there.
I mean, seeing APAC North, I know Detonator pulled up, right? Like, they ended up taking that game off phase. Maybe when we get to the spring, maybe we see, that develop a little bit more. And then, who knows, there could be a conversation in terms of Tokyo Verdy versus Detonator moving on into the future. But that being said, they're not the only Asian Pacific team. We got APAC South in terms of, competition there. Because remember, at the end of every split, they all go into a tournament and go head-to-head. So far, APAC North has been winning all of those. But, of course, APAC South you see on the screen right there. And Gladiators they look pretty solid overall. I mean, they've won every regional. But when it comes to playing against APAC North teams, they seem to struggle here a little bit.
Yeah, and they got to beat those North teams in order to make it. So I think replay analysis is going to be huge for these minor regions, especially if they want to make it to a major position. Especially if you're one of these teams, you got to be looking to see what Tokyo Verde is doing or Detonators is doing and how they're managing to beat you almost every time. So that's what I think.
You got the world standings now?
Now we got Sub-Saharan Africa next.
Oh, SSA, my bad.
Because remember, we got to talk about like the whole surrounding conversation right now. And again, it's Bravado, Orlando Pirates still. That's where the situations are going into it because, again, all of these regions are going to be represented in the wild card after the split. So you got to see where everybody's sitting at right now.
Not bad. SSA is one of these regions. Same thing with APAC where they're new. You got to really initiate them to the OCSC and they just got to improve. But it's good to see that they have 17 teams at least for points. That shows that a lot of people are playing in that region. They're all trying to improve. They're all trying to get better. And in the future, maybe even that world potentially they'll be able to pop off.
But next we have the world standard.
There we go.
There you go.
There it is.
So, what are we looking at?
Again, this looks very confusing if you don't know what you're looking at right now. But, of course, you can see NA locking in 2 spots at least and EU locking in 1. Now, remember, the way this works is teams represent themselves and their regions and majors. So the further they go, they're getting points for obviously themselves, but they're also getting those region points. And of course, if you look at it, this is why you don't see 4 or 5 total teams from Europe when you look at the Liquipedia. That's because right now they're sitting at 8th. They're tied, and they gave Sam that spot above them currently based on that performance that we saw from Fury in that last event. So right now, Sam 1 is up there, but things are definitely subject to change. But also, the craziest thing about this is, especially based on the winner, we don't know what direction this is going to go. Especially seeing, like I said, teams like KCP, teams like Renegade start to get better. You're seeing, you can't put too much stock in this, but even Detonator taking a game off phase, it's showing that regions are growing. Overall, everybody's growing. And now going back into it, it's anybody's ball game this split.
No.
Nope.
Stop capping to the people. You're giving the people way too much hope in you.
How's it not
There's only
anybody's ball
4
game?
regions at the moment that have a chance of winning the next major. MENA, NA, EU, and SAM. OCE, not a believer in yet. CJC, where's the camera? CJ, you ain't got it yet. And then also, in Super Last Year, they might be able to pop off a little bit, but they're not there just yet. You gotta give APAC at least a year in All Sets. You don't walk into All Sets, breath smelling like Similac, and then you gotta, besides, if your name's Team Falcons, they're the exception. Besides them, you don't just walk in and you start winning. Same thing with SSA, man. You gotta give them a little bit of time. They gotta learn how to walk.
Okay, when I say anybody's ball game, I mean anybody's ball game. But I'm talking about the NA. We keep yapping about all that all the time, but guess what? There's other teams that are getting better, and they're coming for those spots. It's not safe anymore.
It kind of you want to talk about four regions when only 2 regions have won the last 2 majors. And only 2 regions have consistently been with it, so I'm not even sure about the 4
They're
regions.
the longest standing. First off, I'm gonna stop right there because y'all saw my bracket. Y'all saw my bracket a month ago. G2 was in the finals. Who had them again? SRG, the new Falcons. If Falcons were there, it would have been a completely different story. They would have been calling me a genius, a prophet, even. And they are ready to play right now. They're like an easy top 18, top 7 team in the world. And we haven't even seen them in a while.
See, you said top 7. I didn't hear top 2.
You don't need to be top 2 to win.
I think you do. Like, if my math's correct, I feel like you do need to be like top 2 to win.
No, it's wrong. No. The difference
not
difference between 2 and 3 is not, or 2 and 4 and 2 and 5 is not that great. They're all really close. It's just little margins that separate people. It's about the day, what you've been doing from Wednesday now all the way to Sunday, all those aspects. This is not a big gap between 2 and 7, 1 and 4. They're all like this. Now, we're talking like 1 and 15, we're right here. 15, you're not winning. But top 8, top 7, a lot of teams can win this world championship.
What's a 17 that you think can win a world championship?
The 7?
Yeah.
You want me to list them off right now?
Just a team, just a 17.
The 7th.
The 7th place team, like a 7th place
The
team.
7th. You said
What
a
is the
7
seventh place
can
team?
win. What's a
I got
7?
my top 5 later, so I'll educate you about that.
What?
My top 5s later, I'll educate you about my honorable mentions.
You know what?
I can't
Okay,
score.
we'll get there. We'll get there. Bro. Okay, like we said, it's becoming a global game. You're right. Sam and Mina definitely stepping up. Furia showed out in LA, and I do want to talk about that because, like we said, when we looked at Furia, I mean, again, going back into things, their first day, again, the win against NRG, everybody called it, okay, NRG starts slow. You know, the excuses came out, but they continue to improve off that, and that's really what I want to start talking about.
I just feel like the South American teams, they always come in super hungry, bro. They don't care. They don't care. They play their game, they go on stage, they have fun with it, and they get excited about scoring and about beating their opponent. I feel so many times I watch teams score a goal. Nice shot, bro. Nice shot, bro. Nice shot.
What was that?
Furia scored? Man, they throwing everything, bro. They get into it, man. That's what I like to see, man. It brings the energy of the whole team. The vibe is great. The atmosphere of the team is fantastic. And as a former player, that's exactly what you need, especially to build confidence in each other as a roster. That's how you perform.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. And for me, like, when we move forward in this, I mean, when we go to like London, for example, I think we expect Fury to be there. And do we expect them to kind of build on that performance and what, they finish top 6, or are we expecting a top 4? Like, what's the feel on that?
I say top 6 is kind of, you know, their border right now. I don't really see them being that like consistent enough to. I think they could be a dark horse in any given tournament coming up. I just don't see them being a consistent like breaking the top 4 spot.
You know the highlights. We got highlights for the boys. I don't want to play some no words just yet. I want to celebrate the performance they already had. Oh wait, that's not it. Oh.
There it is.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Look at this. Kyle up high. That's a nice play. Down, Queso, and G2 have perfected that fit. This is probably a top 3 play of the whole entire tournament. People don't understand how hard this is. Do we have a replay for that maybe? Yeah, so he comes up on the left side, switches arrows. He switched from left to right, I think, right there, and then passed to the car. Called J-Navs offline. Easy. Straight down against Queso. That was a big game. Otherwise, it would have got swept.
Good.
Kyle once again. Woo!
Oh, there it is. We need a replacement on that one.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't somebody, I think it was Vatir, he had audio issues after, like, because they Queso played after that, he had audio. They said, oh, I can't hear anything out of this headset.
They broke the headset. It was that impactful. Nah, them boys is crazy, man. You could tell they're just in sync, especially that play you were talking about, that flip reset pass. J-Navs, he was in contestant for being MVP of the major. And he's hitting that on G2? Nah, man, the boys are dangerous, man. They the dark horses.
Yeah, listen, they're the dark horse. They're doing well, and you can see everyone's improving. But I think EU, they took some out of the NA book because we're seeing the roster changes happen. And then we got to go to the next subject, which is the roster mania. If you guys aren't aware, there's a trade window that happens after every major, and boy, oh boy, it got crazy. These are the expected rosters from Europe. I mean, the top one already, that's a lot to talk about in itself. I mean, what was this? 8 changes at the top of Europe. And these names and where they're at, I mean, where should we start?
I'm gonna let Base go, but like, we gotta talk about you brought up that leaderboard where EU lost their spot. This is why the result of that, what we're seeing, they lost their spot. They're like, nah, we gotta make changes. Base, I'm gonna let you talk on that first one, man. Your boy up there joining that monster of a team.
Oh yeah. That guy.
That guy.
that guy right there really won. The Seiko on BDS. I mean, that's the main biggest news here. But there's also other moves that might shake it up. I think personally on Carmi, Noli joining that team is really gonna give them that punch they need potentially. Archie to Endpoint's kind of it's hard to say a downgrade, but it's definitely not an upgrade. Boschfather. And then you got, John said, Exotic and Casio. Exotic's pretty dang good. And I think the most slept on move so far is Radosa move to Vitality. I don't think a lot of people are really pushing them up into that upper echelon. I think they're just thinking they're going to be the same. But Radosa's pretty dang good. He's really talented. And he's going to provide something that Ferry was lacking, aka mechanics at the moment.
Call him out like that. I want to ask you a question. You said Archie's definitely not an upgrade. I feel Seiko's a better player. We all understand that. But I think Endpoint replaced Seiko with the best possible player they did. Get.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that's props to Endpoint to especially get Archie on the, like, out of all the free agents they could have possibly looked for, Archie is the best possible replacement on this board. From my opinion, I think Carmine Court. Something I always lash out on the mentality of that roster, but hopefully I talked to Noli at the major. He seems level-headed and he seems confident. He wants to get back into that top 5 contention that when we had him on First Touch, he was talking about being the top 5 team in the world. So hopefully Astro and Itachi can give him that kind of, like, you know what I'm saying, that upper level of gameplay that they need, because Noli's a dog.
My question is, are Endpoint in trouble? Because I feel like they might be in trouble. They lost Seiko. Yeah, they pick up Archie, but is Archie that guy?
Yeah.
You think so? Just simple, yeah.
I mean, they don't change. They weren't going to win the world championship anyways. And so they still won't win the world championship.
Oh God.
Like, it's not changing.
I thought it was 1 through 7. What happened to 1 through 7?
They're not in the 7, obviously.
They're not in the 7. I mean, they're 4th right now.
4th in EU?
Yeah.
Congratulations. You could be 4th in EU in points and you ain't win the world championship. What's that got to mean? There's other regions. There's MENA, there's SAM, and there's North America, and I even throw in OCA, even though I don't think OCA is going to win, so I guess Endpoint would be a little higher than them. But like,
I was about to tell you, wait, hold on. Put some respect on his name a little bit, but I mean, do you think even with Seiko, like, they would have?
No, nothing was happening right there. Nothing. They were flatlining. They were stuck. That was a great move by Endpoint to let that man go. They probably made a lot of moolah off of him, and then they picked up the best player available.
Best player available, Archie. But they are not. That's crazy that Base is saying that. Endpoint not even with Seiko, no chance.
No, it's obvious.
Dang. Now that's crazy because, like, Fall Major, Endpoint was crazy.
Right.
They just stepped into the scene. Seiko became who he is today, the masterful, mechanical, mind-blowing player that he is today.
He was on top.
Yeah, but, like, you know.
Well, Endpoint was for a bit. Like, they definitely had, like, that stroke, but.
They would need to play perfect in order to win a world championship. It had to be a perfect run. And Seiko was playing the best Rocket League in the world in the fall, and they still didn't win. And Wave was pretty good, too. Pretty great, actually. And then Metzenfield's it. They have a solid roster, but this is different teams. The teams that have a little bit extra spark. That's just me.
Yeah, that is just you. Because I know Stumpy, he's feeling some type of way right now. He's in the chat, he's yelling, he's screaming and kicking. My goodness, I'm glad he's not here right now. I wouldn't be able to deal with the yapping. But I see your point. I see your point overall. that being said, we saw the changes there coming in from Europe, and they're definitely going to be like, I mean, we'll see what they do, but this is North America right here. A little quiet, so to speak, but definitely worth noting some of these. Again, these are expected changes. Not all of these have been announced. The one that has been for sure is Illusion and Hoxer. We've seen those, and Money as well for EU United.
Oh, Illusion. Landlu back. Landlu back. Base, your machine back?
Huh?
No. That's exactly the reaction I was expecting. Huh? The machine where?
No, there's no machine. The machine died. Lucian, I'm happy for him though. That's a move that was necessary in my opinion. We'll get into that a little bit later. Hoxer replaced my big man over here with the big muscles. Money on EU, I think Money might be able to do some damage. I do like how PK picked up GJ Rush, Rapid on Xset, and then Shopify, Shopify. They've been on the downhill ever since Beast Mode left.
I've seen a lot of people in the community like lash out on people discrediting Zanil. I know, I mean, people always ask me about my opinion on Zanil. I think the kid got potential. I always said that. I think he's a little ego for where he's at, but like he's making moves up the board and he's always grinding. So props to him. He's got a potential spot and he could show out right now. Hoxer, my boy, ex-teammate with Hawk, love that man, and no better player to replace me with, huh? So Hoxer and Shock also have previous experience playing together, and I think that watching them in some of the tournaments that have been happening during this little split break, they look like a dangerous roster, honestly. Money, I've always rated that kid super highly. I'm excited to kind of see what T-Base's E United team has to do over there with Money, because that young gun's on the come up as well.
Me too. I think, yeah, these are tough because it doesn't, I'll be honest, besides the Ghost one and maybe Aloe, I don't really see too much shaking in NA. I think like the top teams are the top teams right now, and maybe Ghost might be able to sneak in London. But besides that, I don't think that, anything's changing anymore. Right now, you know, looking at the overall scope of things, we didn't see any changes out from any team that, like, for example, NRG. Like, but they weren't going to do that anyway.
Yeah.
No one was going to expect them to do that. So for me, I think like right now we're here where we are, but of course, got to get the opinion here because these are the expected changes. Best and worst changes. We'll start with the best, and we'll go with the worst. I'm going to say best right now, obviously, BDS picking up Seiko.
Yep, BDS. I don't have anything else.
That's the best. It's hands down the best. You pick up the top 3 player in the region onto a top 2 team in the region. Top 1. Like, yeah, it is by far the best.
Okay, now what about worst?
Ooh. Let me see. Maybe like
No, worse is tough.
You got Gil. Gil picked up Dorito. CRR and Dorito had that previous connection, but like Gil was on the come up already. So I think Gil might be the worst move. Gil, they were irrelevant, and then they started making it come back, right, with CRR, Noli, and Devo, and then they make a move. That makes no sense. Makes no sense, and I think it could destroy them.
Probably Semper.
Semper?
Had to let go of Archie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably Semper, because you're downgraded, in theory. Because Archie's the top 5 player in the EU. It's going to be hard to replicate that, but they might pop off some.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to definitely go with that one. We have some roster media clips that we want to get to, so we want to be able to show you guys those. Can we roll those? While we wait on those to come in, definitely want to agree with Exotic here. I think Exotic's a good player, but you're replacing Archie. And those are some big shoes to step in. This is Radosin carrying it all the way downfield. My God, just to set up Williams for an easy. That's an easy one-tap goal from Prime. I mean, when you have a player like that, this could potentially have a big impact on Vitality. Him being able to create opportunities with those mechanics that you mentioned. Who else we got? Who's next?
Oh, you got a boy Seiko.
Ugh.
Right, expect that high-level gameplay from Seiko every single time. There's that boy right there, Archie. I feel like for Semper, Archie did everything, man. He was offense, defense, Noli. Yes, sir. That double tap, he's kind of nasty. Expect big things from him. What happened?
No, I said he got max. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah,
Look at him with the double. CRR, look, he didn't have faith. He was up right behind him. He said, oh, I got no. He said, no, I got it. So definitely some solid changes. But of course, like we said, our best one, which is the one we want to get into next, is that BDS team. No loan. It's not like the endpoint Archie. This is a trade that has happened. Seiko on Team BDS. And boy, oh boy, this is looking scary. Look at that. Here we go. We're getting into it.
Oh, these are fall major clips right here. This one here is the best in the world argument, man. Look at that double touch.
You didn't even have the face cam.
So
man.
simple.
It's all
One
gameplay.
touch off seal. One down, arrow. Side flip, arrow again.
Get the ball to Seiko. Let him work. Every time, all day. Look, Mesa, it's like, yo, you got it. Of course I do. So high, man. The kid's so mechanical. He's such a great talent. Had such a breakout, just like Justin did back when he was on the come up. Seiko's a top 3 talent in Europe now. Soft tap, flip reset, over 1, over 2. Let me follow it through. Sheesh.
That's a bad man.
That is a bad man. Yo.
Archie? Ooh.
Can't beat me.
Gotta hit those.
Don't whiff that. That's automatic.
Now, listen, this is crazy as well because, again, BDS won the fall major with Mark by 8. They go into the winter major. They don't do so well in groups. I remember that game where they lost to G2 and it was a game 5 overtime. Crazy. I think somebody was shaking. I think you were shaking. We used that clip of you shaking. You were like, oh my God. But like, all that happened. BDS go into the lower bracket. They get perfect sweat by FaZe. And it's like, normally if it's online, you can kind of see how things are going on. We had a little bit of a more interesting perspective from seeing them because we were at the event after they lost and we got to talk to them a little bit. But for them to just completely put Mark in the sub role and like, after a performance like this, instead of sticking it out with him and picking up Seiko, it's a bold move. I mean, it's a good, overall, like, it's a good move. I just feel for Mark here a little bit because you go and you win a major with this team, you got one bad performance, and then now your season is pretty much over.
I don't want to talk prematurely, but I feel like they've been waiting for this. Like, they were waiting for Mark to mess up. Try to replace him with somebody from the French nationality and get the 3 ball players moving. And I guess no better player to do it with than Seiko. But I do feel bad for Mark because Mark is like I feel like he's so undervalued. To be able to be on a top team consistently for an entire year as a player and creating offense that the way Mark did, he was disrupting defenses. You can't take that away from him. Now he has to sit on a bench for how long? Until the end of his contract or until somebody buys him out. And that's a terrible situation to be in, especially if you're trying to get on another team to compete. You still want to compete. Mark he deserved to be on a top 10 team, in my opinion. He's on BDS.
He's getting paid. He's getting paid money. He's getting paid.
Like how much money? Is it worth it?
I think it's a starter salary.
I don't think do you know how much subs get paid?
So I think he's getting paid starter salary.
Oh.
But that don't matter. This could harm his legacy. This could harm his chances on being another team. He's taking an entire split off.
Okay, yeah, which is probably best for him rather than just hopping on the team and being stuck or immediately having bad results.
How is that best for him?
Because if he were to leave BDS, who are arguably a top 3 team in the world, and then he goes to a guild and then they don't perform, now that's a double whammy because you already got dropped off of BDS. You got people because his own teammates didn't think he was good enough. And then from there you went and joined somebody who not only speaks your language well, but then or fluent in your language, but then also is a team that you chose and then the results don't pick up. That's a double whammy. That harms his career way more than him just waiting out, working on the mechanics and everything else, still getting paid bread, still gonna have a chance to get the world championship tag, which he will have earned because he's already played 2 splits with them. He set them up in his position with the points that they have, and then his finish off with Seiko. This is the best bet for him to be.
I don't know if I agree with that. Just because simply if you look at it like, now he's not going to be playing in competition. He's not going to have reps. And then when it's time for him to go on reps, how many days, how many months are going to go by since he last played the game on a team? But then you don't even know, no one's going to know because then they're taking a risk because they don't know how good he is. If he's playing on another team, he can at least show up and perform. If the team doesn't do well, if he's performing, then that's not on him. Look at Seiko and Endpoint.
That's not how it works. Bro, if your team's playing bad but you're performing, what do people say about you?
They gonna call you bad.
Thank you.
No,
thank you. It don't matter. What?
That's the
What
chance
are
that
people do? Unless your name is like Monkey Moon or something like that, if your team isn't balling out, they will call you bad. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. You can average 550 to 1.2.
We literally are just talking about them picking up Seiko when Endpoint weren't performing. But Seiko was performing.
Seiko's different, though. He's on the next tier. Mark ain't on that tier with them.
We won't know because he ain't playing.
I do know. I just saw him on BDS for a whole year and a half. He's not as good as Monkey Moon.
He wasn't the worst player on the team, no. You even said it yourself back in the past. You thought Mark was better than Extra.
They like really similar.
Okay.
What? Mark's one of the best strikers in the game, bro. And I've always said that. I'm never gonna back off of that. But it's acting like he's like a Monkey Moon or something like that. No. If your team, that's just the way Rocket League works, man. If your team isn't performing,
but he was on a team that was performing.
Exactly.
BDS was
and they
one of the
still want to
best.
get rid of him.
Mark has to be like an outstanding talent, like the Archie, like a Seiko, like even a Monkey Moon. I feel like he'd be on a team by himself, and people would still be like, "Yo, Monkey Moon's the best player in the world." Things like that. I do agree with Bates. I don't think Mark is that player to be that superstar talent, but I just don't think that it's helpful for him to sit back.
Fairy doing the same thing.
Huh?
Fairy doing the same thing.
But Fairy might not even find a spot after this.
You don't know that. I think that's a new player. That's months off from competing where you could actually take your time away from focusing on 3v3 Rocket League and then you go work on your individual mechanics.
But that's your mindset. Who says Mark isn't having a different sort of mindset about
and Mark Mab, when he's still getting paid bread, he still has a chance to win the World Championship tag, and his stock is still really high because there's going to be plenty of people, plenty of buyers, plenty of bidders out there wanting Mark by 8 on the team, whether or not BDS does good or not. Mark by 8 stock is not moving. It's not. It's not moving.
Yeah, I hope so, man. I want to see Mark on a different team competing against BDS. Imagine that sort of script. BDS versus Mark, and Mark beats him.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, that wouldn't happen now, though. With Seiko?
With Seiko? No, it's not possible.
I'll agree with you on that. But that being said, they pick up Seiko now, and I'm starting to get deja vu. I'm starting to get flashbacks from FaZe when they picked up Sip. But I feel like this is even more pressure on BDS now because now you picked up Bates says that he's one of, if not the best player in Europe in terms of individual talent. Now, with that being said, okay, is BDS what's that level? Like they have to top 2 win the next major? Like what's the pressure point for them?
Win the World Championship? What? There's no doubt about that, bro. You go pick up Seiko. First off, who's the best player in the EU for you? I heard you might have down here, bro. He said Monkey Moon? Oh, okay, you said Monkey Moon. You said, okay, so you got Monkey Moon, the best player in Europe. What's Seiko at? Top 3?
Top 3 probably, yeah.
You guys picked up a top 3 player. And what's Extra in that? Top 15 EU?
I'll say Extra probably like top 10, top 12.
Top 10, top 12. If you don't go and win this World Championship, man. I don't even want to. It's World Championship or bust. That's what that is, bro. That's like when the Warriors went and picked up KD. You better win. You better win. You better win. Otherwise, I'm looking at everybody different. Monkey Moon, I don't care what your numbers look like, they're irrelevant. Seiko, I need you to be balling every single time. Y'all can speak all French. Every single facet that they want to see has been checked. All the boxes are checked off. If they don't win the World Championship, it's a failure. It's simple and plain. I don't think there's any argument in that. Is it not?
Is it not arguable?
I can't even argue against it. If they don't win, it's kind of a
Is it not a failure?
Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I don't think it's arguable. I think like you said, Seiko, everybody knew how good he was. No to really debate on his individual skill. And then when you join a team like this, this move is supposed to elevate things. And I think that how do you elevate a team that, won the last major, dominated online? You got to win the world championship. Like that's just out of the discussion.
Now that's the pressure on them. But I actually do have an argument now that I think about it.
What?
You got to win a world championship, right? What about your go-to?
Time out. That has nothing to do with anybody else.
That's the world championship, though.
No, it has nothing to do with anybody else. We're talking about BDS. BDS's own pressure, their own mantra. When they show up to practice, they have to win.
That's their goal.
That should be their goal. The world championship failure.
I feel like a lot of teams got that.
No. A lot of people have that, but it's not realistic. Theirs is realistic. They make that move. You get rid of Mark when you were the best team in EU for a whole year. Even when Vitality beat them, they were still the best team in EU. They just lost that day. And then going into the season, still the best team in EU. Solidified that again by winning the fall major. The man was MVP. You get rid of him after finishing, top 8, top 12 or whatever at the major. You pick up one of the best in the world. They're looking for the world championship, man. It's world championship failure. And that's just simple and plain. It has nothing to do with any other teams. No, other teams can knock them off, but BDS makes that move thinking this is what's going to up us above everybody else.
I agree.
All right, the pressure's on. We'll see. We'll see how things happen. Remember, the spring split is going to be starting up pretty soon.
I know the chat agrees with me.
Huh?
I know the chat agrees with me.
Hey, they might be agreeing with you. But chat, of course, let us know what you think. That being said, we got to go to our next topic, which is the bench warmers. Because Mark Baye isn't the only player that was on the bench row or is put in that sub spot, so to speak. You got Turbo and you got Ferry, who are also joining Mark Baye in that substitution role. So for our next topic here, I mean, when you see these players like Turbo Pulsar, like Fairy Peak, like Mark Baye on the bench, I mean, it's tough. It's tough out here.
It's tough. They got to take an entire split off. Hey, you hope that like when they come out of the split that they have some sort of value left to them. I know like Turbo and Fairy, those are old guard players, championships or champions in their own respectful rights, and definitely respect to them. But I mean, at a certain point, teams are gonna stop looking at them. To Bates' credit on the last segment, Mark is gonna be the only player I feel like out of them 3 specific players that are gonna have some sort of value.
No, I think Ferry gets a shot.
You think?
I think they're all gonna have a shot, whether or not it's earned or not.
Whether it's earned or not, you said?
Yeah, they're all gonna. They're all big names. Now, their name carries in Rocket League, unfortunately. for some of these young guns, they get outshone by people who have results. But I think Mark's fine. I don't think he moves. I think Ferry's gonna improve, and Turbo could improve too. He could.
You think Turbo might move back?
Huh?
Turbo might move back across the pond?
I don't know, man. See, listen, man. Maybe this is my way I was raised, man. But listen, you at the top, and it's been downhill. You played with NRG. You had Justin and Garrett G. You got in the World Championship. They could have won without you. But after that, the next season said, Toodaloo, we don't need you anymore. We don't need you anymore. He went and picked up Squishy. This is literally 4 months later. I don't know whether that's off of work ethic, desire to be great, team comms, yada, yada, yada. They said, we don't want you anymore. So they got rid of him. So then he goes and plays with Envy.
Right.
Missed an Atomic. You already saw what Atomic did the moment he left. And I'm pretty sure once my boy Costello, if he ever gets off Envy, or if Envy ever decides to improve the roster again, even though that's cuts for an entirely different another day. I don't even know what Envy wants to do. They Atomic automatically just goes and wins. And I think a miss is worth the lead. Imagine a miss on the fades. I think they're winning. I think they're going to be pretty close to winning again. So, I don't know. So then the outlier is Turbo. Once again. And now he's gotten benched for Lucian. Like Lucy said, I'm gonna take the coach's spot. I'm gonna move up on the starting spot. That's just embarrassing.
He said, okay, I've identified the problem. Now I'm going in. If y'all can't do it, I'm gonna do it myself.
Right, man. So I mean, I don't know. It's all about work ethic for me. I don't know all those variables that go in the back, but all I know is that Turbo's be spending. I be seeing Turbo on Twitter tweeting at me more he'd be playing the game. That's embarrassing. Stop tweeting that base. Stop tweeting that base and go play the dang game, Turbo. Go play the game.
Like that's what they need to do in this offseason. If they want looks, you need to stay
They're gonna get
on
looks
the game.
regardless.
Well, what does this mean for them? Like the legacy, the 4-time, or Fairy Pete being a former world champion, even Mark who, won that last major. Obviously, you think Mark stock's not going down, but what about the other two? What about Fairy and Turbo? I mean, this is going to be, they're not playing in the spring split, not going to play in the world championship, and then we see what happens afterwards. So, I mean, from now, we're looking at like.
What does it mean for you?
Like me?
Yep, you.
I haven't thought about this.
Right. No, for me, I think. Oh, I see what you're doing there. Well, for me, I think.
I'm doing something?
I don't know, because Turbo, does the stock though go down?
He's taking too long, bro. What's the
I gotta think about it. This is hard.
I'm gonna let you think.
Yeah.
I feel like the legacy, it is what it is, right? Like at the end of the day, your legacy
what it
stops. Like
No,
your
legacy
legacy,
is
your
internal.
legacy, huh?
The legacy is what people talk about after you're gone. That's your legacy.
Exactly. And what is a fact is that they're both champions. So if their careers were to stop today because they can't find no more teams, even though Bay said they're gonna get looks, whatever, they're champions. And you can't take that away from them. So that's their legacy. Now
That's their legacy?
Huh?
That they're champions?
Are you a champion? You can't say that. That's the legacy.
Time out.
That's a legacy.
Time out.
What's up?
That's a completely that's not even an analogous argument. Where did you brought that from left field? Where did that come from?
bro.
I'm talking about Turbo, Mesa, and Fairy Pete. Turbo's legacy is that he's a champion?
4-time.
What? Say it again.
What?
Say it again.
4-time.
4-time? And what did they associate with that 4-time?
You said what do they associate?
What do they associate 4-time with?
4-time world championship winner.
Yeah.
What do people call Michael Jordan, man?
The greatest of all time.
The GOAT. There we go. Turbo's legacy is the GOAT. Not being no champion.
You don't even believe that.
Because he ain't the GOAT.
So what are you bringing that for? Nobody even said that.
That's because I've always been there. I've always let all y'all know. Like, Bates been trying to tell y'all, that man ain't the GOAT. Man is not the GOAT. Rock Lee doesn't have a GOAT right now. It's not there. A lot of people try to just give it a Turbo because he's winning. Yeah. I don't want to hear all that. Just because you're winning a world championship that happens 2 times a year and you're on the greatest team of all time does not mean that you deserve to be the GOAT. I was a team before its time. Now, I'm just going to say the legacy changes because now more people are going to come into Bates' camp. I'm going to have a person over here, a person over here, and we're all seeing Kumbaya because we're all saying, well, Turbo's got to go. And then maybe people won't call me crazy. That's the legacy change.
That's your legacy. That's not his.
That's it. No, that's his legacy. He ain't the GOAT.
He said, you know what Turbo's legacy is? People joining my camp.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here. One guy with a banner behind me saying Bates never wrong. That's Turbo's
sounds like a good legacy for Turbo.
You can't be the GOAT if you get dropped off every single roster you're on, man. You ain't the GOAT.
I don't even know if he's called himself the GOAT.
Yeah.
I don't even know that.
You don't think that man don't think he a GOAT?
I didn't say that. I just said I don't know if he's called himself.
I doubt that man don't think he the GOAT, man. Everybody got an ego. He got 4 rings. If I have 4 rings, I might think I'm the GOAT. Whether or not
you definitely think you're the GOAT. It wouldn't matter. If you was in his position, you'd be like, man, my team's messing up. It's not me, it's them. I don't know what else I could do.
Maybe that's why he's so mad at Bates. That's why he be tweeting at you, because he do believe he the GOAT, and you don't think he is.
Nope, sure don't. And then also with Fairy Pete, Johnny and plenty of people said that he's one of the greatest, if not the greatest, ones players of all time. I think that gets changed just off of there's people better and they're just going naturally. Right. Once it's more definitive, it's more defined, there's less team. There's no team variable. It's just you. So really, it's just about how much you win and what you do on the field, rather than a team accomplishment. So I think that just changed over time. So I don't really think Fairy's. Fairy's just always gonna be a legend. They're both gonna be legends, but Turbo was the GOAT. For a lot of people, I think that narrative's going to change in the future.
Over time, I can agree with that. I think it's like, it's going to go down to like your accomplishments as a player over the period of time that you played. Not in terms of like more than that. But I see where he's talking about, people do think Turbo's a go. Like, we've had that conversation on this stream before. So for the future of things, like as time passes, as things start to fall out, that's going to be different. Now,
You still been thinking, man.
Still thinking.
What? No. That was my answer.
Go.
My answer was what?
Michael Jordan, the GOAT, no question. Turbo Folkson, not the GOAT.
Oh, I thought you was pointing at your shoes.
I was.
Oh.
Jordans.
Yeah, same.
The GOAT.
That's right.
Wow.
Hide the shoes.
Oh, yep, hide those.
Not the GOAT.
It's your turn.
Nope.
They had me in LA. It's your
Question.
turn now. Huh?
He answered the question.
Oh, the question for me, what does this mean for the legacies? I feel like they definitely need some time. I don't think it changes anything yet. I think if this leads into a retirement and we see Turbo retire, then the legacy switches out. But as long as they still are playing and they're still competing, I think that we just got to kind of wait and see for them.
Okay.
Okay, but that being said, they're still on the bench right now. And this leads to the next point here, because we brought it up a couple times. They're not going to play for months right now. And we don't even know if this is what they want to do, talking about for all of them. The question here is, even though that they are in a bench spot and they may not want to be in one, that's what's in their contract. That's what the org decided to do. Should players have more roster security and being able to decide what to do when a team doesn't want them anymore?
But I feel like that's just all on a contract. Like, you got to sign with your agent. Like, your agent got to make sure he's taking care of you and add those certain clauses that if your team doesn't want you no more, like, at the end of the day, it's what's in your contract, and that's what the orgs are going to follow. So, you sign the papers.
Yeah, but it wasn't a contract, but the org doesn't want this X clause in the contract, and it's either you sign what we're giving you or you're not going on the team, then it doesn't matter what your agent does. Like, dude, that goes into a lot of facets, but we're talking about specifically players' rights, in my opinion, in terms of, it even says on the screen, Nolan learned that he was getting kicked from Shift RL, brought to you by Jay and Achilles over there in the fan area, and he learned that through Achilles.
Yeah, that's different. That's way different.
Yeah,
I don't think that should ever happen.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about, though. Should players have more roster security? Because you shouldn't be learning about that from a news reporter.
Yeah.
That also that goes into how much power that player should have over the roster in general right now. 'Cause that's what a lot of people don't understand. So let me educate everybody. Come back around Bates Circle. What I'm saying is the way player, and Raul, you can touch on it, and Damar, you know too. The way this works now is that the players control the roster. I don't think the organizations have too much say. Do they have much say?
No, not really.
No, not really. The players going to determine, and I can guarantee you that Noli being off the team is because CRR wanted his boy.
Wanted his boy. But that's the craziest thing, is that I've heard that CR and Dorito hate each other.
Nah, it's cap. That's whoever's telling you that lied. Because clearly Dorito just joined the team. You don't pick up somebody that you hate. That's been a duo. CRR wanted his boy. Somebody was going to take the fall. And that's just what it is. That was just a player decision for no reason. And they are picking up. The organization, in my opinion, needs to have a little bit more control over the rosters in general. And so, like, the player can at least have security. Because Gil, they're on the uptick. They're on the incline. I saw Noli at LA. He's feeling good. He's having a good time. He's saying, yeah, man, I'm more motivated than ever now. Had to learn, had to grow as an individual. I was talking too much trash. And then it came and bite me in the mouth. Had to go back down, get back in the slums, get back in my grind, get my feet wet. and now he's on the uptick, and then he comes back, and he's off the team.
Yeah.
And the organization should say no. It's the same thing for Mark, in my opinion. You should, even the organization be like, no, Mark's earned this. We're going to finish it off. We're going to finish it off for Mark right here. That's in my estimation. That's just the way, I think that's just better as a player, especially on your good team, because all that emotion on Mark's face, especially when they lost, when he was crying and stuff, he knew. He knew back in fall. If they didn't win in fall, he gone. The moment they lost, he gone. And that's nothing to do with it. I mean, like, sure, his play isn't as good as Seiko. He's not as good as Seiko. But in order for just, like, out of respect for him, the work he's put in and deference to him, you got to at least let him finish the season. And that's why organization needs to come and say, no Mokimu, no extra. Mark's still playing. No CR. We might pick up the Dorito after. No, he's been grinding. We're going to give him respect, and we're going to give him a chance. Because you're dealing with people's livelihoods, their contracts, everything else in between. You got to give them that little bit, in my estimation.
See, the thing about Rocket League is that it's 3 people, right? So, like, we could compare it to all the other sports and
It's
like
more than 3 people.
NBA, NFL. Huh?
You got a coach, you got a GM, you got sports psychologists, you got a whole organization.
Yeah, but there's a reason, and I'll bring up this example. Queso was so successful because those 3 players were so in sync with one another. And that's what I think teams are trying to do. So, like, if you have one person that you're not, meshing well with on the field as well as you think you could have in another person, that's when players try to replace that certain person to make an improvement on the team. I do agree that, like, orgs should have maybe, like, a little bit more say, but the orgs don't have, like, talent scouts. They don't know who's good. That's why you listen to the players, because the players know who is good and who can make an improvement on the roster for the organization. That's why the orgs listen to the players.
Initially, yeah.
Yeah.
Initially, but after you see the results happen on the field, I think the organization should step in.
The org should step in.
Yeah.
And then like, keep a player stay put. Like, if they want to make a move, they're like, nah, you're not making a move.
Yeah, like Mark shouldn't have been. I think that should stop by BDS. You wait.
Or at least, like, help them find a home. Like, if
like
they
a
are
trade
gonna,
or
like,
something.
you know what I mean? Like, hey, yeah, we see that this is a spot for you. What do you want to do? Give them options. Because it's just it's so fragile sometimes. Like, you could be in that position where, you are market. Like, I didn't know that he was making a starter salary until T-Bates told me. What if he wasn't?
I think he's making starter salary. If he's making starter salary, that's the least they could do in order to make him somewhat comfortable. Because you got that conversation of picking up Seiko makes the team better, but then you also have, it's like 2 ends of making the team better or giving respect to the player who's been here for a year plus, giving us these results and even putting us in this position. Yeah. And I think you just give him that. I think I would lean more so for that. That's me. That's it. But I think organizations should really step in to stop those type of moves, at least for the end of the season. I mean, it's just out of respect. Now, to your point about the players know more, I think initially forming a roster, yes. But after you've been on the screen, you've been winning everything, you just won Fall Major MVP, organization should know about you at that point. Yeah. So, I mean, you ain't going nowhere.
You got, like, no excuse as an org, like, to at least find a home or keep them on the roster. But, I don't know. That's just so different.
That being said, it's different because that's on an org by org basis, right? BDS, I like from the other games and kind of if you know a little bit on the inside, BDS should be able to do those things. But there may be other orgs who aren't able to financially do that for their players. That becomes something in its own right. But then the question is, okay, like, what do you do when you have those options, so to speak? Like, for Envy, they didn't pick up anybody. They didn't try to buy out anybody. They just moved their coach in because they
did try to pick up people. They tried to get Mark.
Oh, well, they didn't.
They didn't, though.
Right.
That was last second, though.
It's always last second with Envy.
What? Oh, you saying it always is last second?
Yeah.
It was last second when they let go of Atomic. Don't get me started on that again. Don't get me started on that Atomic nonsense the MVP doing. I don't know.
Yeah, so for me, I'm like, if you're making these changes, or at this point, though, I will say, on last point on Envy, they've been in the scene long enough to know how roster changes work. Like, they should be on top of this stuff. But that being said, that is what it is. In terms of vitality, seeing them make moves, that's cool. But real quick, though, I want to give a shout out to my boy J-Ski. He's in the audience right now. He helps make some of the graphics for First Touch. And, of course, he's, behind the scenes with Shift. We don't get to know unless we talk to that boy right there. So big shout out to Jay.
Look at Jay. Looks so happy. He's also right next to Grant. Hey, Grant.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, Jay helps the show run, so.
Yeah, so those are kind of like the changes right now, and I want to see how, these players, like how Mark, how Ferry, how Turbo, how they all move in the future because, after this split, it's pretty much going to be like off-season for any teams that aren't going to the World Championship, and we dive into all that as it is, and who knows, that'll be crazy as is, but Bates, you got something for us.
We got the Bates top 5 coming up?
Yeah,
Sure,
right.
dude. Well, come on. Let's just roll the Bates top 5. Hashtag Bates never wrong. Woo! Ready. Give me that number 5 face. Want to know why face is better? Because they're the more consistent team. Top 4 back in the room with Land Lucia and then with Sip. Come on now, that's a guarantee. That's like 2 top 4s. I think you deserve to be in the top 5 discussion. Obviously, they still haven't hit that point where they want to be because they want to be winning and they're not. But they're there. SSG doesn't make this list because you just now. Nobody even really expected SSG to make the run that they did, but they popped off, they balled out, but you're not good enough just yet. I got to see a little bit more from the boys from SSG in order to make that top 5 list. Roll number 4. Who's number 4?
What you got?
Boom, bada bing, the General NRG at 4. The General NRG at 4. Listen, the Babbler. You might even be surprised by this. But let me wait, you're not surprised. Oh, you're burying your eyebrows.
No, wow, I am surprised.
Okay, I'm going to educate you. Second at the fall major. How many? They're always at the top and competing for every single regional. Besides losing that, D1 won the 3rd regional. Who won the second? Was it NRG who won the second?
No, I thought, did G2 win the second?
G2 didn't win a region. NRG won, and G2 didn't win a region. NRG, the winter major, G2 didn't win. I think NRG won that. And who won the first one? NRG did again. They beat SSG in the final, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So you're always at the top. You're always, they're consistent. Of course, they finally got slapped in the mouth. It was about time. They needed to get slapped in the mouth. And my gosh, people like you and James Bob were just letting them straight by, acting like they were the greatest team of all time. And they weren't practicing, they weren't hustling, and they didn't deserve to be winning. They kept getting lucky. But they're still good enough to be top 4. Roll to number 3.
I don't want to hear that.
Who's number 3 on this list? Team Queso.
That's unbelievable.
Team Queso sitting at number 3. Yeah, they're sitting at number 3. For what? What? Where were they in the fall? Nowhere to be found. I couldn't find Team Queso.
I didn't see him either.
Exactly, but the winter they started balling out. Started balling out, making finals of every single regional. Then they proved it on land that they're just as good, making that lower bracket run. They're sitting at number 3. I'll have to see a little bit more in order for them to crack this top 2, though. A lot of people just wanted to kind of just like put them on a throne or something because that loser bracket run, but if it wasn't a loser bracket run because you didn't finish the job. You gotta finish the job in order for it to be a true loser bracket run. That of a 3rd best team in the world. Rule number 2 now. Team BDS.
What?
Oh, God.
No, this
Team
God. He's doing too much.
What? You have the best player in the world, and then you also have behind him the top 5 player in the world, arguably the 2nd best player in the world. Hello? And Actor's your 3rd best player. Other than my top 5, you're not talking yet. I'm just kidding. You're done. You're done and you're done. BDS, best player in the world, arguably. You got the top 5 player, top 3 player in the world, arguably. You have extra. They were the best team arguably in the world for a whole year and a half. They won the fall major with Mark. They just improved. They pick up Seiko up at endpoint, who a lot of people were saying endpoint were even relevant because of Seiko himself. He's now with BDS. He's now with Monkey Moon. They're the 2nd best team in the world.
In the world. My only argument
and then where's my number 1? We have clips of number 1.
You're about to see some blasphemy on this screen.
Who's number 1?
Put it on.
No.
That's crazy.
No. Roll the clips for G2, the best team in the world. Bring it in NA.
You're wrong for this.
Bring it in NA. Look at North America. She's shining. The Winter Major champions, G2 versus Queso. Now start off the party early. Game 7 double. And all of a sudden, look at Queso, look at shaking. You're not good enough. That's what Atomic buy one. Yo. Hey, that's the reason they're best in the world right now, because they picked up this young man. Look at this. Off the corner, drift. Oh, delayed flip. Can anybody do this? I've never seen it before.
That's not a good
was original.
goal.
I've never seen that. Top jump. Queso, put a hand up. Put a hand up, please. Off the ceiling, the creativity. Nap, sniper, top right. Oh my gosh, and then this is one of the greatest plays I've ever seen. 1, 2, 3, make it 4. Can I get a 5th? Air bomb, please. 6. Dunk, it's in your net. In your net. I've never seen a play that great. When the money's on the line, when you need it the most, Atomic said, here, I'm gonna win the MVP right here, right now. And Chicago, Atomic, and JNaps are the best team in the world, and they're not moving. Let me get this off. Oh no.
Don't break it.
There we go. Where's the camera at? Where's the camera at? The G2 Army. That's all I gotta say. That's Base's top 5.
That was a terrible top 5.
That's Base's top 5, baby.
Absolutely
G2. Put it on my shoulder.
Absolutely insanity.
Put it on my shoulder. What's the thoughts?
What's
the thoughts?
Terrible.
I'm done.
He said G2. Look. He mentioned all them teams, and then goes, G2's the best team in the world right now. You got energy on that list. They didn't even make it to the stage. How are they even in top 5 if you say G2 the best team in the world right now?
Why is he talking about the general like that?
Huh? But listen, hey, I gotta make an argument. Anyway, answer me. What? Your argument is invalid for that top 5 because on your number 1 team you're saying they're the best team in the world right now, and then you got NRG on that list who didn't even make the stage.
They lost to Queso.
Huh?
Lost to Queso in 5.
They lost. Yeah,
Queso's number 3 in the list.
Word that I heard right there. They lost.
They lost to the 3rd best team in 5.
Okay, so you have them in front of FaZe who plays 4th?
Why am I being bullied?
That's because FaZe didn't have to play Queso in that spot.
So because they play Queso is why they're in top 5.
Let's pump the brakes for a second.
They didn't make the main
If NRG
stage.
beat Queso in that game 5, how far you think NRG's going to Bapford?
If they beat, they're going pretty far. I ain't gonna lie.
They're going pretty far. Where are they going?
They probably going. I'll put them in the fight. That's the general. I think the general.
You know what you was doing asking him. Where are they going?
Nobody's
The NRG
beating them.
stand.
If
The
they
NRG
beat
stand.
Queso, nobody else is beating them. He tried to misdirect you and it worked.
Yeah,
Because
look at him,
nobody
bro.
beat
He
the
think he's
general if
slick,
they beat
bro.
Queso.
You can't see my face, so you don't know what I'm thinking. You don't know what I'm thinking. I'm pretty serious right now, actually. I'm pretty serious. Where do you think NRG's going?
Man, they look sloppy the whole week. I don't think they're making it too far.
Queso looks sloppy up until when they start balling on stage.
Okay, yeah, they were feeding off the energy. But you said it yourself.
What?
The energy had the most pressure
To
at
make
that
it
land,
to the stage.
right?
To make it to the stage.
Oh,
The
to make it
pressure's
to the
off
stage.
on
So
Sunday.
once they got to the stage, it would have been chilling.
They would have been balling.
I mean, yeah.
What?
Let's
You
be
gonna
real.
say yeah regardless, though.
That
Because
crowd
that's
was
the
loud
point.
for SSG, bro. The NRG
You
to
saw
everybody
how
else
SSG
fan,
did
everybody's
with
NRG
there.
fans. Everybody's NRG fans. And you think NRG didn't have that crowd behind them? That
You
place
saw
would
all
have
them
been erupting
NRG
the
fans
whole
in that
time.
stadium. They were there. They was like, I guess I'm
And
an
why we
SSG
acting,
fan now.
why we acting like NRG weren't points-wise? 'Cause I still had G2 above me personally. But points-wise, the NRG was the best team in the A. And they just finished second at full major. Why would they not be in the top 5?
I'm telling you, if
Because
they would have
didn't
won
make
that
the
game, if they
stage.
would have won that series
You
against
got
Queso, they win
G2
it.
jumped. I don't know how far G2 just jumped on that list, because I guarantee you
I had
last
him at number
minute,
2.
G2's not on
I
that
had him at
list.
number 2. On this show, I had him at number 2. I had BDS 1.
Before the split. When they picked up
Before
Atomic.
the split. No, not before the split.
So when they
Before
picked
the
up
split, no.
Atomic, they were
Before the
top
split,
2.
before the split, I still had them 2. I had NRG 1, G2 2.
Okay. All right.
G2's not moving.
Okay.
They moved up. They moved
Okay.
up. I just got to see Atomic on
I
G2,
gotta
and
fact
after
check.
that, yeah,
I'm coming in heavy next time, bro. Like, I'm bringing all
what
the
would your top
stats, bro.
5
I'm
be?
gonna catch you
Real,
slipping.
bro.
What?
What would your top 5 be?
Huh?
What's your top 5? If NRG's
Bro,
out,
I'm not the one with the list. You see Roll this list right there? Roll this top 5? Nah.
Okay.
We talking
We-
about you.
we need to
and
roll
me
this
and another
top
yeah,
five.
but yeah, what's your top 5 then? Put you on the spot.
That's not important.
No, it is important because you said NRG's not on it.
No.
Y'all want to hear? You want to hear roll this top 5? Rome said he wants to hear roll this top 5. What is your
I
top
wanna
5?
hear it.
What is your top 5?
Look at
Jay, you
Rome
want to hear
listening.
roll
Rome,
this
don't
top
listen.
5? Grant, you want to hear roll this top 5? They all want to hear your top 5.
Bro.
Give them your top 5.
Bro.
Chat wants to hear your top 5 too.
You
I just
can't
read
hear
the chat.
chat.
I just read the chat. They want to hear your top 5 too. What's your top 5?
Bro,
Where's
what's over
NRG
there,
at?
bro?
Where's NRG?
Huh?
Who's your top 5?
Bro, why am I on the spot like this?
Because you're saying NRG's not top 5. I didn't know.
All right.
He's choking.
If I had a
got-
top 5, I'd put the general at 2.
What's your top 5?
I have BDS 1, NRG 2. Ooh, wait, hold up. I forgot about G2.
You should probably start from
G2
5.
3.
G2 3?
G2 3.
Keep going. Please finish.
Queso 4. And who would I put at 5?
5 stuff.
Yeah, 5 is tough.
5 stuff. I was thinking about putting the Falcons. But that's in my honorable mentions. And in a second, I'll give you all my top 7-ish, top 8 teams I think will win World Championship. Falcons are really close, but I just haven't seen Khaled play with them at the major. So I probably put them 6 to 8.
Yeah, because my opinion is I think the General are bouncing back. I think that, like you said, they got slapped. I think they're pushing back. I think they're dominating the split.
Okay, so he has BDS, NRG, G2 cases. Your list is terrible. All right. What is your list?
Bruh. BDS.
1.
1.
Queso 2, I'm assuming. Please say it. Please tell me. It's in your head. I just picked it from your brain. I know who you want to put number 2. I know you too well. Say it. Say it.
Relax.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, G2. G2, number 2 best team, you know. And number 3, I got G2, you know what I'm saying? Number 4, G2 as well. And then number 5, NRG.
He ain't about that smoke. He ain't about the smoke. I understand. It's fine. That's fine.
Smoke?
I just want to let everybody know. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Who's still looking at me? There's one of these cameras.
Goodness,
There's the camera. Let me make that very clear. Roll did.
I had the most
was about to put
list on
Queso above G2 when Queso lost to G2.
That's crazy.
That makes
I
sense.
just tried to make an argument that NRG lost, and you want to put them in your top 5.
They lost to Queso, who's above them. Makes sense, right? And all fact checks.
Is this based on the season or the split?
The season. Like right now.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't agree with it. Because the season, NRG's had a better season.
No, like right now. If you had to pick your top 5, which is based off the whole entire award.
Oh, we picking it right now?
Yeah, your top 5 teams.
Oh, simple. BDS, Queso.
Give my damn jersey back.
You see it on the floor right there? That's exactly where it belongs. BDS, Queso, G2, I'm up in FaZe. FaZe is a consistent top 14. Wow. And NRG, there you go. NRG number 5. They just slide in, you feel me?
What?
You see where this jersey's at though? Where the cam at?
The
Let
cam
me pick
can't
it up
get the
for you.
jersey.
Hold on.
Give my jersey back.
He said, "Give my jersey back."
Right there on the floor.
Give my jersey.
I'll get your jersey, baby.
Thank you. Give me my damn jersey.
I get jersey.
Anyway, that's my top 5. Chat, if you agree with Bates about the top 5, it's pretty simple. I mean, it's inarguable in my position. And then also, since you were very curious about Bates' top 8, top 7 teams that can win the World Championship, I got those 5. I got Falcons. This is in no order. Falcons could win the World Championship. I think Furia could win the World Championship. I think Dig could win the World Championship.
Dig?
Who? Dig?
Dignitas. I think, what? Dignitas.
I know, we heard you, but
Yeah, we heard you.
Dignitas could win the World Championship.
That's crazy.
And SSG could win the World Championship.
So that's like 9.
That's 9.
Yeah,
and
that's 9.
then if you really want to get picky, teams that don't necessarily have to play on their best day but could improve this split, and then that might change it, SSG would join that conversation.
I would say V1.
And I was going to say V1, and then last but not least, so it's actually like 12. V1, and then probably, I don't know, I want to say Vitality, just because Alpha 54 is so good.
Wait, did I hear Furia at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
Furia was his 7.
Furia, yeah.
Well, technically, it's not
it's no
in
order, but
yeah,
Furia
him after Falcons.
Yeah, I think there's like 10 legit teams that can probably win the World Championship. You want to screw it out, probably 12 to 14. I think there's a gap between like 1 and 8 are really similar. 9 to 14 are a little bit lower. And then after that, it's just, you have to be in your best day, and that's just not something I can rely on.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think it's like 1 through 4. 1 through 4 are the top teams, and the rest is like they trying to get in there.
That didn't make any sense. Because you probably didn't even have SSG making it that far. SSG could have won that tournament.
They didn't.
They could have, though. That's the point. They could have won the tournament.
Anybody in that tournament could
remember,
have won.
That's not true. That and they ain't winning that tournament.
Obviously, and the SSG is not true either.
SSG was like goal line from Game 7 OT. Remember the Rise said?
Yeah, Game 7.
Yeah. Lower bracket finals.
Lower bracket final.
They would have been in the grand finals.
You think they were being G2?
No.
Exactly, so they couldn't have won it.
But time out. That's because I don't think they would have been able to GT. Could they have beat them? Yes.
Huh?
Yes, they could have beat them. They would have the crowd behind them and everything else. Yes. Especially with the way they play on land, bumping, demo, being aggravated, and then you got that young
You're just
buck.
saying this to say this, bro.
No. I think that's an argument. I think, like, if you look at the players who have been in a grand final position and even coaching with Chrome, Safiu, there's an argument there for SSG. They might be even more prepared for that than G2 are. I don't know if they would. I don't think they would win because of bracket reset and length of play. I think they would get tired. They run out of energy, and G2 will win. But I think there was an argument.
Yes. The G2 will be the favorite, but SSG could win. I think there's distinctions. SSG could win, G2's the favorite. Now, if you put, say, Renegades in there, they're not winning. G2's the favorite, and CJ ain't winning. CJ gonna be sitting right next to me on my left. CJ's gonna be right next to my left, and he's gonna be talking all this nonsense in my ear about Furia. But that's just where he's gonna be. We'll be there both Sunday. Both on Sunday. We'll both be sat there. He'll be talking to me. He won't be playing. Renegades have no shot. 0. Sorry.
Poor CJ, bro. My man's going through it every day. Okay, we got to transition to another world championship coming up, the first of its kind. That CRL, Collegiate Rocket League Worlds, is coming up, and we have 10 schools who have punched their ticket to Dallas. We're waiting on a few more with last chance qualifiers, things like that, but CRL's happening, Europe's coming to Dallas, and we're gonna see how they stand up. Boys, Bates, you think Europe's ready?
I don't know, man. Listen.
Whoa.
What the heck? Did I just hear somebody call me?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
I don't know what the heck that is. Anyways, I felt a presence from the sky. Oh, that was a little weird. I'm a little tripped up right now. I was watching EURC final, right?
Yeah.
Portsmouth. I don't want to butcher the European universities' names. And then also you have Berlin. They are both two really good teams, and the EU had a couple other good teams. Obviously, I got to do more research on it, but I did sit there and watch that whole entire Sunday and a good part of Saturday, and they have some good players. They're not bad. They have Psycho. I believe he's the person who created the Psycho shot. I think he plays for Portsmouth.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. They're not as good content-wise. They had a couple good questions at EURC, and the players just wouldn't bite. They're doing too proper. They're like Stumpy. Actually, no, more like Johnny and Cole. Just really, really proper, trying to avoid the highlights. Not Johnny anymore, just Cole. Cole and Greg.
Just Cole.
Cole and Greg. But they're pretty good. Are they good enough to be the Columbias, the Northwoods? Potentially. They would have a chance. But just based off of how Psycho, I believe, was answering the post-game interview after he beat Berlin, who have won every EURC so far. Psycho basically said, "Oh no, we're getting a free trip to Dallas. That's good for us." That type of attitude, you ain't got a shot. Actually, that's just pathetic. You're on the main stage. You're playing a world championship, the first ever collegiate world championship, and you just happy to be there. Nah, you're gonna get stomped. Because the North American teams won. Like,
You cannot be happy to be here. You need to show up.
No, you can be happy, but you also need to be ready to play. Otherwise, you'll keep your behind over there, because you're just going to get slapped. Then you just happen to hop on a flight and come to Dallas?
Maybe he's a dog, though. Think about it this way. Like I said, maybe he's a dog. Like, think about it this way. Like, Tristan, remember when Tristan did interviews? Tristan come in the interview. Yo, Tristan, how was that game? Yeah, it was really good, man.
But you could tell Tristan won it. Tristan would always say, "Yeah, man, I'm just gonna do a double reset on him. Double reset, do a little monkey in there."
He was.
I'm just the best. Shout out to the world.
Shout out to the world.
Yeah, but then Psycho was like, I can't do British accents, but Psycho was out there just saying, It's happy to happen, man. I mean, it is what it is. Do we have a graphic of all the qualified teams? I don't know about.
No, we
We don't. Okay. But yeah, so 4 teams from there. You got Pat's team that qualified. That's the Lawnmowers from also Europe. And
I think the only notable players I saw from Europe, and I didn't see everybody play, but I just tuned in once and I saw like Tigray and Nagflo playing together.
Both on Berlin.
I was like, oh wait, that's interesting. Huh?
They lost. The Psycho in them.
Yeah, but they still qualified.
Yes, they did. They've won everything though. They've won every single EURC. Like ever.
So I mean that team, it'll be interesting to see because they're gonna be going up against your boy Lion Blazing them.
Yeah, Lion's always confident. He's always confident. And if what Bates saying is true, and them boys is like they coming over here, they just happy to be here. Lion always want to win everything.
Lion want to win.
Yeah, Lion want to win. So
Lion said some great interviews. He been talking to trash. He said he ain't worried about nobody. He said he ain't worried about anybody. That's all I gotta say. So
did LSU make it?
Not yet. Tigers will be there soon. Tigers will be there soon. Don't worry about LSU. Don't worry about LSU.
I'm just trying to hear Brian yap. That's all I want to see. Because Brian do a lot of yapping, but I need to see him.
Yeah, Kalichi needs to see Brian yap. That's necessary.
Yeah, I want to see it on the field. Like him there. I want to just see LSU there. Brian
He'll Jackson. be there. Don't have to worry about that. There's an LCQ.
Yeah, that's true.
And the EURC has 2 more spots, LCQ, this weekend on the stream for everybody who's trying to watch that.
Yeah, true. And then I know Level Next is going on. It was yesterday and I think today. And then I'll be there with them next week.
Right.
And then the top 4 from that also go to Last Chance Qualifier.
The North American Last Chance Qualifier, which is, I think, like May 5th or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know the date.
I think that's like May 4th, May 5th. Somebody fact check me, though. Look at who has it. Based on it.
So, yeah, with that and EURC, LCQ happening this weekend, it's a lot of stuff going on for CRL Worlds. And, I mean, when we get there, it's going to be exciting. But, yeah, Bass is pointing to me because we got something pretty cool.
I think it's a good thing we can end off on.
We're doing First Shot Show. I mean, you see Bass with the merch. That jersey is not the only thing that we got with us. We actually got some merch right behind our chairs. Let's show the crowd real quick. Look at that. Ooh, winter major merchandise on merch.bento.gg. Hold on. I have to stand up. Hold on. I got you. Ooh, there you go.
I didn't know I had one back here.
So all this is coming out. We got some with us, in case you want to see. I like the hoodie Bass got over there. It's looking clean.
Boys, pretty clean.
What are you thinking?
Pretty clean.
I'm trying to show off this pink. This pink is amazing.
You already know. Look at that.
New merch. Ooh, it's something I'm be ripping me.
That John.
You already know that. This thing, John. This fire.
I need one of
I'm a hoodie
those.
guy.
That's
so
fire.
I'm a hoodie guy all the way. It's nice. It's clean. ROCS merch coming out. Bleep is dropping now or something like that. It's fresh.
Yeah, I think so.
Fresh. You want to
If
go
it's
catch
not
that?
out, it'll be out real soon.
I don't know the
Well, of
website.
course, we got it with us right now because you know we have to get the exclusive.
Yeah, I gotta cop me a couple of these. Cause this John cold. It's just calm too. I like that one. Bass got. I like.
Oh yeah, I think the pink's the best.
What'd you say?
I think the pink's the best. I like the pink. Oh my.
I think that they also got it in cream white. Like
Yeah, they got the
Like our
same thing,
jeans
like a
and stuff.
creamy white.
It's just clean, man. I like pink. Pink look good on me. There we go.
Of course, if you want to check it out, the link is merch.bento.gg. There's also other items as well that'll be on there too. But gentlemen, this is a pretty good show. This is different. We definitely, new location. Obviously, being here at PAX East is super cool. This is World Diz and T-Bates' first PAX. It's pretty. You guys tell me what you guys think.
Yo, this is crazy. Just watching people just walk around trying new games. They just out there communicating, networking, all that. It's such a crazy environment. I'm having a good time.
It's really nice. I'm happy to be here. It's really cool.
Yeah, it is. It is pretty cool. But of course, obviously, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. This was definitely, it's our first show back for the spring split. We got new graphics. We also, of course, we had to get in a little early, but we'll be back home next week. But before we close out, I got to go down. Final thoughts from you two as we wrap up today's show.
Yo, this was fantastic. I didn't expect it to be this like kind of energy. I feel like we had a lot of back and forth, a lot of good arguments between one another. But hey, another good show, another good day.
I want to see on Reddit from the FT fans. I need to see the conversation of what people think about Turbo's legacy, because Raul made some interesting comments, and now I need to see everybody's top 5 in the world, because apparently I have top 5. It's sacrilege.
Give us your top 5s.
But it's pretty cool. We had a good little turnout here. Appreciate everybody who's been sat here this whole entire time. Thank you for watching. Thank you at home. In the Labyrinth, you already know what to do.
That's right. On behalf of production, Intel, Bento, Psionics, thank you guys so much for tuning in to First Touch. We'll be back next week, Wednesday at 2 Eastern for another show. Be good to each other and take care.
Let's just take a ride along the bay. We don't need to work, we can sit around and play. I've been waiting for so long to get away. Baby, don't hold back, all you gotta do is say, what would you like to be satisfied with me? I've been counting moments, catching signs from above. All I wanna do is satisfy you. Baby, all you want is to be satisfied with me. We'll be drinking champagne on the beach of Malibu, cruising down the boulevard, kissing in the backseat of the car, making love under the stars. What would you like to be satisfied with me? I've been counting moments of love, I've been catching signs from above. All I wanna do is satisfy you. Baby, all you want is to be satisfied with me. I've been catching signs from above. All I wanna do is satisfy you. Baby, all you want is to be satisfied with me. Satisfied with me. To be satisfied with me.
Yeah, you talking out. Got a whole lot of words falling out. Yeah, run your mouth. Take your hold, deep you go, baby, go and show yourself. Play your game, I'll be patiently wait until time runs out. Getting close now. All the stories that you tell, what a beautiful imagination. And you should have tell them about where you've been, who you're with, yeah, okay then. You go ahead and
Don't tell me what I gotta do. No, understand that I'm the truth. I ain't really got a lot to lose. That's why I fuck with you. Now I'm not really one for attention. Shine a light through a prism full spectrum. Pull the curtains back, you in my dimension. Lay back and just forget the pressure. People never make it out. I'm a 5-star brain in a 2-star town, and I'ma give it back when I have enough money in my hands, enough for the friends and the fam, and I owe it all to Yahweh. Lord knows that I couldn't do it my way. Almost bought a ticket for the fast lane. Now I'm hopping on a flight to the Everglades to forget the pressure.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here at PAX East Boston for the first time in 2 years. Feels good to be back. Gonna be your host, Lawler, breaking down all the action alongside me. We the people, Apex Legends. I know we got something different planned for today, but how you doing, man? First event, how's it been so far?
I'm good. It's the first video game convention I've ever been to. Really exciting. First time ever casting, so I'm really excited as well, and glad to be joined by an absolute legend in the casting world.
Debatable, man.
No. We know.
Well, if it gets a little bit too tricky, you just tap, do whatever you got to do. We'll make it. We'll have fun. But we got a crowd, man. We've actually got people. So no pressure.
What's going on?
No pressure, but how you guys doing? How's everybody here at the Intel Gaming booth? We all having a good time? You guys having fun? Thumbs? All right, we did hear people. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I heard it. So
I heard it.
It's a good thing.
I heard it.
So a little bit different that we've got going on today. Obviously, this booth is absolutely massive. We the people, what's the easiest way to refer to you? We the people is too long. WTP, what are we doing?
You could call me TJ. TJ works.
Okay, we'll go by the first name.
TJ.
We're on a first name basis?
Yeah. Are we? Adam?
All right, we're
Look
doing
at that,
We're doing here.
man.
We're making
Look at
relationships
that.
with real life people. It's crazy, which is the best part about being back here. But if you guys
IRL.
haven't been able to see this booth, it is massive. It spans the entire wall, and there's been a lot of different segments. But the one that we're in particularly going to be handling is the fact that if you guys would like to, and this applies to everybody here as well as anybody who can hear us right now, not you guys at home, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Unless you can make it to Boston real quick, that'd be kind of cool. But in the front two of all the PCs that we have in our panel over here, the front two sections are actually open to the public, and you guys are able to come and play and compete for various things. One, for our entertainment, that's number one. And number two, so we can ridicule you in front of all these lovely people. At least that's why I'm here.
The whole world. The whole world.
You love to see.
Absolutely.
On the docket, though, our first one for today is going to be League of Legends, which I know you have a plethora of experience in, don't you?
I have actually never played League of Legends, but I love video games. I've watched a couple of those multi-million-dollar tournaments of League of Legends. So it's going to be a little tough to follow along, but along with your expertise, I'm sure it'll go smooth.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes. It'll be a learning experience for both of us. Ultimately, the cool thing that we're going to be doing here is because we have player skills of varying capability here coming into the live event, we always want to try to make that as accessible as possible. So what they're going to be doing is what is referred to as ARAMs, or all random, all mid.
All random.
In the MOBA genre, there's 3 lanes, and the general premise is you are trying to beat the other person's base, trying to destroy where they're spawning from.
Yep.
Now, with all random, all mid, is you don't get to pick your character. You're just given one randomly. So not only do you have to be able to adjust on the fly, but the rules are simplified. There's 2 ways to do it. You can either A, get X amount of kills, or you can destroy that person's tower. There's 3 towers to get to the final base. So they basically cut it in thirds in both ways, both in length, but also in the size of the map. So that can be a little overwhelming still in itself,
Yeah.
but we'll get there. It's going to be a learning experience.
It's a learning experience already, Adam. I'll tell you that. I will tell you that, man. But we're here to have a good time. We got a crowd. Do we got any League of Legends fans here? That's what I'm talking about.
I need to hear, okay, if I know you don't play, do you have a favorite character by chance? Like a favorite legend?
League of Legends?
Yeah. If you don't, make one up. I'm curious where this goes.
I have no idea.
If you could name a League of Legends character, what would it be right now?
Bangalore.
I feel like you're giving away your origin of where you actually play games, but I respect it.
You know,
Would they also use smokes and stuff like that as well?
Gotta stick to the roots.
Okay, hey man, I respect it. There is some characters with guns in League of Legends, so I feel like we may find some favorites for you. But ultimately, it's more about having a good time. It's more about, with ARAMs, it's primarily like there's a lot less pressure on it. It doesn't feel as sweaty, and it's more so just coming together with friends. I know it's a game that I used to play heavily for 6.5 years before my mainstay came to be, and then it took me away. But every once in a while, I'll still get together with my friends and play ARAMs just because they are more casual, very fun. It kind of takes that element of pressure out of it when you don't even get to pick your own character.
Yep.
You know, it's like, oh, if I lose, I can just blame that. I didn't get to play my main.
And I think that's the number one thing about video games, having fun. You know?
Yeah.
Having fun, having a good time, hanging out with friends.
I mean, I like to win, but,
you know, kicking a little butt.
Hey, man, you've been doing a lot of that. For those that don't know, this is actually our first time meeting, but the coolest thing is I've been casting Apex Legends for a while, which is where We the People gets his start. And the best part is the last tournament I cast in Apex, you popped off with a wingman, and that's how I know you. So this is like full circle, the fact that gaming brings people together. And that's, I guess, the point I'm trying to make. The fact that all of us are here able to hang out and enjoy League of Legends together, whether you play it or not, is what PAX is here for. And the fact that Intel, which, again, shout-outs to Intel Gaming for bringing us all together to come and hang out and watch some video games is always going to be an absolute blast. So in about a minute here, we're going to start our first ARAM, and it's tough to tell you what to expect if you've never played League of Legends. But the general premise is they're going to load into a lobby, and they're going to be given 2 random characters out of like 150 plus. There's a lot. That can be good and bad. Sometimes you get lucky with the composition. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get absolutely baffled by the lackluster ability that you have. But what players and what people are able to do is, what I've normally noticed, especially in events like this, there's always that standout. That's that person. And I just got pipped from production that they actually get to pick their characters. So apparently we don't get the RNG gods frowning upon some people.
All right,
so
you know.
we do get a little bit of strategy, which I can lean into when we get to see who they go with. So
I'm excited to see and I'm excited to hear what these guys got in store and, you know, what you think about their gameplay, because you have...
It's been a while. I'm not going to pretend that I'm good.
Yeah.
But I do have a common understanding. Like, you know when you play those games a long time ago and you're like, you have that useless information in your brain? It's like, I still know that this character, despite being a spellcaster, has the longest attack damage range. So you can poke in lane. And it's like, why do I know that? When am I ever going to... And it's like, well, I guess it worked out. Because now we're here and I actually could say it for the first time ever. So
It's almost like speaking a different language to me. I will say.
Imagine being in a trade and another person found a way to do damage because their gun shoots further than the other person's.
All right. So in Apex terms, you got a Kraber versus an R301.
But imagine the Kraber's like shooting peas, you know?
Not the greatest. Not the greatest. You know, maybe
It's tough to make an analogy when you're shooting a gun and just shoot.
We're trying to make connections there.
It doesn't work. Either way, enough of our banter. We're going to jump into game real quick as we got our first event here at the Intel Gaming booth of our ARAMs, but they're not ARAMs. We're just using that map. So, a lot of information on the screen for those that are unaware. We've got team on the left, team on the right, and the left side where we have Conk and Jaden Silver. We have Ezreal and Lulu. So one is depending on what build they decide to go to. So in League of Legends, not only do you have a champion with different abilities and skills, but they can also buy items to augment that based upon how much attack damage they do. So like physical damage that like this person's swinging with a sword.
Yep.
Or they can like empower that sword and then it does magic damage. So there is your attack power, your ability power, and then there's cooldown reduction and your armor and your magic resist and stuff like that. So right now on the left-hand side, the character on the top with the hair that's like throwing the little things from his hands, that's Ezreal, and he can be a little bit of both. Most people will try to do like on-hit damage with attack damage. And then the other one, which is Lulu, or
with the
no,
staff.
Lux. My apologies, that's Lux. With the staff mage, makes sense, does ability power. So you're gonna see more so casting abilities, like your stereotypical mage. On the other side, we then have Blitzcrank, which is the one with the wheels that looks like a car.
Reminds me of Twisted Metal.
Yeah, it's, I mean, pretty good association.
Yeah.
Might outdate some of our fans in the audience. Hopefully not. Hopefully you guys actually know what Twisted Metal is, because if you don't, shame on you.
You missed out.
Ask your parents first, then go look it up, because it's absolutely fantastic. But Blitzcrank is a support champion. He is more so there to help, but can also scale really well into ability power but primarily his main ability, his Q ability, is he will throw out his fist and then grab them and pull them close and pull them into range.
Wow.
Yeah. We also have on the bottom left, the team's Cabbages is the blue squad and Hot Boys is the red squad. If they came up with their names themselves, I'm so proud of you guys. If that was given by Intel, honestly, even better.
I can't complain, but, you know, looking at this, who are you rooting for, Cabbages or Hot Boys?
So I think initially I do like the standard composition between the right-hand side with Hot Boys because they do have a long-range attack damage champion in Caitlyn, which is using a gun. I told you there'd be some.
Yeah.
And that support with the crowd control or the CC abilities to, you know, stun, knock them up, you know, do whatever they can to mobilize them is really good. But the crazy thing about this game mode is they're trying to win by a couple different ways. I don't know if this setting, if we're going to do based upon minion kills, so the little dudes in the lane that are just kind of throwing attacks at each other, they give smallest amount of gold, and the only way to use your gold in this game mode is by dying, but you can only give up so many kills before you forfeit the match. So what they try to do is they try to push the lane really, really hard, get rid of all those minion kills, and then they just die to the tower damage, which is like neutral, because you don't get any credit for the kill unless you physically do damage to somebody else.
So is this like the team deathmatch of League of Legends?
Yeah, this is like arenas. We're looking at arenas right now when it comes to like League of Legends. We're not sweating too out of rank, but like that's not to discredit the people who are playing right now. They're definitely trying.
Yeah.
So
it gets sweaty. It gets sweaty.
It is. So the other difference too is you're going to see obviously like money popping up. That's what they use to buy their items and make them stronger and stronger. But the difficulty with that is if you don't hit the minion for the last amount of health, you get less gold, you get less experience. So last hitting or making sure that you are only manipulating the wave, like there's so much going on in a mobile that's difficult. Not only you have to make sure you balance on how aggressive the lane is pushing, you have to deny the other team experience, you also have to make sure that you aren't getting punished for it. So as soon as this melee champion, Blitzcrank, the one that's the car on the bottom, is coming down to, you know, try to pressure them away, the other two just start throwing damage at them for free.
Yeah.
So it's this weird balance of going back and forth while also trying to manipulate the neutral mobs and everything else. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. And this is 2v2. Normally it's 5v5 on a much bigger map and a neutral area called the jungle. It's nuts.
And 5v5 is the regular League of Legends gameplay.
Definitely. Definitely. That's the big fancy tournaments that you see for millions and millions of dollars put on by Riot Games.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy stuff, man.
Well, I will say this, just based on the names, nothing against Cabbages, but I kind of want Hot Boys to win, you know?
It's because the one has a gun, isn't it?
It's the gun, it's the Z instead of the S in Hot Boys, and it's just, it's the vibes.
I didn't expect you to be a little bit edgy. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. You know, we the people, very straightforward. There's no fancy letters in that. It's just straight words, man.
You know, a little surprise here and there doesn't hurt anybody. Right.
I respect that. Yeah. Catching me off guard here. Catching me off guard. I love to see it. I'm curious, though. It isn't always about what we think. It's about what the crowd thinks. So I'm out of curiosity, by show of applause, how many of you are rooting for Cabbages? Crazy how you can make people cheer for Cabbage in real life.
Yeah, well, that's a strong showing for Cabbages right there. I love it. I love it.
Okay, what about the other side? What about for Hot Boys in the red?
Not bad, not bad.
Also
Pretty
crazy
even.
we can make people cheer for Hot Boys. Love it. Absolutely love it. Esports, everybody. Esports.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Looking at the gameplay, though, a little bit different mechanics. So on those little, like, I don't even know if you want to call it like a talisman, but there's like a platform that's on the bottom right that you can see that's different.
Yeah.
So those spawn like a health, and when you stand on it, it creates an AoE circle. And then eventually over time, it does give healing back to anybody who's standing in there. So it is a good way to provide sustain in the lane, as well as otherwise.
Well, correct me if I'm
there's a hook,
wrong.
there's a need for the knock-up. Damage coming out, and barely missing out on the damage.
Almost dead.
A lot of pressure being applied. Going to be difficult here for Cabbages.
Well, Delta Sniper almost sniped Jaden Silver. So that was a close one. That was a close one.
Yeah, a lot of trades going down for damage there, and the lack of sustain. So you hear some people in the crowd also calling out for lack of mana. You know, you can't use those abilities. As another hook, you actually ease into it, and they put down the exhaust, trying to apply some more damage. Can't get it just yet. Gonna heal and apply a little bit more, but taking some tower damage and some trades. Still applying quite a bit of pressure. The difficulty, though, for Cabbages is trying to find a way to make sure they can get back into this. As the pressure is on, you can see Delta Sniper up on the top in that Blitzcrank. He's landed 2 Qs perfectly placed with the knock-up and his E immediately after. All while Kalen's able to rain in free damage. So we talk about manipulating the lane, right? All these neutral monsters. When they push up far enough, you're also going to see and having to block the damage. Kalen's ultimate, which you get at level 6, allows them to like specifically lock in and gives a free snipe on one of the players. But it is line of sight, so his teammate stands in front of it, takes the damage, so the kill doesn't go away.
Takes one for the team.
Yep.
So Cabbages is really low health right now, almost dead. That is almost it for Cox. He might be going down pretty soon here.
Again, just having to wait for one more opportunity. And the other side of this too is you're seeing all the ultimates just trying to clear the wave. So the minions that are coming in, they're trying to get rid of that as quickly as possible just to make sure that the pressure's not on the tower, because now they can start moving up. That's a great clear by Lux with the E. But while those minions are there, as long as they don't attack the other players, they don't pull aggro. The tower will not start to attack them, so it allows them to kind of edge in and start zoning out a little bit more if they want to be more aggressive. So using the abilities and using that mana to get rid of it, they're in a really rough spot here on Cabbages.
So how do Cabbages heal up and get more health? Is there
Patience.
Patience.
Health over time, they just got to wait it out, and at this point they're just trying to wait for the other team to get a little bit more over aggressive. They're basically at this point just trying to obtain levels and keep the experience the same. So you can see on their little tooltip at the top, they've got health bars, they've got mana bar right below it, so the green versus the blue, and then they have a level right next to it. So when you get a level, not only do you get additional damage, everything scales up, but you also have the ability to get another point allocated into one of your 4 abilities, which changes at varying times what you can allocate into. Big power spikes are 6 and 10 for ultimate allocation for points. I didn't realize I knew this much about League of Legends, even though it's been legitimately 6 years since I've played like actively. So
it's coming out.
Some residual like core memories being unlocked right now, which is pretty good. But primarily, they're in a really tough spot. Luckily for them, Lux, their spellcaster, does have the ability to apply, but that's going to pop it in and still almost able to get away. No, it's going to be first blood for Caitlyn. Well played, and again, that support champion coming out huge, able to tank the tower and get away from it. So Blitzcrank has a lot of utility. Pulls in the grab, brings the character close. Presses E, knocks him up in the air. Presses W, increases movement speed and attack speed. And then the other one, which is his ultimate, does an AoE circle that not only does damage, but it also silences the other player, which makes it so they can't use abilities.
Yep.
So that Ezreal that was stuck can't shift away because he's silenced. Can't do anything. But with him going back, you see the items. Ton of money coming in, a big power spike for Ezreal. The cool thing about ARAMs is there is a natural like balancing mechanic in it.
Yeah.
Because you can't go and buy unless you die.
So now that Hot Boys has a kill, what does that do for them?
So First Blood gives additional gold, and kind of like when people go on a kill streak. So say you're the kill leader in Apex Legends and you're the #1. Imagine getting additional experience, or like your evil shield levels up faster or something like that.
Oh, wow.
It allows you to snowball really hard.
Yeah.
The difficulty though is while they get additional experience, they don't have the ability to go and buy anything with the money they got. So it's kind of like a neutral thing. So the comeback mechanic is there, but as people are saying in the crowd, yeah, game's ultimately over. With this one in particular, with the way they have the rule set, I think it's the first to 2 kills or when the tower goes down. And that tower is extremely close to going down. So they're still in it for now, but they need to be careful because any kind of counterattack, if they overexert, any of that kind of stuff, they can get punished heavily. We're going to see Caitlyn, see if they can get a trade on her, but at the same time, killing Caitlyn may come back to bite them. If they can't get both of them, it might be a problem, because if Caitlyn gets to go and buy, she has all of the CS or creep score. You can see in the number next to the little icons in the bottom middle. That's how many creeps they've last hit and gotten money for specifically. So you have that plus the kill. It's pretty tough. And it's going to do there. Conk picking up his own kill, so neutralizes the game, but now you can see immediately Caitlyn, 25 seconds on the respawn, a chance to apply a bunch of pressure, deny a lot of experience to Hot Boys, but some pretty powerful items coming in. You got Rapid Fire Cannon, which is going to help with the attack range, and the first hit is going to do a little bit extra damage. It has been, like I said, 5 years since I've played, so I actually don't know what that mystic item is. But the tower goes down. I think that should actually do it for him. I think blue team and Cabbages win.
Wow. Wow. Cabbages, way to show up Look like the Patriots in Super Bowl 51.
Oh god, that hurts. For the fans out there, man, they gotta relive that now.
You know, for us Patriot fans in Boston, yeah, we gotta relive it.
Round of applause, everybody, for Cabbages going down early, but the comeback. I'm gonna dedicate that game to this crowd over here, because without their cheering, maybe the mental gets bad and they fall apart. We don't know, man. The real MVP's over there. Also, the person wearing the crown, because that's the only thing we can see on camera right now.
That's a party hat. Oh, I know. We got a RuneScape guy in here, man. I love to hear it.
How you been enjoying? I know you took some photos of like cosplaying and stuff. The event overall, like, how's it been for you experiencing this for the first time?
I think PAX East is something every gamer should experience at least once in their life, right? There's so many people here from so many different places in the world. And it's just a melting pot of gamers. And everybody's here to have a good time and meet new people and, you know, just experience something new. You know, get out of the house for once and
touch some grass, yeah.
Yeah, touch some grass and then go play some video games again.
Just like swoop it on the way in and be like, okay, that's enough for today.
Just a little
I'm
bit.
good.
You know, you grab a couple blades of grass, put it in your pocket, and you get to go.
And by the end of the weekend, you got a full pocket full of grass.
Come right back.
You know, I know they talk about pocket sand, but pocket grass, maybe that's a different meta.
Maybe we just started that.
I hope not.
You know?
Guys, do not pull grass from the lawn. Leave it. It's fine. It's finally growing back. We're getting into spring. It's actually really nice out, surprisingly enough.
Beautiful out here in Boston. This is a perfect Boston day, you know?
Because you said you grew up a little bit here.
So I was born in Brazil, came to America when I was 6 years old, straight to the Boston area. Lived here 21 years.
Hey.
So
how's it feel being back home?
I missed it, man. I miss my family. I miss my friends. And there's just something about Boston that you just don't get out in Texas. All right. So it's
That's fair.
It's good being back, but I'm excited. I'm excited to be with all you guys here. I'm excited to be by your side. And shout out to Intel for putting this all together here at PAX East. What a hell of a show.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. And the fact that we get only one done and we got so many more to go is absolutely fantastic. So obviously, filtering in some new people, going to be picking out new compositions, figuring out how that plays out. But Hot Boy's doing a really good job. But ultimately, not enough. It is Cabbages that prevail. So we're going to have some more people coming in just a bit. And while we're doing that, I always like to get the crowd involved in some capacity. So I'm curious, primarily, out of the crowd, is there a certain legend that you guys enjoy more than anybody else? Old or new, I can't necessarily hear you. So I'm going to do this. Leona? Okay, I respect Leona. Is that a Kha'Zix? Respect. I actually hit plat for the first time with Kha'Zix. I love that. Love that.
What was
what
that?
Else? Nautilus. Nautilus has the most crowd control out of any character in the game. This is me just testing my IQ. So if I see new champions, I know who the heck we're talking about. That's all I'm doing right now. I personally, so for a long time, I was actually a sweaty Shaco main. And I know that's going to like invoke some emotion with a lot of people. I played Teleport Ignite Shaco mid as a one trick all the way into Diamond and just ruined people's days. Because in this game, in the bottom lane of the mainstay, you do have a like support character and then attack damage character, like we just saw out of Hot Boys.
Yeah.
But the difficulty is there's only like so much denying you can do. And my character blinks and makes you temporarily invisible and just does a ton of critical damage. So I would just teleport into the game, run really fast, kill that dude, and then peace out. That's all I did. That's all I would do. And it was the most tilting thing ever. As long as we got past a certain time period, we were fine. So I made it my one trick. I was just known for doing that.
Would you say he's the most OP character in League of Legends? Or?
No, he's been nerfed repeatedly, and it hurts my soul.
So who would be the most OP character in League of Legends?
Well, that's the cool thing about League of Legends. It's just like there's weapon balancing and stuff like that. They also have to balance all the characters. But they're not doing it with just a handful of two of guns. They're doing it for hundreds of characters that you may not see for certain periods at a time. Not only do they have to balance the characters, but also the mechanics of the game. They try to change certain things. There's like neutral mobs within the game that you can go and kill for additional things that manipulate the map layout and stuff like that too. So there's a lot of cool things that when you look at the broad spectrum of League of Legends that they innovate every single season that forces their pro players to adjust and adapt to. Just like
to the meta.
Map changes, meta changes for you guys, Kings Canyon's been destroyed how many times over? And it's like
3.
Yeah, so it's like you make those adjustments to like, hey, this used to be our drop spot. It's no longer the play. We have to do this other thing. they do that with not only the map, but also the characters themselves.
Yeah, well, R.I.P. Skull Town, you know.
Oh, God. Those were the days.
Those were the days, the glory days, you know. But Apex has evolved a lot, and I'm sure League of Legends has as well. So I think I need to get into League of Legends a little more. Maybe start playing it a little bit.
I would recommend it, and that applies to everybody. The cool thing, yeah, we got some people shaking their head. They've been playing League of Legends for a while. They know how it is. But if you can get a core group of friends, turn off in-game chat, and just use Discord,
yeah,
I think smooth sail for some fun. I think that's the way to do it. But if you take it as a casual and you have some buddies to play with, it is and can be a really good time. The only time I play is there's a mode called URF, which is Altered Rapid Fire mode,
Yeah.
and they take all the cooldowns and reduce them by 80%. It's just pure chaos. Every character being their abilities every second at all times, and then there's no like mana costs or anything. It's just like it's League of Legends on like,
shootout.
oh, it's insane.
It's a
absolutely
shootout.
insane. It's pure
All right.
chaos, and I know that there is zero skill involved after a certain point, so you're just having fun.
So you recommend that for someone who has never played League of Legends?
No, you'll be looking at it like, what is happening? Why is there so many flashing lights and things on my screen that it would go absolutely horrible?
Yeah.
I think ARAM would be good for you, because then you get to experience a little bit of every character. You know, you get to find ones that may resonate with you a little bit more, and it's a bit more casual. And if you play with some friends, you know, it's a good time. So, yeah, I think the cool thing about games, especially with the free-to-play, system, being able to get into it, there is no cost. It's just a time investment.
Yep.
And it is going to be a lot of time if you want to learn and become proficient in it. But ultimately, just by like hanging out and playing the game, you may fall in love with it. I know a lot of people did. Some people have fallen out of love with it, according to people in our front row. But again, it's there's so many different options now out there for games in general. Like obviously, you're an FPS guy. MOBA is a totally different spectrum.
It's a whole different world in the world of video games. It really is. It's a whole different play style. You actually need to know strategy, and it's not just who has the best shot, which is what I'm used to, especially when I'm getting ran down by Apex pros 24/7 in Predator ranked lobbies. So,
well, I'm sure the people in the crowd here would definitely run you down in League of Legends and make you also fearing for your life. So it's a different world, but the reason why we're talking about a multitude of games is because that's what we're doing here at the Intel booth. Not only do we have League of Legends right now, but of course the next few days as well. If League of Legends may not be your forte like it isn't for We the People, even though he's thinking about it, there is other games that are, whether it be Apex Legends, My Mainstay, and Rocket League. There's a bunch of different games that will be played over the course of the next week, or half a week, I should say. This weekend's going to come quick. But that's kind of the nice thing is the gaming side of things, there's a little bit for everybody. So if you are looking to come in and you are looking to play and compete for our viewing pleasure, make sure you guys check it out. It is the first 2 rows over in the PC area that is just on the other side behind all the artwork, which is absolutely fantastic. Which I don't know if you know the history behind these.
behind the artwork?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I thought they were just...
So I highly recommend that you guys, if you do get the time, go and check it out. They're doing basically 12 different art pieces to showcase history and everything else. It's a partnership and an art collaboration.
Wow.
And like the one in particular that the one in the white hat is pointing at right now, there's like little Easter eggs throughout the whole thing. Like you can see like, it's basically like an homage to the original parts of gaming. And they have like Maple Story characters, creepers from Minecraft, like 8-bit stuff from Mario. Like but it's all in... The very left side of it is like Counter-Strike, like an iconic place in Counter-Strike.
It looks like
And then it transitions into like Endgame, which is like a Flash game that we played when we were kids. And then it has like Shadow Knight in there. And each one has like specific little things in that these artists did an incredible job on. Some of them are retro, some of them are new school. Like that one has like Cuphead and stuff in it. They're so sick.
I mean, I love the art, and they're all different artists, or is it one artist?
Yeah, all different.
Wow.
And on the left side, you can see the little, on our confidence monitor here, you can see the little intel on it. See what I did there? But you can see actually the artist, what it's about, the story behind it and stuff, and it gives you a little bit of a insight into the project. It's pretty cool.
I've been so busy with PAX that I haven't even had a chance to...
So we did our own booth, yeah.
Well, I did a little bit walking around here, collecting a lot of T-shirts, I will say that. A lot of swag here at PAX East. But which one would you say is your favorite?
Ooh, so I'm a sucker for old school, but I also like the new art style and some pop to it. The one that I mentioned was probably the one that stuck out the most to me just because of what it is. But the one on the left here with the cat in the little like robot costume,
I like that one.
Is absolutely sick. But we're jumping into game here. Game 2. I don't know what the names are. I don't know if we're sticking with Captain Hot Boys, but
game number 2.
Hopefully it's no one. But we got a little bit of a mirror match to Caitlyn's because that attack range is very, very good on Caitlyn as a attack damage carry or an ADC. We got Wings and Jesus and Friend. Just one friend. Only one.
Just one friend.
Get it? It's 2v2. So common meta here is you have someone who has really good attack range and good damage with auto attacks, and then crowd control and a little bit of damage output. So the one that's new on both sides, the one on the left, and hopefully we get some Vigor spam with like control 3, because then he does that little like nautical laugh that's really annoying. But he has an AoE circle, which you just saw, and if you stand on the edge of it, it stuns you for a few seconds. And then his W is just a big damage thing that comes from the ground, like a meteor. But what's cool about him is if he manages to get the minion kill with his Q ability, which is like a little bubble that shoots out, it actually increases his attack power, just as an ability.
Permanently, or?
Yep.
Wow.
So it scales naturally, and his ultimate basically just deletes anybody. And it does more damage to other attack power characters, which is the other one. So the little guy on the bottom right is Ziggs, and he throws out bombs. Bombs, dynamite, you name it, and then his ultimate is an even bigger bomb. That's all he does.
With the little bag.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a tool of bombs in there. That's it. That's all he does. You'll be like, what is his ability? I'm like, he throws a bomb. Then he'll be like, what's that ability? He throws more bombs. What about that one? A bunch of bombs.
Bombs.
What
and
about
bombs.
this last one? A really big bomb. I feel like I summarized his theme pretty easily there. It's bombs.
It sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good. I mean, I'm a rookie. I've never played this game before, and you're describing it pretty well, where I'm, picking up what you're putting down.
For everybody in the crowd, they're just like, God, that's such an oversimplification of Ziggs. But for layman's terms, I'm doing it here for TJ, and I'm hopefully providing some insight. But again, same concept. The nice thing about attack damage champions or ability power champions like Ziggs, because he can throw out those abilities so quickly, the wave clear is a lot. So them getting and applying pressure to that turret, I mean, it's already, what, a fourth of the way down?
Yeah.
So whether you want to play for kills, damage, whatever it may be, or getting minion kills, you don't necessarily, and that's kind of the strategy, is even though the game itself is very simple, there is so many different win conditions that depending on what approach you want to have, and you may have to pivot mid-fight.
And I see how there's one minion
Oh my gosh.
He's almost dead.
They're chasing it. They're going to flash in, so they have summoner abilities, which I'll get into in a sec, but the damage coming out, it's an exhaust. Should be able to find the last one, and there it is. It's going to be Ziggs with the kill, but they do end up trading. One-on-one, if they can find the other one, but still not enough ability power. Going to back off as that minion pushing in. Because not only is it the tower, so when you do that damage and that tower transitions and pulls aggro on you, the same thing applies to the minions in lane. And it may not seem like much, but over time when you're trying to sustain that fight, it definitely takes away. So both players are going to trade. They do neutralize the advantage that both teams have. We are going to see a buy relatively early. Vigra went with what's called a Blasting Wand, and I think it's a Fiendish Codex. One is for mana sustain, so he gets mana back over time, and then just pure damage output. And I didn't see what Caitlyn got. Probably just attack damage power or attack speed, something to that extent.
And that's the circle that you said would stun somebody, correct?
Yep, but only if they stand on the outside. So it's like this weird balance of like, do I stay in the middle and just try to dance around and strafe? Even though you can't really strafe in this, but that's how I can explain it to you. You're basically right-clicking back and forth through the mouse a lot. Or you can try to get out of it. But the thing we didn't explain is, while each character has 4 abilities, they also have 2 like global summoner abilities that everybody has. And at the start of the game, you can pick 2. One is usually used for initiation or escape, like if you get caught out or you want to like full engage, you can press a button called Flash that teleports you, it blinks you to a spot. Right now, you can see those like on the very top right of the monitor under Jesus or Jesus. He has
With the 7K?
Yep, on the very right. So on the very right where it says Jesus and Felix.
Oh, yep.
So you see the character to the right, there's like that indicator that shows that it's like coming back. So it's like a little timer thing. Those 2 little icons on the top right.
On the top right, I see the little squares.
So you see the square of the person's character. That's Caitlyn, right? Yeah, you see it? See the mouse?
Yeah.
That? All that information shows. So it's got the character, which is Ziggs, which is the 8. That's his level. Wow, that's gonna do it.
That's game over.
Damage output, I can't even do it. And like, Zach is just in and out. He's just like, hey man, I got the damage. I'm out. I'm disconnected. I'm out of here. When it done. But those icons, which is what we're trying to get to, are the summer abilities. So they can use it to heal. They can use it to initiate, disengage. So it's like, not only do you have 4 abilities and 100-some plus champions, but you also have these summer abilities. And then there's different items and different build paths with these items. And then it's
That sounds like a lot
It is
to handle.
And like you see these pros and they know everything. Ins and outs, attack range, damage, how well they scale, what counters each other. This champion's really good against this champion. Like
That's a lot of
insane.
homework.
It's absolutely insane.
A lot of homework.
Yeah,
and that game was much quicker than the first one. So
yeah, both players I think were a bit more aggressive initially, and I think it worked out pretty well too with the engagement. I think a lot of players at times recognize like, hey, we are being overpressured, so we have to find a way to make that up. And it does put you in a little bit more of a risky situation. Luckily, they got the trade initially for the kills, but
high risk, high reward.
After a certain point, like you're just going to keep getting your tower pushed in because they have better lane clear. There's not much we can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as we saw it 5 minutes in and game was over, you know, they were shooting it out.
Hey, man, sometimes they can go 12, 15 minutes, and other times, like you said, quick in and out, 5 minutes, and
Quick
we're
5
good to go.
minutes.
So
That's all it takes.
it's a nice thing for everybody here who wants to play. Like we mentioned, if you guys do go line up, you never know. Some of these matches can go very quick, but they are no way going to go any longer than 15. So
15's about max.
Yeah. We swap 4 at a time, so it's pretty quick.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Well, you know, an average max match of Apex where we're talking 15, 20 minutes, you know, so.
Yeah, waiting for that final zone where there's like 10 teams still alive. It's like, can you guys just, come on.
Oh, it's sweaty. Sweaty. But this is good. I think just watching this gameplay and hearing you and seeing how passionate this crowd is about League of Legends, I think it's getting me into it. I'm going to have to try it.
That's all we ask, man. That's all we ask is just try it.
I'll let you know. You know,
We're going to come back a year from now and be like, all right, name the characters. And you're going to rifle through a bunch. And I'm like, dang,
150
man.
of them, you know, just going at it.
I can't even. Maybe I
Just going
can.
at it.
I don't know how many. When I last played, I think there was like 128. Something like that.
That is insane.
It's a lot. And I used to know all of their abilities, how much damage they each did, what their scaling was, like all that. It's just.
So how many years has League of Legends actually been out?
Yes. All of it. Uh-huh.
Well,
Just messing with you.
no idea.
It's been well over a decade. It's been around for a long
Over
time.
10 years.
I was, let's see, I was still in high school, which I'm aging myself here, but I was still in high school when the alpha came out. So I think it came out in like 2007, 2006, I think was like alpha beta phase.
Wow.
And it's exploded ever since. It was like one of the first true free-to-play games that came over to the United States.
So growing up, I was always a console guy.
Okay.
Right. So I was on the MW2s. I was on Call of Duty 4 at that time.
Surviving the lobbies, got it.
You know, just enjoying it. So I never really, other than RuneScape, I never really got to play any computer games, any PC
That's
games.
right. You're a sweaty controller player on Apex, aren't you?
Love it. I just let my aim assist talk. Yeah, controller player. Love to hear it.
Which is crazy that you guys get like built-in aimbot, but we can't even like tap strafe. I don't get it.
Tap strafe's back. Oh, it's back. I got absolutely worked by a high-level player the other day because of tap strafe, and it was bad.
It's our only chance we have. You guys get an aimbot, we get tap strafe. That's the trade.
Well,
right?
you do have the quicker looting, you know, the moving while looting. You could actually reload behind a res shield, which controller players can't, believe it or not.
Just stop looking at us, man. Just look the other way.
It hurts, man. It hurts when you're behind your teammate's res shield and you die because you can't reload.
Just don't miss.
That's why we got aim assist. You're right. You're right.
It is a forever debate between those two, but yeah, it's a pretty crazy thing. But overall, you've seen now 2 matches of the League of Legends.
Yep.
Initial thoughts?
I think there's a lot to learn about League of Legends. All right. I think I still barely understand what it is and what's going on, but I'm liking what I see. I'm liking the passion from the crowd, and I think I'm going to get into it. All right.
I think you should, man. So obviously Apex, when you are competing, it takes up a bunch of your time, scrimming, and all that kind of stuff. When you do have free time, what kind of games do you normally gravitate towards?
I will say 99% of my time is spent on Apex. 99% of my free time
is
on Apex. If I play any other games, it's Red Dead Redemption.
Okay.
And that's when Apex has absolutely tilted me off out of my noggin, right? And then besides that, I play a little Clash of Clans on the phone. You know,
You could have a travel game.
I'm a big Clash guy.
Is that like your poop game? Just hanging out. You know, I gotta.
I didn't want to say it because this is my first time on air. I'm not sure what we can say or what not, but you know, a little.
I'll take that risk for us.
Little Clash of Clans on the toilet goes a long way.
Hey, man.
Makes the time fly by.
Nothing wrong with some tinker, man. Gotta set that lineup. I get it, man. I get it. We're being real here.
You gotta do what you gotta
be
do.
vulnerable with
you
the
know?
people. You know.
What about fantasy football? You a fantasy football kind of guy?
I'm not.
Wow.
You know, we talked about where we're from. Born and raised in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Packers. I bleed green and gold. That's my thing. But
respect it.
I do know and have enough knowledge about the general league and like popular players and all that kind of stuff to highlight on each team. But every time I end up drafting a lineup and then I'm like, oh, I probably should change that because that guy's been injured for like 4 weeks. So it's just, you get busy, you get caught up and stuff. And I probably could, but when I do something, I want to like dedicate to it. I want to win.
Yeah.
And
you got a winner's mentality.
Yeah.
Winner's mentality.
With drafting and doing fantasy football, I just don't have the time for it.
Yeah. Well, hey, that happens. And speaking of winner's mentality, we're going into game number 3 right now. All right. We got to see what we got. So you got to let me know what the characters are.
I think we're going to see another Caitlyn again.
Caitlyn. Is that the one with the gun?
Yeah, it's your favorite. It's
Yeah,
the one
it's
with the
my
gun,
favorite.
big sniper rifle. Yep.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
That's what I
very
like.
common to have, like I said, an attack damage character. Super long range, so it doesn't have to be as close to the other people to make sure that they can actually hit the minions or pressure the other team. So, assuming we're going to get that again, and
What do we
lo and
got?
behold, we do.
We do.
So, no new characters. No new characters. We have the same. We have the exact same. So, we got the crowd here excited. Cabbages is back. They're running it back, trying to defend that crown, and they're going up against Jesus and Friend. We're in our semifinals. So, taking a look, and everybody having a good time. So, the cool thing, I don't know if you want to call it cool, is the characters can like emote in game, like
And that's-
taunt. So if you just spam it,
Yeah.
you get to hear Ziggs laugh like a crazy person.
We have that in Apex as well.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, people do abuse that. Oh, all the time. Like this.
I'm literally living my nightmare right now.
Like Fatal. Is that coming from Fatal's character right there, the little bomb guy?
Yeah.
Fatal, I'm coming after you after this.
I don't know, man. He's probably just gonna do that to you. I know you guys, for some reason, I don't know if it's just for like keeping up mechanics or what, but like when you quick spam, like your weapon switch and everything like that, it's just to keep the fingers hot.
Yep.
But
which is good.
when you
I
use a
understand.
controller, do you guys also?
I do it all the time. So Apex is one of those games where you have to, constantly slide, jump,
Right.
slide, jump, and I'm always flipping weapons and just peeking corners. It helps you keep, stay fresh, stay frosty, get ready for the fight when it happens.
Important stuff here, and seeing a little bit similar strategy here from Jesus and Friend. A lot of it having to do with that pressure initially and
Wow.
pushing the way, but taking a bunch of damage. Good trade here coming out from Cabbages.
A lot of damage,
Yeah, just seen Caitlyn drop down below half health already. Gonna have to pop some health potions because there are potions in this game too. One of the other items.
Didn't know that.
Yep. We talked about how you get health back. You need to be patient and just let it naturally regenerate. You can also have potions that allow you to get that health back over time. You can do the same thing for mana, and then there's also like elixirs that just amplify abilities too. Like this one makes you get stunned less, and you have a little bit more resistance, stuff like that. So you don't really see those until the very end of the game, or if you're trying to hit like a quick power spike, they are quite expensive. In this game mode, you start with all 3 of your main abilities if you choose them, or you basically get 3 points to allocate. Most people will pick each ability so you have cooldowns to work with. And then you have a finite amount of gold. I think it's 1,200. I could be wrong on that. It's been a long time. I am right. Let's go. Dude, I'm getting confirmation from the crowd. I love it, man.
We got a lot of League of Legends.
They're like fact-checking me, and I love it.
And I think
1,400. Ouch. All right, well, you two needed to converse. We're going to go with 1,300. We'll come in the middle.
13.
We'll come together.
got to compromise. Got to compromise.
I got someone in the chat saying, Lawler, I'm your biggest fan with the smiley face.
That's levels.
I'm not making that up. Can I see that? They're going to come back to me like, nobody said that. I need you guys to confirm that I didn't write this.
You need to get a picture with him after the game.
I need you to hold that. Thank you. You're here to support me. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the
Appreciate
greatest
the crowd
casters right here, man. Right here. You
Appreciate
just
the
made
crowd.
his day, by the way. Make sure you get a picture, all right?
He'll probably photobomb everything for the rest of the convention. That's what he did in LA when he was there.
Oh, you guys know each other?
Yeah, I do. He's a bit of a troll. Either way, having
Pretty
a good
cool.
time here.
Good
and,
friends.
Yeah, we talk about the whole reason why I think a lot of us game. for me personally, it was a place where I felt like I belonged, right? Like, you know, you never really felt like that place, whether it be sports or otherwise. Gaming was kind of that. And the cool thing about events like this is we've built so many connections, I would say, over the past, you know, 2.5 years while we've been dealing with the pandemic. And the ability to come and meet and mingle with those people. Like, I started playing a bunch of different games over that time period. You know, 2.5 years in gaming is a really long time.
A long time.
And being able to see people that, like, I played Among Us, you know, twice a week with and stuff like that is really cool. So I'm very grateful, especially to Intel Gaming for bringing us both out, getting to meet you and hang out and see
Shout
the
out
crowd
to
and everything.
Intel.
But also build those relationships and just meet people again, you know? It's something that you miss.
Yeah, I've dealt with Intel before. I played their Apex tournament, and just great guys and girls. And I'm honored that they decided to bring us out here for PAX East, and it's been fun. And now I'm learning League of Legends thanks to Intel. So getting real close for the bomb guy.
Yeah, close damage going down. So a couple opportunities I have here. Mana is relatively low, but you see Lux on the left-hand side. She used her ultimate, which does like a big AoE wave down in a straight line, so a little bit hard. It is a skill shot. Some abilities just automatically target the other person. As a good version of that comes out here.
Jesus
and
friends.
Caitlyn, the ability could close it out. No, it's actually a beautiful trade. We thought Ezreal was actually going to go down with Conk, but able to clutch it out. So again, that trade neutralized. And the benefit is you are going to see Lux come back sooner and to their side of the lane. So a possibility here, hopefully with the communication of the teammate, might be able to snipe him out, but use those heals. So that's what I'm talking about. That little platform does a little health icon.
What that is. Nice.
Health and mana back, and sitting at roughly 2/3 of the health.
Well, first
Maybe
game we've seen a major comeback from Cabbages. Do you think we might see another one here?
It's
Game
going to be
3?
tough. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to wait this one out, and then hopefully... The nice thing about Lux having a bunch of mana is clearing the wave. You're going to see how much damage goes down. Being able to hopefully push that away, but again, Ezreal needs to be careful. That's an ultimate coming in from Ziggs, and what a dodge with the E. Well played and well dodged, like I mentioned. A lot of pressure being applied, and again, with the Ziggs on the side of Jesus and Friend, an onslaught that possibly is going to come in. That one connects. It's one more shot away, and now Caitlyn, when the ultimate comes up, whenever that'll be, again, you're going to have to force the damage here. So expect that ultimate to come out. Lux is going to have to stand in front of it. That's the other thing, too, is they can start poking, and Lux is going to have to take only so much damage that she can soak, and then at that point, it's like, do you take the damage? Do you retaliate? But you're going to get caught standing still. And that's going to do it. Jesus and Friends clutches it out again. That Ziggs showing absolutely crucial to the success. They're going to emote here and show their skills. They move into the grand finals.
Grand finals. A lot on the line. A lot of pride. A lot of pride and joy, you know?
Hopefully a lot of joy.
Well, I think, you know, they're playing a tournament here at PAX East in front of a crowd, in front of us, having a good time. How can you get better than that?
It's a different environment. A lot of people talk about like, oh, it's not that big a deal. They're just playing League of Legends, whatever. It's like, you know what it's like to actually sit and move to a different location and play on a PC that you're not familiar with in front of people, like not your home setup. It's a little bit different. So we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights, some of the replays that we've been seeing throughout the event so far. And primarily, it's, like I said, there's been a lot of big moments. Primarily, we are seeing a majority of kind of like that meta we were talking about.
Yep.
Caitlyn being obviously a high profile of that version, being able to proc additional damage, attack from a huge range, but the crowd control. The big change that we've been seeing, though, primarily from Fatalix with that Ziggs, is the ability to use that ability power and just put out a ton of damage, as not only do they push the wave, but they've been able to transition that into kills. It originally started here with Wings, where they were actually the ones that were able to put it in, but eventually with all the damage output, Ziggs does get that trade, and they eventually bounce back. And then we jump into game 2, where we get to see Cabbages start the initiation, but Ezreal just getting a little bit too overzealous and caught out, and they punish him for it.
Yep. And you think in League of Legends, it's better to play the slow game, the patient game, or go guns out, guns blazing, I'm coming for you?
So, I have a little bit of a W key syndrome when I play games. I do not like to be patient, which
I do too. Yeah,
is a problem. There has been times where like I know it's a terrible idea, but I'm gonna flash ultimate on a team and just go all in because I'm just bored.
Just go bonkers.
Like, I'm sick and tired of farming in lane. I want something to happen, which is it's not a good strategy. But I I think it depends on the team composition. For teams based upon the way that they're made up, like Caitlyn Ziggs is great. Not only do you have a lot of poke damage, you have the ability to apply a lot of pressure, but you can also wave clear. So for them, 100%, yeah, be aggressive, be that nuisance, especially here. When you're trying to build that confidence, you're trying to get into a groove. If you can be the one that facilitates that, to control the pace of the game, I think it does provide more of the mental side and the advantage there
and
versus confidence.
Confidence is everything. You know, you go into a game, you're not confident. It's gonna show in how you play and how you act. So that's really big. And what are you expecting out of game number 4 here?
Well, hopefully we get some new teams.
Yep.
So hopefully some new players, some new faces that we get to see come out and compete. Primarily, though, I do want to go back to that. You talk about, the confidence and everything else. Obviously, with you being a competitive player, that is a big concern about how people tackle it. Is there a routine? Like, have you gotten the opportunity to go and play at different venues and stuff like that? And do you have a routine that you try to stick to like keep yourself level-headed?
Yep. So just being completely honest, right? I'm considered a pro player by EA, but in reality, I'm really a content creator, right? I'm a content creator who plays
You're a pro in my
tournaments.
heart. I've seen you play.
I wouldn't take it that far, But I think so. I haven't played an Apex LAN. I will say that. The only LAN I've ever played in my life was at the Microsoft store here in Burlington, Massachusetts, and we were playing Call of Duty Ghosts, and I won it. I won, I think it was like a $100 gift card and a couple T-shirts, and it was one of the proudest moments of my life.
Do you now, anytime you get the chance, recreate that same meal in the morning, like the same routine to make sure that you can be built off of excellence? Or is there certain things that you do there's a lot of focus obviously on mental and physical health and making sure you're staying healthy, sticking to your routine, because that stuff does make a big difference in your gaming potential. Is there things that you would recommend to maybe the people here watching that are trying to get some of those tips to make themselves?
Absolutely. Routine is everything. If you like hitting the gym before the day you're going to play a tournament, make sure you hit the gym, right? You eat a certain snack, or you might not want to eat too much. You might not want to eat too little, because when the moment comes, you need that energy, but you also don't want to be full, where it's sort of holding you back, and you're digesting food and just not really in the mood. So as an example, my roommate, Onmu, who plays for 100 Thieves for the Apex competitive team, he's playing in the LAN in Sweden for $1 million prize pool, right? So what he does, and this guy,
real money.
That is serious money, right? And this guy is so committed to winning that he has changed his sleeping schedule to fit the Swedish time. And that's what it takes to win.
You have to, man.
You know?
have to. There's those little changes that come in. So I'm gonna try to take those in and learn a bit, but in order to do that, I need a little bit of time. So we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break here. We're gonna get stuff set up, get some new players swapped in, get ready for the second half of the tournament. But don't go anywhere. Intel Gaming Booth, Lawler, we the people. Stay tuned.
Let's go.
told my girl to pipe down, need it right now. Lately I've been going till the lights out. Got my face up and my eyes down. Shawty, now you know what this is like now. Now I got a big drop top and I'm rolling. And I told my girl I'ma be up till the morning. Feeling like I'm 2-3 cause you know I'm zoning. Shawty got a wave, we been chilling by the ocean. Now I got a big drop top and I'm rolling. And I told my girl I'ma be up till the morning. Feeling like I'm 2-3 cause you know I'm zoning. Shawty got a wave, we been chilling by the ocean. I told her my way, what can I say? Ooh, I got them looking at me sideways. I can't take no days off, they know I can't. Lately I've been in a different mind state, and I got them tripping. I've been making hits, I don't got no time for misses. Shawty wanna ring, yeah, she tryna be a missus. I've been so ahead, I don't think y'all really get it. They been taking L's, they can't see how I've been winning. And I got a drip, so they see me making waves. They don't even see how many chances I done gave. I've been working hard, dog, I think I need a raise. Said I couldn't do it, but I told my girl to pipe down, need it right now. Lately I've been going till the lights out. Got my face up and my eyes down. Shawty, now you know what this is like now. Now I got a big drop top and I'm rolling. And I told my girl I'ma be up till the morning. Feeling like I'm 2-3 cause you know I'm zoning. Shawty got a wave, we been chilling by the ocean. Now I got a big drop top and I'm rolling. And I told my girl I'ma be up till the morning. Feeling like I'm 2-3 cause you know I'm zoning. Shawty got a wave, we been chilling by the ocean.
Yeah, I've been buying 40 once I heard the 36s. I can tell 100 stacks by I am a mathematician. Just so many plays up from my dealer, I get commission. Walking, I got my bitches on display like exhibition. If a Wi-Fi connected ain't the first time. $250,000 in the Hermes, hurt my shoulder. In Dubai, got my base, then my turn tide off. Moving in a motorcade, in the bourbon riding solo. Yeah, solitaire stones look like breath mints. Yeah, rock fake jewelry, I need an EpiPen. That bitch fucking with a shrimp, she pescatarian. She wanna come fuck with a boss, she ate every inch. Yeah.
Some League of Legends go down in our 2v2 all random, even though they're not random picking their champions games. It's been a lot of fun.
And it's been sweaty. It's been a good time so far.
It has. So sweaty, in fact, that they decided to play a semifinals without us. So we are going into the grand finals here. We got, obviously, Jesus and Friend, as we've seen, been absolutely dominating. But on the other side, a team with a little bit more gusto to it, because it has the word gaming in it. We got Severity Gaming making it all the way to the grand finals. Yeah.
Oh, we got some cheering in the crowd right here. Okay.
They got fans. They got a real name. Like, is this the team to beat? That's what we're gonna have to find out.
It sounds like they're bringing it, and I'm ready for it.
Well, if we did learn anything, Cap just had the biggest fan base, but sometimes that doesn't always translate. So, and they got Jesus on their side and a friend. I don't know.
That's that's pretty OP. That's pretty OP.
Yeah, can walk on water.
Yeah.
Should be a good time, but again, we're gonna have to see the team composition, anything before I make any opinion and then sway your judgment based upon my lack of knowledge of League of Legends. So, should be a good time, but primarily, obviously, we've seen the general makeup be two different types of damage dealers: one attack, one ability, and the ability is obviously coming in with stuns and the ability to like slow people down or silence them. But this winning strategy for Jesus and Friend has been just more damage.
Shoot it out.
Yeah.
Shoot it out. And do you think the opposing team to Jesus and Friends, do you think they're going to run with the sniper person again? Or no?
Caitlyn?
Caitlyn.
I don't know. It seems to be a pretty popular pick. And from what I've seen in like the ARAM style game mode, it is pretty common just because of that attack damage range. But again, there is a lot of champions I don't know in this game by heart because it has been a while, so maybe someone will surprise me. But Caitlyn is a pretty tried and true, and I would expect to see something similar. It just seems to be the default. But again, maybe they got to this point by not doing that. Maybe they tried to mix it up. Maybe they gave us something a little bit special. So I'm excited to find that out. I'm also excited for all of you to see who ends up winning because that's been a natural progression of story, and we get to see the other side of the bracket. So these are our two best teams. That's always the best part about the grand finals is we get to see head-to-head how it plays out. And The crazy thing about that is in a game mode like this, like we saw, it could be over in 5 minutes.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen, and we'll see if it goes. I do think because it's grand finals, maybe they'll play it a little slower. Try to play it a little more careful, and make sure they.
Is that something you guys do in Apex? Say you guys are competing, right? Everything's going good.
Yeah.
You guys are vibing. You've been dominant because you've been playing aggressive. It's now match point. Do you guys play a little bit more cautious, or do you continue doing what you're doing?
I think if you're on match point, and I think it depends on where all the other teams are, right? If they're nowhere close to match point, you keep swinging it. All right, you keep going as aggressive as you've been taking it. But if there's a lot of other teams, maybe slow it down a little bit, right? Because all it takes is one third party, and it's nearly impossible to come back from that, right?
Yeah.
And we know how that goes.
Yeah, we do.
So I think it depends on what comp of Legends you're running, right? What the lobby's looking like when it comes to points and what Legends they're running as well as what teams are playing in it, right? So if you look at a team like Sentinels, shout out to my boy Lou, one of the greatest players in the world, they are absolutely aggressive. They will ape you every single time, and they don't care, because they're three of the best. And
I love those teams. When Hal came in and he's like, "Yo, Octane meta, this is how we do things." I was so happy as a commentator. I'm like, I don't have a chance to breathe, and I love it.
Yeah.
Like it was just nonstop third party. It was amazing.
So I actually had dinner with Hal this weekend, and he actually told me a little secret that Octane meta was actually started by their coach, G Dolphin, who shout out to G Dolphin. But so that's funny. You would think the players would come up with that. So.
Hey, man, credit to the big brain behind the scenes that doesn't get enough credit.
Absolutely.
And speaking of that, credit to obviously the production team and everybody else here and all of you guys. We wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't out for the crowd. So we appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. But we have our grand final here at the Intel Gaming booth between Severity Gaming and Jesus and Friend. Jesus and Friend are going to go with the same tried and true composition. We got Caitlyn and Ziggs, and on the other side, of course, Caitlyn, and it looks like, is that Cassiopeia? Is that Morgana? I think that's Morgana in the bride skin.
Is that with the dress?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the one on the bottom here that's a little like slithery, I thought it was a snake at first, and I'm like, oh, Cassiopeia, but I think it is Morgana based upon that icon. So, abilities for Morgana is throws a Q, which is a bind. If it hits somebody, it traps them in place and snares them for a few seconds. The W is an AoE pool that does damage. And then the E is actually a spell shield. It puts a bubble on you, so it like reduces damage, or like if I try to use an ability on you, it negates it. And then her ultimate is an entangle, where if I'm in a proximity to you and I press that button, it like channels to you, and then after a few seconds, it stuns as well.
Wow.
So gonna be interesting to see. I do give the nod actually to Jesus and Friend, but if they do get that lockdown, like if they land a trap with Caitlyn and then a bind, it's just you're soaking so much damage. So gonna take a little bit more coordination here from Severity Gaming, but just for pure damage output, the turnaround for Jesus and Friend has been pretty solid. So here's to see how this one plays out. The W, I think, for Morgana also gives health back.
Wow. That's pretty...
So when it does damage on the pool, she's getting health back too, passively.
I'd say that's a pretty OP, correct? Or no?
It's not as much as you think it would be.
Yeah.
So,
they're trading pretty evenly right now. I think red is Jesus and Friends. They're actually doing a little more damage right now. Severity Gaming almost down to half health on both players here, and they're pushing. They're getting aggressive.
yeah, we talked about that mentality of, hey, things have been going good. Why change up the pace? And so far, so good for Jesus and Friend. Pretty good trade here coming out from Bielo and Delacour. I actually really like that name. Sounds fancy.
That sounds pretty fancy, right?
I butchered it, but it sounds fancy.
It's almost like Gucci or Armani.
Why not? Yeah. Your three favorite fashion brands: Gucci, Armani, Delacour. Why not?
Yeah.
Throw it in there. I mean, Riot's been doing, I don't know if you knew about that. So Riot has been partnering with obviously big brands like that, and their trophy was actually made by one of them.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, been doing like gaming merch. Gonna have to block that one, and I don't know how that one's gonna play out. Could be dangerous, but with the attack damage needing to be primarily there on Caitlyn, makes sense for Morgana to take it.
Huge shot coming in from Jesus here.
That sentence, man.
I don't make these names. We're just trying to commentate on the tournament here, but it's looking like Jesus and Friends might be taking this home.
Well, not going to go well on that one as Jesus does try to flash and then E out, but it does end up working out anyway. And this is where the problem comes in. You can already see how low it is, and after a certain point, Ziggs does have the ultimate still available, and they could all in, but more importantly, the pressure they're applying, pushing down this wave. You see the tower already down about 2/3 as well, and left to fend it off solo. So damage coming out, just seeing if they can apply, and it isn't going to matter. A sniper Fatalix on that Ziggs, and the all-in pressure from Jesus in front going to pay off as they not only get the 2 kills, but they also get the victory in the turret. That is a clean sweep for them, and they've got to be feeling good as they secure the grand final.
Wow.
Let's go Jesus. Yeah, that is the cheer that's happening in the crowd, and I absolutely love it.
And you gotta love it. You gotta love it. I mean, Jesus and Friends, you know, they've been playing aggressive the whole entire time. They said, why change it? And they absolutely kept the pedal to the metal, finished the game in under 4 minutes, by the way. 4 minutes. That's a quick one in League of Legends, right? I'm new to this, so I don't really know.
We'll go with yes. It's quick for today. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, about?
Survey says quick, moderately. Yeah, thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. That means it's quick.
That's good enough. That's good enough. That's affirmative. So
after some point, we're gonna have to put these guys up on the desk.
I mean, I love the party hat, you know. So maybe we might have to.
I'll trade you. You can cast, but I get your hat.
Yeah. Hey, I want the cape too.
All right, I'm not going to see We the People tomorrow, am I? But he's going to look sick as it goes flying by.
Chat will love it.
Either way, man, League of Legends been an absolute blast. I'm glad to introduce it to you as well. Now that we've gotten through the tournament, we've seen, obviously, the dominance of that aggressive side. Imagine another 3 people, another 2 lanes. Just imagine it, man.
I can't even imagine the different comps that you're able to run.
It's the best part.
Because it spices things up, you know? And
I mean, think about it in Apex, right? You get your 3 champions and the capabilities that you have with that composition and what you can do between, you know, the standard Gibby bubble and everything else and what it allows and what it enables. But now you could do it in the sense of like positioning, like this person has a bunch of long range pokes so they can zone people out of this area while they're trying to get this objective. And like, there's a lot of strategy to it that like when you're a hardcore fan, there's so much depth that you can like really sink your teeth into that it's super exciting. It's part of the reason why Apex Legends is my favorite battle royale. Is I'm not just looking at different guns that they use. I'm looking at team compositions and map differences and everything else.
Positioning, rotation,
exactly,
everything, absolutely. Well, I can't even imagine 5 characters duking it out. Plus, you got the little minions all around. Then you got a couple turrets left and right. Correct?
I didn't teach him any. Like he's doing this on his own, guys.
We're learning, guys. They're excited. They're excited for me to get into League of Legends. But what a hell of a show.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast, but we couldn't have done it without everybody here in the crowd. If you guys want to give yourself a round of applause, we appreciate you all coming and hanging out and chilling with us, but we've still got a whole lot more to go. I think I got the cue from production. I'm going to make sure I'm okay with this. We're good? We are good. We got 3 people saying I'm good, so we're like super good.
Super good.
But
Triple good.
That is going to do it for us today here at the Intel Gaming booth. We appreciate you all coming and hanging out. League of Legends today, but hopefully some other games, obviously, over the next couple. We've got stuff like Apex Legends coming up, your bread and butter and my favorite VR.
Yes,
We've
sir.
also got Rocket League, which is my game, which I'm excited to teach you about. I know you played a little bit, and a whole bunch of others. But again, that is going to do it for us today. We appreciate you guys being here. We're out. Lawler, We the People, Intel Gaming booth here at PAX East in Boston. We'll see you next time. Let's go.
Oh, here's another pro trip. This is called a lazy Susan. it comes very handy.
Absolutely.
You can see the tension right there with the shakiness of Tim. I know it's a very tense moment.
I be seeing Turbo on Twitter tweeting at me more he be playing the game. That's embarrassing. Stop tweeting that base. Stop tweeting that base and go play the dang game, Turbo. Go play the game. Appreciate everybody who's been sat here this whole entire time. Thank you for watching. And you're at home in the labyrinth. You already know what to do.
That's right. On behalf of production, Intel, Bento, Psionics, thank you guys so much for tuning in to First Touch. We'll be back next week, Wednesday at 2 Eastern for another show. Be good to each other and take care.
There are so many different win conditions.
Just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Tested by the potion. Loving this devotion.